1, 2, 3, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, we bring the party. We making noise. Balling's our hobby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.
Welcome back to another exciting month of the Brawl Stars Championship. This time, we're starting off the summer split. I can't wait for all the action that's to come in these next 3 months. But before that, let's do a quick recap of what happened during the Brawl Cup in May. Right off day 1, SK Gaming and Humble showed EMEA dominance by putting on 3-0s against Revan and X-Spark and Toxic Lotus respectively.
No matter what for Humble, and that is going to be it. Humble will secure it. They get the match.
However, it wasn't quite the case for the NA region, as Elevate lost 1-3 to Zeta Division, and in a shocking turn of events, Tribe Gaming losing to Loud 2-3.
Dies on, he's able to find the one, he pushes through. Through's a little bit low, but Loud get the job done.
It was a fight for survival at this point for the losing teams, especially Toxic Lotus, who had yet to prove their region's prowess in Brawl Stars. However, with their backs against the wall, Toxic Lotus came back with the most unexpected victory of the tournament, a 3-1 scoreline against NA powerhouse Tribe Gaming.
Last call goes on the ground, and it's down to their final life. Shockwaves sent across North America.
This meant that Tribe Gaming and Revan and X-Spark were the first to be eliminated from the Brawl Cup. Moving on to day 2, the match between SK Gaming and Zeta Division was the highlight of the day, giving us a 3-2 scoreline with SK Gaming taking the dub.
SK Gaming 99 and SK Gaming get it done!
Zeta Division was then pitted against NA's last hope of the event, but even Elevate couldn't hold their own against the mechanical geniuses of East Asia.
No means of escape and flying into the wind! Zeta Division once again rise high!
It was business as usual for the Humble squad, taking a clean 3-0 against Loud.
This stage, and one more chance for today, but Humble silent their opposition.
And adding insult to injury, Loud also fumbled against the dark horses from the Chinese mainland, Toxic Lotus.
First, it was a set win, then a match taken LCQ, and now...
All that leads us to day 3, with SK Gaming, Zeta Division, Humble, and Toxic Lotus in our top 4. Toxic Lotus gave us an incredible showing in day 3, putting up a good fight, but still fell to SK Gaming 2-3.
Joker's bluffed it, and for SK Gaming, this is just another bump in the road.
Humble further asserted EMEA's dominance by winning 3-1 to Zeta Division.
Names of this Brawl League damage, and these 3 humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas.
With an LCQ spot on the line, Zeta Division played their best against Toxic Lotus, winning 3-1.
Toxic Lotus pushing in, but Suzuku is good! The mechanical monsters are now master tacticians, bringing home an LCQ slot for East Asia.
And that leads us to the grand finals of the Brawl Cup. 2-time monthly finals winner SK Gaming versus 2024 World Finals champions Humble. The energy was electrifying, and the crowd was wild, as the highest level of gameplay was played on stage. But alas, there can only be one, and that was Humble.
Joker trying to be the hero that SK Gaming need. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing in, Semantic running it down, and the rebellion ends here.
Humble secured an extra slot in the World Finals for the EMEA region. SK Gaming, as well as Zeta Division, also secured their regional slots for the LCQ later this year. All that action, all that excitement, and we're only halfway through the season. I can't wait for what's in store for us this summer split.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now, with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! His gadget won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
They say every setback is for a comeback, and you can bet North America's tired of being punchline. The Brawl Cup didn't go to plan. Tribe Gaming dropped out on day 1, Elevate followed on day 2. It was a tough watch for NA fans, and now all eyes are on the June monthly finals. Domestically, Tribe's been untouchable, 3 months, 3 wins, and no one is even close in points. With LCQ and the World Finals on the horizon, today's all about redemption and reclaiming pride on familiar ground. Let's bring in the crew and see if NA can remind the world what they're made of. It's Ark, Kenny, and Reddy waiting in the wings. Guys, was Dallas just a one-off collapse or a wake-up call for the region?
For me, I think this is exactly what North America needs, in my opinion. A region that is just capable of so much. It's always been my favorite region. It always probably will be. And I think that we're going to see shockwaves now from North America. They've got to really up their pace. And what the perfect time of season it is to do just that.
I want to see a response from everybody in this region, frankly. Whether it's Tribe, I want to see them wake up and show what they're really capable of. And for everybody else, I want to see them challenge them. I want North America to feel a little bit of shame here. We've been a punching bag for too long.
You say it, Kenny. They've been a punching bag to punchline and the target of many memes, such as NA equals nearest airport, Kenny.
It hurts. Truly hurts.
Ouch.
Deserved or not, and meme or not, folks, but it's true. I mean, we didn't show up when we mattered most. And I'm saying we, obviously, long before the broadcasting days, I'm a resident of North America. There is a little bit of pride, just like the rest of the world as well. I know that they're built better. I know that they've got it in them. Tribe were so dominant in this region, 27-7 in the first half, and to exit the way they did, wallow.
NA has a lot to prove today now that they are back on home ground. Well, Dallas technically was also NA, but that's another topic. Maybe some roster changes will help Ark. Let's see. We had a lot of those in this region.
Yeah, massively so. Huge shifts and huge change-ups here as well. And I've got a bit of a reservation on Zara as well because, you know, has the best of North America gone to EMEA? That's the question. And that's be I mentioned EMEA in the stream, I promise. Juan Carlos, of course, going to Ills, STMN taking along with him as well. You know, bringing that roster together for Electros now that, you know, Zara and Juan Carlos have gone off to set those rosters up. Zara, for me, is definitely in the best of spots, and I kind of feel a little bit bad for his Livy. I mean, last year going from that to now this, it's a bit of a tough one.
Let's see if those roster changes have helped out, if those new rosters have had enough time to build that needed chemistry. In the leaderboard, Tribe is still sitting at that top seat at the moment. Despite not performing as well as they might have wanted at the Brawl Cup, they can still protect that spot, Kenny.
46 points ahead of second place Elevate. It's been a repeat every single month. 3 straight Tribe Gaming first, 3 straight Elevate seconds. Teams like Pioneer, Space Station Gaming closely behind, and obviously with STMN acquiring Juan Carlos, they're also acquiring his points alongside them, so they're going to jump up to that 5th spot. It's going to be a really tough one here. I mean, teams like Code OG, for example, literally in the namesake, OG departing this team as well, retiring from esports as a whole. So I think there's a lot of questions about North America right now, and I think we're going to get some answers today.
I cannot wait to see how things evolve, honestly, at a really pinnacle moment in time also. Let's take a look at the bracket for today and discuss how these matches might go down. Tribe Gaming, their first match will be up against newcomers of New Heights Gaming. Definitely going to be an interesting one to see a newcomer take on the #1 seed of North America, no doubt. After that, STMN versus Space Station Gaming. That was a very 50-50 split here on the desk prior to the show. Elevate will take on then as our third quarterfinals match. To summarize quarterfinals, Pioneers will take on Team Electros.
Another month where we were kind of split in between some of those teams. We didn't really know what to predict on those, especially that quarterfinal number 2 and 3 for me are a bit of a 50-50, like you mentioned as well, Ark. I'm excited to see what you guys have been saying, because you were very hesitant to fill out that prediction form before the show. Now I finally see what you're saying, and Ark, I'm glad we are finally on the same page. Kenny, Space Station Gaming or STMN, that seems to be a nail biter.
I think it will be. This is one of my top 5 kind of watch out for quarterfinals across all regions. I think SSG are a good team, but on STMN with a new roster acquisition, I want to see how they can do. And honestly, I got scared off a little bit by SSG's results from qualifiers. I mean, New Heights Gaming obviously made it here, but currently in that top 10 right now for the region. So the fact that SSG kind of got beat pretty good, guys, did leave me with some question marks. I am a little nervous for them.
Same for me. I can't deny it. You know, I knew that I was going to get some stick from Bobby for going for STMN, but I'll take it. I feel like it's looking better and better as time goes on. SSG, like Kenny says, the qualifiers, it was a tough one to watch.
STMN are looking good also in Scrim prediction, and heart goes out to the not that they have not proven themselves on the big stages before, but now finally STMN has this all Mexican roster that they can show off what they got in them. And if you also want to get your predictions in, I want to know what you are voting. Everybody watching right now, head over to eventoprocess.com and get those predictions in right now. You can also get some Pro Pass XP by voting for the MVPs, answering some trivia questions. And keep in mind, we're less than 1 month away from the next Pro Pass season, so you better get that Pro Pass XP right now. I think with all that said, the stage is set now. All we need are our players, so let's call them in here. First match is going to be Tribe Gaming versus New Heights Gaming. Tribe's been flawless in NA, but that global stumble still lingers, Ark.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming off the back of the Brawl Cup, not an easy time to show their face. Nonetheless, is the #1 seed in North America. They've got to leave the Brawl Cup behind them and focus on just securing that World Finals ticket. It's as simple as that. A squad that haven't dropped a single set in qualifiers and have made pretty much every single one easy. Aside from maybe Eternal Esports in March, that was the only one that really came close. This is the team to beat in North America.
They had a flawless run in the spring split, so we talked to them about their journey so far and also their outlook on the summer split.
Me siento bastante bien, siento que vamos a tener un nuevo estilo más que todo de trabajo y que vamos a intentar llegar muchísimo mejor que el primer split para el mundial. Siento de que no representó casi ni un cuarto de lo que realmente somos capaces de hacer, más que todo por problemas internos. Siento que nos quedamos demasiado cortos para lo que debimos haber hecho y para lo que sabíamos que podríamos llegar a hacer. Entonces, solo me siento un poquito decepcionado, se podría decir, de mí mismo también con los resultados, pero creo que las cosas van a cambiar bastante para el Mundial.
Tribes locked in and ready now to get that redemption. They did have an impressive spring split arc. Let's see if their summer split is just as good.
Yeah, this is going to be a real pinnacle moment for me, for Tribe Gaming, of course, and who started the season so well. But, you know, this is the thing with double points. You know, you can have a fantastic start to the season, but if you don't maintain it through until the end, someone could potentially overtake you. And I feel like off the back of what was a very disappointing Brawl Cup performance, Tribe cannot drop this ball now. They've got to maintain it.
Let's see if this someone is gonna be a newcomer team. We had quite a few newcomers in the other regions as well. Now in NA, it's all about New Heights Gaming. It's not an easy task though, Kenny, to go up against the top seed of the region in the quarterfinals already.
No, in Bay Area, GN, Zemp, obviously a very good showing to make it this far. I mean, a team that kind of came out of nowhere and got a very nice victory over a team like SSG. So they didn't get here without some tough road ahead of them. But now they are going against Tribe Gaming, 27-7 in sets, like I mentioned. Only one team, like ArcSet, has gotten them to a set 5. And this team has a team member playing from a driving ban at this very moment. So I would say this is a David and Goliath story like you've never seen before.
I mean, if they would happen to be Tribe Gaming today, that would certainly go into the books. Arc, they did have a very impressive monthly qualifier run. Let's see if they can take this momentum also into the finals.
Oh, if they beat Tribe, this would be the biggest upset in North America, you know,
easily
this year. I mean, beyond Brawl Cup, that would be just insane. But we've seen crazy things. It's why we love it. It's why we always come back for it. And, you know, you can never really count out a newcomer. I think that Tribe will be going into this matchup in that very same idea, just kind of treating their opposition as if they were anyone else and not just kind of getting overconfident.
Not to linger on the past for too long, but we did say that same thing before. If that team A would now be Tribe Gaming, that would certainly go into the history books. That would be a crazy thing to happen. And it did happen when Toxic Lotus beat them in the Brawl Cup. Now, Tribe, they should be able to walk through the quarterfinals relatively unharmed, but never underestimate your opponent's getting.
Yeah, I think they're going to treat things with respect. I think that Tribe were served a little bit of a humble pie at the Brawl Cup, as the mental here is going set 96-4. I think is pretty telling here. And look, a lot of the times do not think that the prediction one is even. We get these getting very one-sided when they probably shouldn't. Tribe Gaming should be massive favorites here. This is, despite what you say about Brawl Cup, this is a team that have been phenomenal in this region, attempting to be the first team ever in North American history to go for 4 in a row. That is a crazy feat. It could happen today, and I definitely will believe in them over New Heights Gaming. But New Heights Gaming, of course, did make it here over beating some good teams. But I'm just saying, Tribe Gaming should be huge favorites.
In the qualifying stages, you know, if we went back and had this discussion, would we have ever predicted that New Heights Gaming would have beaten, you know, a team like Space Station? No, we wouldn't. So for this matchup, I can't rule them out. And as we know, how influential the draft can be to get things right in that regard. If Tribe don't get this, you know, pinpoint on from the beginning and just make a statement, it could escalate out of control. So Hard Rock Mine up first. And certainly with a team like Tribe, you need to be cautious around tanks and the heavy lane brawler hitters. So I want to see some bans considered there. Of course, the tanky brawlers in Hard Rock Mine can really cause a big problem. You know, brawlers like, you know, even Daryl, Buster, that kind of thing. Jackie as well. Gray, I think, needs to be up there in terms of the bans. Gus, I wouldn't be opposed to either. And it is banned out the Lumi, as well as the Finks on the side of Tribe. And for New Heights Gaming, the Chester, the Tara, and the Jaeyoung.
That Gus also had a lot of showings yesterday in the SA region, just like Yumi. They seem to agree that he's the one brawler at the moment that you want to pick up on every map and mode, especially since Lumi, Hank, all those other very strong brawlers are basically banned out every single time. Ruff's first pick. Now that's something that revokes some memories of yesterday, Kenny. Was the first pick also in our very first match of yesterday's yesterday's monthly final.
Yeah, it was, but Killer was coaching the other team, not Tribe Gaming, so this is a little unique, I would say. Colonel Ruffs has shown up quite a bit, I would say, in North American scrims, and I especially looked out for it after watching it in South America yesterday. I don't think this is a bad idea, but those are brawlers that I think are a little more popular here. Ruffs would have been a big one for Tribe Gaming. This might be New Heights Gaming just stealing a brawler. Next up, though, for sure, and one that I'm make the ban stage here is Hank. So I do think this is a steal. They could likely pair this with something if they want. Obviously, Gus being gone, I think, is a good pickup from some of these teams. I think really intelligent drafting. Obviously, Ruffs is probably a steal. I think Tribe Gaming probably had that intention. Killer being the coach of both of those teams that we've seen do that. But nonetheless, it's a good squad.
Yeah, I'm saying tanks in the first brawler tank. This is what I'm saying. And Ruff's first pick, I don't really feel like we're there. Personally, Penny going to come in for Tribe. An interesting brawler. Definitely has always had a place in Hard Rock Mine for me, but one that I haven't really kind of seen drafted here for quite some time, really. The Hypercharge certainly has brought her Mortar into a fantastic spot, but I still feel like this better kind of picks to have as a second brawler myself. And again, Gray is kind of where I'd be thinking. I mean, the win rates in South America yesterday was 75% in favor of that particular brawler. That is incredibly high. So it's not been picked up yet. Will New Heights Gaming consider it up now? And it is going to be great.
Yeah.
Love it for sure. Ash, though, still potentially here. There's a potential tank. But have they really got that kind of tank counter in play? For me, not yet. B wouldn't be a bad shout for mid if they want to play it. But Gray can obviously have a lot of cheese ideas to pair with the tank itself. And with the Ruffs, I feel like they might go that way instead.
I think this is a take incoming as well. I think Ash is a good shout out just because we see Hank on the map. I think Kaze could get in the mix here. Maybe a Kenji have been a couple of the more popular ones just to go down the big picture list of brawlers here. But when I see Gray, I can't imagine this is standalone. Whoa, that's not the tank I was expecting. That is definitely full G strat.
Yeah, that's some seriously strong cheddar going on right now. Gray and Rosa. Yeah, I've seen this before, and it's without the speed necessarily. I kind of have some reservation, but certainly Rosa is and can be an absolute tearaway. Being able to build the bush around the middle of the map is definitely going to be a concern for Tribe here, as the more that Rosa has to work with in that regard, pretty much the way you want to go. So Griff there with the piggy bank gadget can break some of that up. Assuming that's what New Heights Gaming go for, I don't think they'll have the slow gadget. In my opinion, the unfriendly bushes, of course, is pretty much what you tend to run with Rosa. But in this kind of comp, you want to have the Gray TPs and get that hypercharge to get that really additional length into the center of the map and try to build the bushes around that realistically there. And it is quite a threat. But Tribe Gaming, I feel like they have got a good brawler now. Griff playing into Rosa is going to be a tough one to make work. You've got the speed gear, of course, to be able to combine in those bushy areas, but I think this is a good pick here from Tribe. Open up the map and really make that Rosa susceptible to anything you've got to throw at her.
Yeah, and you're also taking away some of the bounce shots that currently this is a good adjustment. Probably wasn't at the top of their mind. Zemp running it down on the right-hand end, going to be dueling against RBM. Goes down rather quickly. Zeus now walking up the map. That grass is going to be a little extra protection. Coverage for Rosa, somebody who likes to use the stealthiness of those grass to make sure that her vision can't be seen. Popping is super there, but slowed down. I think that was a good little go at it from RBM, and another pickup there. That's a tough start for New Heights.
Yeah, nice. Gadget slow there from RBM. Again, the best player, in my opinion, in North America on tanks. Ooh, there's a lovely walking cane there from Bay Area. And now Zemp going in with the hypercharge as well. Going to be the gem carrier for his squad. Definitely a bit of a precarious choice, but nonetheless, the hypercharge now, the Gray. Oh, but nice taps there from Luffy. 2 gems sitting down there. A nice super as well from the Griff. They should be able to come out with the additional speed of that hypercharge. Tribe Gaming, bring the gems home.
That's a nice piggy bank to bring visibility to where those teleports are as well. That's a good pull, and the countdown will be reset. Zemp low HP, but Luffy popping off with a hypercharge, and Zeus just 1 game away from having 10, so I'm going to see if they go for 1 for him. Now instead, they're just going to play a little defense. 10 on the clock. They do have a teleport available. Full red roster now. Marching forward. Griff super goes down. Bay Area, bottom right-hand side, looking for tags. Won't make a connection there. Zeus low HP, and will hold on. Tribe Gaming get the first game.
Yeah, clean stuff for me. Tribe made that look relatively easy. I feel like sometimes with a Gray and a Rosa, it can go disastrously wrong, but I feel like that Griff final pick gave them some options. Really did allow to break up the map a little bit here, and of course the hypercharge with Griff, it's devastating. RBM as well, that water balloons gadget, that slow can be really quite quite devastating if you land that correctly. Nice connection there again from Kane. And down will go RBM. Good early start there for New Heights Gaming, getting some center control. Zemp as well. Very low here. You're going to have to be healing up within those bushes. Placing some good bushes along the way, getting towards that mid. But Luffy can just go in and just gadget, and it's just gone. That's my concern. Gadget also super used there for the Rosa, instantly taken care of by Tribe, who've got 4 gems to the 2 for New Heights Gaming.
Seb just got deleted there. Now GN left all alone on this open lane. Luffy getting pulled. That's a nice takedown, though. So now a 3v2, expanding their territory with a teleport and a hypercharged super going down. They're going to feed this to the Gray. That's part of the influence for going with Colonel Ruffs. It's a very professional brawler. I wouldn't call it the most casual strategy brawler for your ranked games at home, but at this level, they're certainly going to take advantage.
Rosa coming in now. Hypercharged as well, straight into the dimensional doors and going straight for the eye of Zeus. Gets 4 gems, but Luffy is ready for the takedown instantly. And there's no TP there for the Great Eva to go on the aggressive. There's the hypercharge. Lovely from Luffy. And an instant cycle. Beautiful, but he can't find the Ruffs just yet, who actually gets the upper hand. Lovely taps there from GN. And Zep goes down also. So those gems are still up for grabs. And RBM going to contest them slightly. A good duke there from Zeus. The Walking Cane will find no connection. This Rosa is dangerous now, lurking in onto RBM, and RBM has to force out the super there just to stay alive. Zeus has got the turret yet again, and some nice area splash. Finally, Tribe Gaming get the countdown they were looking for.
All right, and expire this clock. Now Zemp rushing forward, looking at Luffy, who has 1 gem. They need to take down on any of these 3 brawlers, but they lose 1 in the process. It's just GN facing 3 Tribe Gaming members. Turret raining down, Griff firing coins, and it's a tough here. Tribe Gaming, number 1 seed in North America, clean house in set 1.
Very good stuff from Tribe Gaming. But I don't mind the draft, honestly, from the other side of the field. I mean, sometimes you need to go in with an approach that's a little bit daring against a team like Tribe, and hey, it could have worked out differently.
Yeah, I did like the comp, honestly. The Ruffs first pick, something we've already seen yesterday. As said, it's a super good brawler. It always has been on Hard Rock Mine. On the other side, we had the Penny come in, though, and it worked out phenomenally, especially against that Ruffs. You can't really play your sandbags any time when you're laning that brawler. Penny's just going to make good use of those, and overall, a brawler that we, I think, haven't seen one so far in this month's monthly finals. Very daring, also from Tribe Gaming side, and it did work out.
I think that final pick, Griff, for me, was the Kryptonite for New Heights Gaming. I think that was a really great pick from Tribe Gaming, able to just alleviate the problem and very quickly open up the map. And I think Luffy played it fantastically well, cycling some beautiful hypercharges. It really was a nice final pick in the draft.
The recipe to success yesterday was pick Gray and tank, and you probably win. Not this time for New Heights Gaming, but they did showed up with a fight. It was not a stomp, at least in that first one. I also had my eyes out for Exempt. At least his connection seems to work out so far, playing from a car. Yeah, we're heading over to safe zone now. Kenny, you feel like this could be the set that we finally see an upset from a newcomer?
I mean, I do feel like this is shaping to be a 3-0 Tribe Gaming, and that's more of credit to Tribe Gaming, who have been unchallenged, and New Heights Gaming. Again, a lot of credit due to them. It is really hard to be a team that gets a good win. I mean, a team like SSG for a squad like this, that's huge. But I don't even know if they expected to be here. I mean, Lord, Zemp is playing from a van right now. Obviously, maybe a little bit of surprise to him too. Nonetheless, good players. That just goes to show how good Tribe Gaming are. The 1 seed versus, say, the 13 seed in this region, there is a gap in Tribe Gaming. I mean, I'm going to be unwavering in terms of confidence until I see otherwise.
They're here to prove the haters wrong. Let's see if they can do that in the quarterfinals. Tribe Gaming is still the top seed at the moment. You mentioned it earlier, Kenny, how nobody was really able to push them to their limits. It was only one single team that actually got the set 5 out of them every single time. Otherwise, they have just walked through briefly through all of their matches. Eve is going to be the first pick here. Of course, you want a brawler that can cover that right-hand side lane. A brawler that can walk over water is certainly a good choice here, but we did see that she struggles sometimes yesterday, or how... yeah, she just doesn't really have the damage to deal with the tanks that are still very prevalent on those ice maps.
Melody is open here, and it's a dangerous brawler. Tribe have been bringing in Bo as well. We saw that in the last monthly final. It's an interesting choice, not for me necessarily, but it does get the job done. Colette open as well. Bell first pick. I don't mind it, just in the eventuality of tanks. good for the defensive, and of course the nest egg on the defensive goes a long way for brawlers like Carl and being Kaze as well. Oh, that's one I wasn't too sure about for Tribe, but as we've seen, it's still early days with that particular brawler coming in, and it's a big question as to how they fare with it. I'm looking as well at brawlers like Lily here potentially for New Heights Gaming, but let's see how they fare. I don't mind the Eve necessarily, but as the first pick brawler, I'm not ready for it.
Yeah, now they need a win condition as well. So Bell and Kaze going to be the 2-3 turn. Bell, obviously, their setup brawler, somebody that's going to establish some defensive control. There is that win condition that New Heights Gaming have to grab on their 4-5 turn. They're not going to have another selection after this, so they grab Eve, which is their addition of that defensive mechanism, and then they're going to roll with a Daryl. And I think Daryl, there's the bow that you talked about earlier too. Bo has the mechanics with the decent distance, and obviously with the hypercharge can sit down 2 sets of mines, but most importantly can penetrate through that heist safe at those different checkpoints. So since our rework, we have 100%, 75, 50, 25. Well, his gadget can go through that, so it won't be a hard stop at say 75%. He can keep going past that, which at a pro level makes a huge difference.
They double down with Carl, maybe to have, yeah, they're going to do just that. The Daryl is going to be matched with Carl, but the Kaze as well. I quite like giving a fair with this. And the question really for me is, did New Heights Gaming take away the bow simply because they knew that Tribe Gaming would like to have got that? Sometimes it's a good strategy to try to just shift over the advantage, but if it's not a brawler that you're really willing to champion anyway, is it the best of moves? That's the question for me here. But I think for Tribe, it's going to come down to this Kaze pick, and as we've seen across various regions, it's a bit hit or miss, and I hope for Tribe's sake that they've really got it down. It's going to be Luffy on that particular brawler. It's definitely a big talking point in the BSC right now. Some regions saying it's really underwhelming, some regions saying it's just so strong, and East Asia, they're terrified of this brawler. They ban it everywhere.
Zep gonna go down here. Carl was one I was mouthing in the background just because out, especially when you see the Eve, and it was one of Tribe Gaming's most picked brawlers leading into this week. Zip now rolling back in on the action, takes down Zeus. Looking at Steg will trip him up, and RBM will clean things here. A little tailspin to get him out of that situation. GN trying to just gain a little bit of control. Luffy, diving through every single one of those mines. That's a great way to eliminate a super.
What a great answer there for those bow mines. That geisha mode on the Kaze really is just great at dancing around them, very much like a Mortis in that regard. So yeah, the area needs to place those mines on the safe and get some area control with his teammates there as well. The Fanstorm going down onto the safe. That's a little radius that's going to continue to trickle down there, and already Tribe have decimated 2 stages of the heist safe now to below 50%, and not a scratch made so far by New Heights Gaming, who are certainly behind in this game.
Perfect offense so far for Tribe Gaming. And HG need to find a way. A tricky little nest egg there is going to get Zemp, and RBM is going to capitalize on the situation. Zeus tapping his enemy there. It's going to be Bo versus Bell, an important matchup here as well. Bell can outrange the Bo in the long-range matchup. So as this progresses, curious to see if Bo can get some lane victories over somebody like Zeus.
RBM, the hypercharge, gets the stage down yet again, and will stay in position, juking really well. Gets the Bo as well. Jen will just about stay in the mix here, hypercharge, but it's a bit too little too late for New Heights Gaming. And if he continues the advance to this right-hand side, just delaying time and staying alive until the Eve hatchlings do whistle him down with the poison trickle. Now RBM shredding through those hatchlings yet again. Makes some space. Zemp rolls in, finds only Luffy. That pickaxe will fly straight back to then seal Goodnight's fates as Luffy just triggering the mines on his way through. Hypercharge for him. This game is almost done.
Luffy, just a couple extra tags and 1 or 2 more daggers will do the trick. A pickaxe works as well. Tribe Gaming picking up their 3rd straight game here. And they're making this team look rather easy. It's something they've done all season long. Look, New Heights Gaming, one of the best teams in this region in the grand scheme of things. There are hundreds of players that compete every month. They're currently stacked, I believe, top 15. I think 13th is the number they're at after this month right now. And this is just the separator. It's a different level of gameplay at the top here. And obviously, there's some outside factors as well. You're seeing Zemp throw up this Wi-Fi symbol. He is playing from a moving vehicle right now, so that's part of the challenge this team's facing on top of things.
Yes, not ideal, is it? Let's be honest. But hey, they made it here. They are playing, so that's something to be said. I mean, if you're wondering who New Heights Gaming are, this is the team that did beat Space Station Gaming in qualifiers, but certainly unfortunate to be playing from a moving vehicle. Nonetheless, it's still a very heavy advance here from Tribe Gaming on the safe. That should be a mark that will seal the fate there of GN. Now Zeb going on Zeus will find the hand, but is marked up, so he's going to heal as best he can, but not going to find too much on the safe unless he's contested here, as RBM is already doing just that, and he will fall. Hypercharge available for RBM and Luffy now as well. And now a little hook over the lake onto the safe with a hypercharge. There's, again, Tribe in full control.
It's been an impenetrable defense here from Tribe Gaming and all offense for the blue side. Now Zemp just huddled up to the side. A dash through, the marker goes in as well. Gian will feeling that pain in just a moment here. Zeus just firing from downtown. Easy lob shots here and some chip damage as it bounces off the safe onto these players. Is another reason why Bell is used so much.
Big rolls from Zemp, but straight into Zeus, who's that rook in the mid. The area there on the left-hand side, very low here, and going to be contested by Luffy's. RBM gets more damage onto the safe as now all three members of Tribe seal it. That is another set. This series is drifting by so incredibly quickly. And for New Heights Gaming, this could all be over in the blink of an eye.
Definitely a tough one to swallow. But again, this is going to be a challenge no matter how you see it. And obviously for a team with this level of experience, it's just good to get those reps in, feel those nerves, take on the best in the region when the stakes are highest. So no matter what, this is a good learning moment. But yeah, things kind of going according to plan, I would say, for Tribe so far.
Maybe, just maybe, we'll see New Heights Gaming again next month, and this is going to be valuable information that they're collecting throughout this match. I do want to see them also take at least a game here. Last month, Tribe Gaming faced Mountain Man face Space Station Gaming, BC Gaming, and they only dropped the single set throughout their whole run. I don't know if that's going to change today. We'll see later on. So far, so good, though, for the Tribe squad here. RBM, star player, definitely in my eyes, and also in this stats here arc.
Yeah, it's just dominance, isn't it? I mean, at the moment, we have not seen enough from New Heights Gaming to kind of see this going much further, to be completely honest. But again, this was a problem for Space Station in the qualifiers. So if they get a draft right and they can read Tribe Gaming a little bit better in these draft stages, that could be a possibility of getting a set, but so far the mechanics just haven't really been up to scratch for me in comparison to what Tribe are playing like today. A squad who, again, we expect to see more from in Brawl Cup, and it just was not the case. So you've got to put yourself in the mind that you've had a LAN which has not gone your way. You've got to perform coming back to the June monthly finals. You've got to put those people back in their place that doubted you in that regard, and they're doing just that so far.
Triple dribble. We'll turn our attention to next. New Heights Gaming still in it, of course. I'm not trying to bury them before the match is over by any means, but obviously facing outside factors, facing Tribe Gaming, it's just a lot to deal with here. But it should be a fun map regardless. I love watching Brawl Ball, and I particularly love at Tribe who play these kinds of maps. I think in Brawl Ball in particular, they have such a wide variety of brawlers that they can use, and especially on a map like Triple Dribble, we'll see throwers get in the mix, those tankier brawlers that we love to see RBM on, and just some of these control brawlers that are really popular. Obviously, there's the big ones like Lumi, kind of being thrown out right now, but there are other brawlers too. Ones like Surge come to mind. It's something that's kind of surprised me with how much they've been played by Tribe.
We know RBM is one of the best tanked players in the world, so Hank would definitely come in handy if Tribe gets it. But we also just saw him on Carl, for example. I feel like every single aggressive brawler he can do fairly well. Bans are coming in now. Thinks he's going to be banned out. Makes a lot of sense here. You want some control, like Kenny mentioned. Lumi is just banned out so often. I think that's something that we are getting used to slowly after we've seen her banned out 99% last month. She's also pretty much banned out every single time now, Arc.
Yeah, nice first pick there from Tribe Gaming with the berry. Certainly one that can be combined with tanks. B is open here. I like the Griff ban. It kind of takes away a little bit about that combo. Chester is open here. I quite like it as a first pick. New Heights Gaming. Lou, great into tanks. Whether it's the mode for Lou, I'm not too sure myself, but mind it's certainly going to be a tank heavy scenario. Hank, New Heights Gaming, yeah, you called it. And there's still some choices here for Tribe. I mean, Ash notoriously here. Jackie wouldn't be the worst of ideas, but again, the map could be broken up. I love the shade ban, by the way, abroad, which is so prevalent on this particular map here. Willow as well could be a thrower for New Heights Gaming potentially towards the end here. It does pretty well on this particular map and is a bit underrated in my opinion too, but Jae-Young could have a place here. Good heals, good speed as well, but certainly there's going to be a tank incoming. Ollie is open here as well, and the Frank too, so that could be options for Tribe.
Yeah, I expect tanks. Yeah, Ash being the top of my mind, just in particular for Tribe because of the history that they have with that brawler, but also just seeing the Hank, I immediately think, maybe Draco, maybe Ash, so those are the two that come to mind. I think this is a very unique set of bans here, and I kind of anticipated either Barry or one that's shown up a lot in North America, Larry and Lori. Didn't expect Larry as a first pick, maybe down the road if they want to deal with tanks. But now that Barry's been selected, I mean, you remove Willow from the equation, you remove Barley. Those are the two most popular, I would say, on this map. So it's hard for them to combat for New Heights Gaming 8th thrower. So they have to either make a hard decision to go down the totem pole to grab those kinds of brawlers and grab a thrower that's maybe not in the A or B kinds of tiers of our brawler pool, or they just have to suck it up and go a different direction.
Stu going to be coming in for Tribe. Wasn't the brawler that I was necessarily expecting, but certainly the speed zone will help Ash in those early stages of Rage. And the Barry, of course, there supporting those heals. Getting, of course, it'll be RBM on that Ash pick into the best spots. And ideally onto the Hank and just really get that Rage rolling in quickly. Frank, final pick for New Heights Gaming. Double tank and the Lou. I mean, it's going to be good to run down, but I mean, the Stu can basically just keep dashing away from it. I mean, Ash is going to have a pretty good matchup and just get the Rage off, and Barry's the thrower. So I don't know. Double tank might not be it here for New Heights Gaming. They definitely struggled so far. I'm not sure how you feel about the draft so far, but based upon what I've seen so far, I feel pretty confident from Tribe in no matter what they kind of pick, because the mechanics are just looking better, most importantly. Let's see how they fare here, but double tank Luke, it's not the worst of picks, but look at Luffy already dancing around this, ball to the right hand side, straight into the hands of RBM. I mean, it's a walk in the first opening 10 seconds of time.
Yeah, that's a toughie. I mean, double tank is nice in general, but it's unsupported right now, so you're really having to rely on good matchups and good gameplay, and that's just tough when you're facing down somebody like Tribe. They did steal the Lou for their side to make sure it wasn't hard countered out. This is a good lane victory matchup, though. Zeus, though, getting aggressive. It will be a trade. 2v1 in the mid. Luffy just buying time, skating up and down, supering away. Oh, he has some dangerous intentions here, and he's going to kick this ball up. Frank, thankfully for NHG, going to respawn just in time.
Luffy's a one-man band. He's just going straight for a beeline to the top right and doing an amazing job of staying on his feet. RBM with the hypercharge gets the ball through the Frank as well, and Zemp can't get the smash down in time for Zeus to score the goal for Tribe. Already a match point and one game away from a semi-finals appearance here today at least. And that game, there wasn't any question about it. It was just all Tribe. Statistically, it's going to be so poor for New Heights Gaming unless this next one can go the distance, because I mean, that was a steamroll if ever I saw one.
This has been a speed run across the board, kicked right into GN's hands. Now Zemp gonna have to play defense against this ball and take shots from RBM. Rats on the ground, and GN and Zemp eat every single one of them. Now Bay Area, low HP. Oh, he wanted the trick shot too. Feeling a little frisky right now, and a normal amount of confidence, I would say, considering how good they've been. 25 seconds and already a goal for Tribe.
Yeah, first game, 10-second goal. Second game, 25-second goal. I mean, Tribe are still scoring beneath a 30-second marker of going into the match. That's how one-sided this is. Luffy again, dancing around this Frank. Zemp on the right-hand side, making a play for the ball, but that's too much support to be able to break through. Zeus with that amount of heals, going to skate around a little bit and just buy some time, but maybe choose to pocket the ball and just take care of this loot. The Frank going to be coming back in relatively soon here for New Heights Gaming. It's the best chance they've had all game long in this set. Jen goes down, the RBM clears up the left, and that's going to make a big difference on this outcome.
Tribe made a responsible decision to corner that ball on the bottom right-hand side, but now they have plenty of space to work with. Green grass in front of them, and Zeus hovering over that super. Not getting overly aggressive yet. Gonna wait for the right moment here. Zips pops with Gadget. Luffy dodges, and RBM just pressed up against these walls. Now Zeus makes his move, going for a sail spin, and then gonna be moving in as well alongside Luffy. Dribbling, Bay Area, taking heat. GN has to recharge. Will get the kill on Ash, but loses a teammate in the mix. So Zimp finally back. They'll be able to play a full defense.
Good connection there from Zep. Can they pull up onto the Stu? Luffy almost got away there. Good stuff as New Heights Gaming gets some momentum now. Tribe there, doing a good job to defend there with a hypercharge, and they cannot get the ball. It's gone straight to the hand of Tribe. You want to be holding on to that realistically, and now they can choose to defend. Hypercharges for Zemp as well as Bay Area, but no super for Bay Area now. But if Zemp can get down here and get a good connection here, RBM somehow stays alive down the bottom left, but the ball should be in the goal. And finally, this is the moment that could turn it all around for New Heights Gaming. We waited this entire series for this very moment. Can they now full reverse sweep this series?
And overtime will be rather tricky for a Hank and a Frank. There's a kick over to the left-hand end, leaving GN in the dust. Thankfully, they've got an ice rink that can go down. Loose so close to being frozen, and he will. Made into a popsicle, goes down. And they're going to pocket this ball top left-hand side. Bay Area just buying time to get his teammates back.
Luffy again juking these loose shots and getting very deep on the left-hand side of the map. His teammates now fully in position in the heels of Zeus, really nicely placed as well to allow RBM to creep forwards into the strike. But nice gadget as well from Zem. He'll get the stun. His teammates will have to get the kill. One down. RBM just using that speed zone as well to duke around, getting the berry heals, most importantly as well. And still not enough to stay on his feet. So a good amount of aggression shown by New Heights Gaming, but no goal as of yet. Zem now pushing the left-hand side, hypercharge, more additional speed, super coming down as well, but a knockback, beautiful there from Zeus. Jin coming in, trying to get some connections, but not doing a great job of it. Ball pushed clear by Luffy, but now a 3 versus 1 to try and defend, hypercharge around it. The burn is good, but he's going to try to dash the ball, and it goes right. The ball goes left, and it's New Heights Gaming. They get a game on the board.
Respect to New Heights Gaming there. Obviously, everything was favoring Tribe this entire match. And for a good duration there, it was looking bleak and scary, but they found a couple buckets, one really close to the end of regulation in this game number 2, and then in overtime as a Frank and a Hank. That is not an easy thing to manage. It just got to a point where I feel like Tribe Gaming were playing for a draw. We have to play on defense. They've got too much pressure. They've got too much map control, and I think a good start here from Tribe Gaming is exactly what they need. We saw it for 2 straight games. Tribe scored the opening bucket, but right now it looks like new NHG have a little control.
Castle's curse though. Jin falls on the left-hand side, and now a lot of tension as Bay Area and Zem are going to have to force defend. I think Tribe will stay in position. They'll wait for their third to rejoin again and continue to get some damage over here. RBM wins the right-hand side lane as well, hypercharged. Well, Bay Area gets the ball clear as best he can. RBM skating on the ice, but the ball will be pushed straight through to Zeus. Surely he has to walk it in just in the nick of time as well. Skating a little bit, but the Frank didn't come in onto the line in time. That's a good starting hand for Tribe, who are still on match point.
Early goal for Tribe Gaming once again. Simp dropping the super. No contact there. GN trying to encroach on the enemy side. And due to the heals, will stay up. He's dangerously close to going down, though, and Simp gonna have to run for the hills as well. Zeus about half up to being frozen. Has that hypercharge available. Gonna be working alongside Luffy. A hypercharge of GN's own, and he'll be diving away quickly. Lots of heals going down. RBM trying to contest. Not enough. Zimp working the right-hand side. Goes for the super. Luffy diving away, though. He's trying to make light work of the enemy, but he's frozen up a little bit. Does skate away. But it's a speed zone. Oh, would have been insane if he pulled it off.
Oh, Luffy's got us on the edge of our seats. That would have been unreal, let's be honest. A 1v3 scenario for the majority of this series, and he's been going crazy on this Stu pick. Unfortunately, he didn't quite save that ball in the last game, because if he had, that would have been insane. But now Zem pushing through again, the hypercharge, and this is where Tribe is struggling. Oh, the takedown as well is good from the side of New Heights Gaming, and they get a goal yet again, pushing it to a potential overtime scenario if nothing changes in the next 35 seconds. Hypercharge again for the Hank, pushing things forwards from GN. Hypercharge robotic rats now from RBM, and much needed heals from Zeus. Tribe are clinging on for dear life, but New Heights Gaming, they're springing to life. It's just a little bit late, but they're still in the party.
New Heights Gaming really relying on those purple buttons and their beefy brawlers, and now that's a takedown onto Hank. 3v2 situation, overtime approaching, and a takedown in the middle here. A hypercharge out of RBM has the super shot available and buries it in the back of the net. It was a close call in set number 3, but Tribe Gaming, NA's number 1, will continue their dominant stretch.
A little glimmer towards the end. I know we'd love to have seen a New Heights Gaming turnaround. Who wouldn't have done a reverse sweep of the number 1 seed in North America? Would have been absolutely similar, but I think Tribe, you know, the mechanics, just unmatched. Great drafting too, but the mechanics for me were just chef's kiss.
I think a reverse sweep would have been really cool for us to tell that story, to be here for that moment. Also really cool for all the people that have been bashing that team over the course of the last month on social media, but Tribe Gaming shut everyone down. It's a 3-0, a clean run once again, just like last month as well. And of course RBM is going to be the star player again. Why not? I mean, Kenny, did we expect anything else? He's on a tank, therefore RBN, good.
And an iconic one for him as well. One for North America. I mean, 14 kills, 500 plus DPS, and 3 goals throughout a set. I mean, that's some insane work. And I think the fact that it got extended to a third maybe pats the stats a little bit here. It's going to be Tribe Gaming taking a 3-0 victory. I think that was expected. This next one, however, with STMN and SSG, I think this one could go either way.
It's gonna be a close one between those two. I don't think we're gonna see another 3-0. It's also the one where we are split in the middle on our predictions. We didn't really know what to predict on that one. STMN, a new roster, finally an all-Mexican roster within that org, and SSG, of course, that had some moments in the monthly finals that they have looked phenomenal, and then some other moments that they dropped out in the quarterfinals already, unfortunately. Now, Kenny, we come to our favorite part. People at home have decided who's the MVP. And yeah, still not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go to the flashy tank player in RBM, and I think any of these three guys could have had it. I mean, Penny comes to mind from Zeus in that opening set, 10 kills on Jim Grab, doing a great job as the gym carrier, made some flashy plays as the Barry here too, and of course, Luffy on that stew was dangerously close to pulling off the play of the year, so credit to all of them, but of course, RBM and getting the star player in that most recent one, no complaints here.
So far, so good for Tribe Gaming. Clean run, just like last month as well in the monthly finals, or actually 2 months ago. But yeah, in the Brawl Cup, they didn't do as well. Now we're heading to two teams that unfortunately did not make it to the Brawl Cup, but they can still make it to LCQ and World Finals. I'm looking forward to quarterfinal number 2. It's STMN versus Space Station Gaming, and you better tune in again after the break.
I believe the 4 teams to end the second split will be Tribe, Elevate, KCP, and SSG. I don't know which order yet because with the 2 times points, anything is possible in my opinion. And one win over another team that you're competing against can can make a bigger gap or close a gap. But I believe those will be the 4 teams because I believe we're the most consistent, and I think we're going to be able to pull it out.
Welcome back to North America. We're still in the June monthly finals, last day of that, and today is all about redemption in the public eye. Tribe Gaming did manage to pull that off so far already. It's a 3-0 in our quarterfinal number 1.
Is what you come to expect when you see Tribe Gaming perform, even though, you know, they sort of fell short there at the Brawl Cup. They come back to North America and they do the same old thing.
They do the same thing as every single time before. Now we're heading to 2 teams that are still waiting for the great breakthrough. They're still looking fairly strong in the leaderboard, but now they're here to prove that they can make it to the top themselves. It's STMN versus Space Station Gaming. On the one side, we have that all-Mexican roster now in STMN. They did claim Elevate's points due to a shared roster from earlier in the year when Carlos joins the team. And yeah, let's see if they already had the time to build that needed chemistry, Kenny.
I think this should be an interesting one. I mean, STMN, obviously, 3 very strong players. Steel was a good player, and one Carlos. We'll see how he fits in. I mean, obviously, a little history with some of these guys like Payne playing in the past together, but I think this is another team, and I feel like this is going to be a common trend in North America. Everybody's got something to prove. I mean, Elevate dropped their entire roster, including Juan Carlos, to pick up other guys, and I think everybody's got a chip in their shoulder. They're all trying to go through this. Tribe, obviously, Brawl Cup is a motivator, but everybody else are just trying to prove they deserve to be here.
We had many roster changes in this region, and one of them did happen in this roster. As mentioned, Juan Carlos joins Tacos and Payne ready. We talked a lot about it yesterday because the points get a little confusing in the leaderboard at the moment.
It is tricky. We ended the show yesterday, and then we immediately hopped on a call, and it took us like 10 minutes to understand what the other was talking about, to sort of this whole point situation. But yes, this is the former Elevate roster. They have those points. They did pretty well in that spring split. That's going to be inconsequential, honestly, when it comes to how much you can gain here in the summer split. And just speaking on STMN's performance recently, they've been looking fantastic in some match arenas.
On the other side, we have the 4th seed of the region at the moment. It's Space Station Gaming. They struggled a little bit, scraped through the loser bracket in the monthly qualifiers. But yeah, other than being a little bit inconsistent maybe, Kenny, they are looking like a very strong roster with 3 very well-known names.
I think the biggest concern, and something we've obviously brought up if you watch the previous match, New Heights Gaming, this team that was very unexpected to make it here, got beat by STMN 3-0. And the only reason that STMN and SSG didn't play in the qualifiers is because New Heights Gaming beat SSG. This is the higher seed in the region as well. And it all came down to beating Code OG in that lower bracket, which is a tough feat. This has been a couple good times they've played this season. This one, obviously, a very important one, especially as we approach double points. So these teams are right by each other in the leaderboard. Obviously, both of them have not made it to a grand finals this year. This is a big month for everybody, but I think especially the middle of the pack like these two teams.
It was also a saddening story to witness because this is SSG, you know, especially like Bobby playing against his former teammate in OG. Same goes for Sands as well. And with OG not making it to this monthly final, that actually marked the end of OG's competitive career. He decided to retire after that, whether it was coming, whether he already knew. That was, you know, that's up for debate. You'd have to ask the guy himself. But the facts are the facts. Code OG, they're still looking for a third, and Space Station Gaming have no choice but to go full steam ahead.
A lot of banter on today's shows. I love that little clip, throwback to Brawl Cup there. I think we showed that guy with the sign a lot of time. Let's see if Bobby did take notes. We do have some short statements once again on what STMN thinks about Space Station Gaming and vice versa.
SSG sin duda un equipo con mucha experiencia y grandes jugadores, pero creo que las malas decisiones les han estado costando últimamente. Han bajado bastante su nivel.
STMN has been looking really good recently in some matcherinos, and I think they can be a competitor to make the top 4. So I would not count them out for sure.
Well, as we have a lot of banter today, that was a little bit unfortunate there. STMN is very confident. On the other side, we have an SSG that is showing that they, are like a team player. They're there for everyone. They like the other teams that are playing up against them. They still want to win, though, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's definitely personal. Obviously, SSG has some roster members that played for STMN for a long time, so I'm sure they feel that. This one's a little bit of an emotional one, but also a really important one as far as the region's concerned. And clearly on the desk, we're pretty split on this decision. I know that we talked about this beforehand, but I was very 50-50 coin toss-wise of who I was going to pick. I'm going to side with SSG ultimately, though. I think they've had better results in the past, and obviously with a new roster member, it changes things up a little bit. So I think the expectation, not 89%, I'll tell you that much. That makes me a little nervous. I'm being completely frank that Brawl Nation has just completely sided with SSG, but I do think this one has potential to be one of the better quarterfinals across the world this month.
Looking forward to it. I think Space Station Gaming is also looking to be in pretty good form. STMN, they're not an unknown quantity. We've seen how they've played with Juan Carlos now added to this roster, you know, like Matcherinos. Even Chino commented on it because they have been grinding, and that's sort of the way that they play these individual players. They love to grind up those Matcherinos. And there is stuff to be said about, well, what about game day preparation? It's a whole different ballpark. Yes, and there's also just raw intuition that allows you to come up with these, you know, strong things to pick on game day.
We're heading into Bridge to 4, first map of the second quarterfinal. And Bridge to 4 is also a map that made Juan Carlos and his kid famous, so let's see what they're going to show us today. Kid is not banned out, would still be up for the picking. I don't believe we're going to see him, though. Kaze is going to be banned out double here. We saw her a lot of times yesterday, Kenny. She seemed to be very, very strong, also in the EA region, not in EMEA, though. A 50% win rate there. In scrims, she's even worse. What's going on with that brawler?
Definitely an interesting one. I mean, we're going to see a Kaze double ban, in fact, too, which is real interesting. We got Lumi and Angelo, though, up on the table, too. I'll call that out as well, just because I think this is a classic tough decision. This is one we saw in South America yesterday as well. And so SSG elect to go Angelo, which makes me believe that STMN have a pretty good odd of going with Lumi, because otherwise, if you don't take it, SSG might grab that as well. And those are two very normally banned brawlers.
And that's difficult also because Angelo kind of craps on Lumi at range. Totally outranges her. He's able to switch lanes really easily to get on that matchup. So if STMN do find themselves in a situation where they're forced to pick that, they're still looking at a lane that can easily rotate over to take her down pretty much every time. Now, she does do really good safe damage as she's left alone, so she does fit that sort of mold that heist brawlers need, which is that they need to be able to hold a lane. They also need to be able to do damage, and it's fewer brawlers than you'd think. So they will go with this Lumi. Now they'll have to think of something that they can actually punch through this Angelo with. Some aggression would really be helpful because playing individual lane matchups versus this guy is pretty much asking to lose.
Yeah, Eve was kind of what I anticipated. Just with Angelo gone and still a brawler left that has spawners and can travel over water, I think it made a lot of sense. We pointed to Angelo and Lumi kind of being the top 2 decision makers here, and that's where the split in the road comes in. So SSG went Angelo, left-hand side here with STM going to grab Lumi, and then Eve a very normal one. So far, I wouldn't say a ton of high safe damage, though. I think with that last pick, SSG are going to make their 2 selections, and then STM are going to have to make a decision on what their win condition is, because I don't think they have enough DPS right now. I know Lumi is somebody that deals a lot of damage, but I don't necessarily know if that's at the expense of a high safe.
Well, Bo is going to be a great way to get damage on that safe. He's fantastic on lane. Can get outranged in some situations. Lumi is going to have a pretty decent lane matchup against the Bo in particular. And yes, the heist safe damage conversation is here. Once he hits all of those arrows, he's doing a lot of damage. He's got the hypercharge with the super as well. You can use to bypass that barrier if you want to get a bit more value. I'm looking at something that can appropriately apply the aggression to the enemy side, though. 8-bit, okay, completely different mindset. 8-bit we almost never see here, and I feel like the counter is kind of obvious. I feel like this is definitely a Bell game if you want to counter 8-bit directly.
Yeah, Bell could be an interesting one. Carl comes to mind here as well, just to kind of punch through everything. A little aggressive one that North America tends to go with a little bit here. But yeah, 8-bit is somebody that does kind of bring that high safe damage that you were mentioning, just maybe not in the way of rolling up right on it, right? He's just going to kind of trot his way very slowly down to the other end of the map. But he does bring that range. Brock, a brawler that you and I both talked really highly of yesterday, coming in here as this final pick.
Well, look, Brock thrives in matchups where he gets to play max range. That's the only place where he's really that good. And he's also able to lay some serious damage into that high safe. It doesn't move, so Incendiary with every single shot is going to be massive damage. That, and he actually has a crazy good matchup into 8-bit. 8-bit generally weak against things that like tap him up at long range, taking advantage of his slow speed. Brock is one of those. He might have slow projectiles, but that kind of works out if you get the lane matchup that you want. The question is, did he really want to be facing that 8-bit instead? He's still able to fare fairly well against Chino. Notice that this right lane is actually narrower than the left lane on the map, and it means that Chino doesn't really have any room to dodge. He can only back up unless he gets assistance from Bobby to get that kill on the right.
Payne gonna work this right-hand in against Bo, and 8-bit being backed away due to the Lumi gadget. Juan Carlos threatening up the middle of the map. The extra spawners will definitely come in handy too, especially into some of these single projectile brawlers. Somebody like Angelo comes to mind, of course. Bobby with a nice tap, known for his sharpshooter capabilities in the region and as a long-time brawler. But right now, it's just full control for STM as they've gotten through this first checkpoint.
Note the lane swaps as well. They play Sands on this right lane versus Payne, and Chino on the left versus Tacos. Bobby's now shifting over to the right side to pick up 1 kill, looking for 2 on Juan Carlos. And now Space Station Gaming are exactly where they want to be. Also note the star power choice from Sands. He's decided to go for plugged in for some more sustained long-range control. He's even tapped up Payne as well and managed to live to tell the tale. But he's still going to have to obey this presence of Juan Carlos on the right side.
Low HP for Juan Carlos, and he gets away with 1-2, 140, and just runs it down the other side. Payne now body blocking shots, and Bobby working on both of these brawlers right now. Will go for 2. Nicely done. This is a massive victory for SSG, as now they can walk 8-bit up. This is going to be their primary way of getting damage. You saw how quickly he can get that output.
And look at how efficiently Bobby can switch lanes if he needs to. Tacos won the lane on the left side. Now Bobby can shift over there if he needs, which seems to be fine for now. As long as Chino holds that lane, then he's fine. But Bobby is usually the one getting the kills out here. It's typically the paradigm that we see Angelo fit, but also he's laying the shots down very effectively. Down goes Tacos. Juan Carlos has got to be next, as we see a pinch over here on the left side. That is how Space Station Gaming plan on holding control, is primarily with this Angelo that can shift lanes super easily.
So advantage SSG for now. Sub 30 seconds and a hypercharge available for Sands. Payne popping one of his own right now. Top right-hand side doing work. No connection made. That is a tough one for STMN to swallow.
Space Station Gaming, they're almost at a position where they're ahead by a shield, but they have to get it done now. Wide open, Sands needs to stay alive to get a little bit more in there. Could go for the kill on Payne. He dodges the shot. Payne gets the kill, only 5 seconds to go. 58% on Space Station Gaming safe, and it's nice and safe and sound. Not a single member of STMN could go and touch it just then. It's 1 for Space Station.
pretty good from top to bottom, I would say, from SSG there. Just felt like they got aggressive when they needed to. But this is an interesting blend of aggression and defense, because oftentimes we see brawlers like Daryl and Melody, these brawlers that get up on the safe to be that output of damage. Instead, though, we're seeing 8-Bit be the primary source of that. And so if they can get 8-Bit down the other end, again, he's the slowest darn brawler in the game. But if you can get him there, he will pummel that safe. And we had just had a couple moments there where 8-Bit was able to slide through, get those tags, and get them enough percentage points to take that 20-some-odd+ % lead that they got.
They want to get that done again, but they have to go for the correct lane matchups. They're going to switch Sands over to mid by the looks of things. They did put him on the on the Brock lane last time. It seems like they want Bobby mostly to stay at mid. They'll shift Sands over to fight Tacos on the right. Recall that they swapped him away from the Lumi in game number 1 and put Chino on that lane versus Lumi. So far, not too much action. It's going to come down to when Bobby gets his first kill, if last game is anything to judge by. He's looking for a pinch on either Juan Carlos or on Tacos, but 8-Bit isn't just in position yet. He does have the plugged-in turret down, which is a major bonus over game 1, and he's keeping it quite safe from Lumi on the right side.
Tacos will sit out for a second, drops that gadget just to take the time to recuperate his health points, now dropping a couple shots on Sands. Bobby still battling in the middle, a couple 4K shots here and there to add some damage. Pain with another missed super, at least not enough for a kill. Chino forced to back away. I mean, it's just been a stalemate, neither side really making a big time move. A miss there from Tacos as well. 8-Bit still cycling his way through, and finally STMN back in control of the map.
Major entry point for STMN here was getting that Eve super down. Oh, and Juan Carlos gets a pick on the left side. That's going to be massive. He needs to stay alive here at mid, which means he's going to obey this next push in from Space Station Gaming, sort of fall back and try and retain the position. We'll see Sands move over to the left side, though. It seems like he would much rather face this Brock than the Lumi, which is going to be Bobby's job for now until they can get an effective brawler swap to take that mid lane. Sands now taking up that mantle to face Juan Carlos. He's one shot by Juan Carlos, and there he goes down. STMN firmly in control of this mid.
Now Juan Carlos has the baby boom down. It's a hypercharge edition of it though, so it's just going to be an endless cycling of little spawners. That's a really tough thing for somebody like Angelo to deal with. 8-Bit just hurling down shots in the mid. Chino forced to back away, and this is an opportunity for Payne and his teammates to reposition.
Bobby couldn't land that shot onto Tacos on the right side. That's going to cost them big time. We're at the point of no return. It's a gap of a shield. STMN, they're so far ahead that Space Station Gaming at this point are simply planning for the next round. They're still going to give it all they got in these final few seconds just to keep that momentum going. The hypercharges are flying out. This would be massive if there were not a spawn shield blocking them from getting an advantage or some sort of upper hand here. It's a tie ball game here in set number 1.
Could have been close if they get that gadget off with Bo, though. If Bo has a gadget there, they can penetrate through that high safe, at least numbers-wise. It was a close call. I think they would have needed a few more tags, and even still would have been a toughie, but that's part of the influence for why Bo gets selected so much here. Still a close call either way. That second one in particular really felt like STMN were just handling their wanes, maybe winning that KD matchup a little bit more. This hasn't really felt like a base race at all. We've never had that big moment outside of maybe 8-Bit getting some good shots out, but even still, he's not on top of that high safe. It really has come down to a little bit of team play, winning your lane, and just working it up the map and holding the line.
Yeah, this is like a, retro throwback to the control meta of Once Upon a Time. This is how the game used to be played, everyone, believe it or not. It used to be we didn't have Chuck or Melody or Daryl that rolled down the entire field with a single super or what have you. Now, Space Station Gaming are trying to enforce this control matchup. It hasn't been going so well for them so far. In fact, they're down to their first shield. STMN have been pretty good about denying the damage to Bobby. They're juking those shots from him, and he's not giving those kills like he was in game number 1.
Feels like STMN have had the early game lead on several occasions here, but in game number 1, SSG clawed their way back. But right now, they need to just find a lane pickup, and STMN grabbing 2 of them, middle and right-hand side, all for the blue roster. And they're going to be getting this down to below 50%. SSG have an uphill battle to climb.
Seems like they're falling apart right now, but they do have a bit of utility up their sleeve. They have Sands pushing on this lane versus Payne, who switches quite efficiently with the rocket laces. He's one shot for Bobby, but gets the kill at max range. Sands going to throw down those extra credits onto the safe. Should get it down pretty close to a shield. Only a 4% difference. You have to get that shield. Payne's just sending it, okay, for a couple shots. That's actually going to cost them a lot of control, and Bobby gets a free win on lane 1, on mid, and on the right side. He's going to be taken down by Tacos, which is quite unfortunate, but you see the way he was running in. That's desperation right there from Space Station Gaming. They know that they have to make a move here and now. If they cannot start getting damage on the safe in really the next few seconds, then all hope is lost.
Yeah, they still have to get through another couple checkpoints, and STMN obviously have one to go through, 15 or 10% till they get till 25. Chino has the hypercharge mine with 30 to go. So the red roster moving up. Gadget goes down. He's popping his purple button here, sending it straight at the high safe. Does get through that first checkpoint. Will have a Gadget available, and now Sans raining in on this high safe, but they have to watch out for the other side. Pain and Lumi have slipped through.
Down to 50%. Got to see that Gadget come in soon if they want to get past the shield. Down to 25. That was a Gadget being popped. Pain gonna throw some rockets into the safe. One Carlos to get the final shots. A race against the clock for both teams, but STMN come out on top.
Beautifully done there. And for the most part, STMN had control in that game number 3. I felt like there's some moments where SSG got some big-time kills, were able to finally move up that map. It wasn't enough, though. Too big of a lead in the early game for STMN. I didn't really feel like that was too big of an outdraft. I mean, it was certainly control-oriented, like you said, Reddy. Very different from the styles we've had in more recent Brawl Stars, so not sure what to make of it. I do feel like both these teams are clearly still in the match, and this is kind of the 50-50 I was expecting.
This Mexican roster is looking spicy, I feel. Despite several awful starts, Space Station Gaming somehow managed to win that game number 1, but they just couldn't find the right angle at the start of each of the games. As you mentioned, Kenny, in both of the following ones, it was just all STMN at the start of the set, and they just had too big of a lead to ever claw their way back into the match. Despite that, Bobby had a massive KD there, some kills, but not really any damage onto safe, and in the end, that's the objective of the game mode. Ready.
Well, can I be a hater real quick and say, okay, cool, you got 15 kills. This is a 3-game series, so you're getting 5 kills a game. I think that game number 1 made up for, like, most of those, and I think that he was really struggling there in game number 2. Game number 3 started to find his footing once again. Saw a bit of sloppiness, honestly, from STMN, where they're like pushing into him. You saw like Brock running up mid just to get a couple rockets into the safe, maybe like Brock a shield. By the way, he didn't. So there was potential there. I think that there was a lot coming down on Bobby's shoulders there on the Angelo. You can make it happen in game 2, sort of did in game number 3, and also the bow. It didn't really do much. Held lane versus Lumi, but generally I feel like you're looking for something that can win, not just hold lane.
Definitely a tough one there. I mean, to your point, 5 a game doesn't seem like much, but at a pro level, I do feel like he's holding his own there. And I think a big thing that you could see in the stat category too is Bo and 8-Bit. You see 3 kills and 5 kills. That's not a ton. 8-Bit had a good amount of high safe damage, but like you kind of mentioned too, I never really felt like there was a moment where Bo was popping off with high safe damage or grabbing big time kills. I feel like it's just tough for Bo in general right now in Heist, just due to how often he's outranged, which is something I feel like he fell victim to in that one.
We did have some not that good showings yesterday also from Brock, so I was surprised to see him picked up here. It did work out in the end to me, honestly. SSG even had comp. So yeah, it was a very interesting first set, heading over to Shooting Star now, and that is a map where Bobby should be shining. We just saw him on D'Angelo. He's one of the best long-ranged brawler players, so if this is not the map that SSG can turn things around here and evade that 2-0 lead from STMN, I don't know when they can. Ready.
He's a notoriously strong, long-range brawler player. He's an expert sniper, and there are all kinds of them available here. A lot of times you would actually see them banned out. Stuff like Piper would be banned. We even saw like some Nanny selections here as well, so keep your eyes peeled for that one. I'm particularly looking at Mandy as a possible selection for either team here. Would be a really solid first pick. Another thing that sticks out to me, is that some brawlers have been unbanned. Curiously, between these two teams, the discussions generally centers around like, okay, well, the Jae-Young's going to be banned. We're going to get rid of Lily and Lumi. And both teams are focused on totally different things here.
Yeah, with Lumi being picked up as well, I think Jae-Young and Gus are probably the next two that I'm thinking of. This is a map where I do feel like Lumi does slip through quite a bit from the ban stage to the play stage just because of how open it is. Lumi is a decent amount of range, but obviously not your traditional sharpshooter, and especially in a mode like Bounty and on this map, that's something we're more used to seeing. I think this is going to be a Gus coming in here, which makes sense. So probably not Jae-Young on this 2-3 turn alongside it. I don't think they're going to go for double support. At least I'd be surprised, but if they really believe in Jae-Young as an individual, they might still nab him.
Yeah, it's possible, especially to pick up later on in the draft. You know, Jae-young just communicates, okay, we're gonna be playing we're gonna be playing super aggressive, right? Here's a gray in here. Now, this does communicate something very clear, which is that they're gonna go for some sort of aggro last pick. It is possible for them to function independently, but I think we even saw that yesterday in South America, where a team decided to pick up the Gus and the gray, and then they totally pivoted their draft on the last pick. And look, they had a bunch of good pieces, but they didn't fit together to make a good puzzle. So this is clear communication from from Space Station Gaming that they're going to get something aggro last, and STMN have to respond.
There's the Jae-young. So we're starting to see some faces that we expected to see here for both sides. I'm curious who this 5th pick will be for them, because I do feel like they are lacking a little bit of range. They could stray away from that completely. I mean, we see that sometimes. Historically, we've seen Gene Max comps work wonders here, throwing something like a Buster in there to be rather aggressive and get up in the enemy's faces, charge those supers passively. This feels different, though. I'm not sure if somebody like a Bell is the answer. I've seen 8-bit quite a bit from STMN on this map. Carl shows up for them quite a bit, but obviously in the band stage, so they're just going to grab Nani, the ultimate sharpshooter counter to all sharpshooters.
Really interesting. I feel like they really didn't want to deal with like a Piper last pick. Maybe they anticipated Space Station Gaming might be thinking of something like that, where they do pick up the Gus and the Gray, but then they pivot on the last pick for just a really good Piper game for Bobby, which this, I think, can get run down by Jae-young a decent amount, but Lumi's never really going to touch ya, and then Nanny is just like the antithesis to something like Piper, for example. Can one-shot a Piper with damage gear active. Bell, this is one that you called out, Kenny. I really agree. When you're facing a Jae-young comp, Jae-young's strength is going to come from being near his teammates, especially with the star power that everyone runs that gives you speed by staying near enemy brawlers. Well, now that you're facing Bell, you don't want to be near them. They're going to reflect damage onto you if they get hit.
That's a great point. It's something that when you see like those Gene Max comps, for example, it's hard for Bell to tap Max, but if you can tag Gene, who's trying to passively heal his teammates, it's the same concept, right? When you're clustered up together and playing as a unit, those bounce shots can be that little extra chip damage that helps you out along the way, plus a big-time marker. Two very different compositions here. STMN taking the lead so far in a 1-0 set, but now on set 2, it's going to once again rely on SSG and their marksman skills to see if they can get a set win.
Super close interaction there at mid. Bobby almost pulled Payne all the way through that indestructible to follow up with a second hit. Didn't manage to, and Payne survived within pretty much an inch of his life. Bobby is going to be pushing up quite aggressively, though, and he's got his first TP online. So how is he going to utilize it? Most likely for some sort of assassination. He might have looked for a long pull there, but now he's going to come up empty-handed. Space Station Gaming are being kept at range so well on the right side. See Sands taken down by the peep from Juan Carlos. Nicely done. Couldn't even get juked out.
Juan Carlos getting his early super and some taps going through. That was nicely done by STMN. Now up 3-0 here, and most importantly, have that blue star established. Tacos not being overly aggressive, just taking his time. He can always dip behind. He can drop these, hide behind a wall, heal, and then pull him back at a moment's notice. Payne holding his own too. I mean, Jae-young, I don't think thought it by any means as sharpshooters, but really hasn't been a liability or anything. If anything, he's helping his squad.
I'm looking also at Tacos on this left side. Look at where he's placed down these maces on the ground. In a position where he's able to get the ice, the skates put on both Sands and Bobby at the same time. So if they decide that they want to play aggro, then if they go inside of the radius of those maces, will be forced to slide forward and overextend. It makes it a free kill for Tacos or for Payne or really whomever. Even Peep over here going for Chino and almost bumping Chino into the TP. Okay, cool. Notice also there was no heal there. Bobby's going to be running the first star power for Gray. Gives him a bit better survivability here in Shooting Star. We're down to the final few seconds. Kenny, it's now or never.
15 on the clock, and SSG have to make a move. Gadget going down for Payne, a TP in for Bobby. 3-2 now. 1 star, the difference maker here. Sands trying to encroach. In goes the ice skates. Bobby TPs once again, looking at Taco, stunned through. They need to make a tag, but Juan Carlos there to save the day. The blue squad survives.
Do your worst. You are not getting through Jae-young's healing unless you somehow catch him off guard where he's just swapped to the speed and then you can lay down the hurt. He's going to be throwing those healing bottles at his teammates. He's got the super, he's got the movement. Jae-young's the dude who's got it all. It's a big issue for Space Station Gaming to face here. They do get the hook on Payne. They need to get that kill. Chino getting in. Bang! There's the kill. Space Station Gaming finally had the ball in their court.
Excellent response here from SSG. They lost that game number 1, and Jaeyoung doesn't get away with a blue star this time. They grab a kill and swing it their way, so essentially that blue star established with SSG. They're on the back heels, though. This is kind of the first time we've seen that. Really all the way back towards their spawn side, and now a Nani Peep early once again connects with Sands now for 2 games in a row. That's got to be frustrating.
Sands was going for to tank that as well. He had the Bell Shield just a moment prior, but it dropped right before he attempted to tank that. Must have decided, hey, it's better than letting it go to Chino, who's going to get one shot by it likewise, and giving the blue star over to S-Team and really just extracting as much value as possible from these interactions, even when they know they're going to lose.
It's a really big decision that you pointed out. That blue star obviously crucial to win a game of bounty. Now Chino really dueling on this right hand in just out of arm's reach of one Carlos. It was close to a tag, but not quite. So STMN still only going to hold 1-star lead.
Also note the lane swap over to the left side. Bobby's going to have to come up with something creative to get out of this one. Tacos nearly got him taken down, but there's 1 and 2 at mid and the right side. Bobby's up next with a super from Tacos. He didn't even get a super last game. He was simply playing footsies at range. Just don't get within the range of my maces was really the whole approach to facing Tacos on the Lumi. Space Station Gaming, they've given STMN Lumi for the 2nd time, and this time it is seriously causing them issues.
They're going to have to really pop off here. Shot clock available. Bobby with a TP and a hypercharge alongside it. Now Sands with one of his own. He goes down, though, at a crucial moment. Falls. Bobby wiped away 2, and Chino would be the last one. They're going to let him be, though. They know they can just hang tight and hold on to a 10-star lead. Stamina extend, and this new added roster member seems to be part of a big-time turnaround for this team.
2-0. In this series right here. Not just in sets, but also in the most recent sets game score. The Lumi, you just can't give it over to STMN by the looks of things. Space Station Gaming do have tricks up their sleeve. They tried to send in Bobby with the gray teleport. He got Lumi pretty low, but the Jaeyoung heals kept her online.
They got Lumi, and they also got the Nanny. And you all know I'm a stats nerd. Nanny showed to be first pick material, ban-worthy, and they left both of those brawlers open for the picking for STMN. It's, yeah, a little bit of a draft diff, honestly. I did feel like Space Station Gaming had some moments where they did show us some great mechanics, some great gameplay overall. But yeah, against that Nanny, also yesterday, we've seen her banned out or picked up every single time. So Kenny, I feel like that was a big mistake.
Really interesting in terms of the ban stage. I mean, you talked about it right at the top. Lumi slips through, which I would say is, again, a little more normal on something like Shooting Star, but then Nani sliding that forth through, Lumi being a first pickup. I mean, it's definitely been some interesting decisions, I would say, in those ban stages from both of these teams. I'm sure that's part of just doing the homework of scrimming other teams, of seeing what these guys selected. You don't see the bans of the other team, obviously, unless you play them, but I think this is just some good research being done. And STMN looked good while doing it. I mean, the kill count, especially for a mode like Bounty, obviously that's everything, and it just was not close there. I think SSG really got to find something, because right now this 2-0 feels like a lot to overcome.
There are so many things that make you the best team in a region. You need to do your homework on the other teams in terms of draft, also what strategies they like to follow. Are they the team to just send one person ahead that gives us a very aggressive showing and get some pressure in? Then mechanics are a very important factor, chemistry. And this is the part where I felt like STMN could maybe struggle a little bit still. They just united yet again in STMN, but it seems like they are playing together as if they have been doing nothing else in the last few months, really.
And honestly, it wouldn't shock me. These guys have definitely been playing together in match arenas and just as individual players for quite some time as well. It's the reuniting, really, of a good old-fashioned roster of friends like Juan Carlos and Payne. You probably remember them from the Vatra days. So this is a reunion of players that had played together and even made it to the World Finals a long time ago. And yes, it looks like nothing really even changed between then and now. They are still really darn good at this game.
No mercy.
So we get through this ban stage, and Kaze, the first overall selection here for SSG. Every region has felt very differently about this brawler, and that's oftentimes the case, especially in the big picture. If the new brawler isn't seen as super OP, there's going to be mixed emotions about it, mixed results, I would say. So North America showing its flair of that here as the first overall pick for open business. Lumi outside of here in that ban stage. We see B, a typical first overall selection, go through 2, and Hank, obviously, some of those compositions are good. I'm curious if Barry comps come through here. Finks would have been another archetype, or at least a brawler that could have been an early selection. So I think STMN have some things to think about.
Very totally possible. The gray is here. Lou now coming in as a selection from STMN. Kind of early. A lot of times, at least in, you know, the modern day of Brawl Stars, and by that I really just mean like the last month, you see Lou picked reactively into tanky stuff. People don't really want to play him unless they need to because there are counters. Note that Space Station Gaming did get rid of the Stew, which could enable a thrower for them, but really it also enables that Lou since it's one of his biggest counters. It's possible that Space Station Gaming wanted STMN to get this Lou, but at this point I'm having doubts because the last couple of times in a row that they wanted to leave a brawler open for STMN, it won. The Lumi was simply too strong.
This is really interesting, and I think, honestly, probably part of that good research being done, because if I can see it, then these guys probably have seen it too, but a typical pick here is a Hank or Frank lead, I would say, for Space Station Gaming. Some of these aggro brawlers, Kaze, Kinji, Frank, Hank, show up very frequently for SSG, so STMN are just doubling down early. They see the Kaze, they pick up the Lou for themselves, they make sure to pick up Chester, so this is going to be a difficult decision, I would say, for SSG. Instead of going for aggressive brawlers, I think they're just going to try and have some good lane matchups against these two individuals. They still have to worry about the possibility, I would say, of Stamina picking up an aggressive or tankier brawler down the end, but I think they're just going to go to Juju just to get some consistent damage, be a good lane brawler, and then they'll make their fifth decision here too. I don't think this is an easy one for the spot of SSG.
No, not really. It does seem, though, that they are leveraging that Stew ban to get up this Juju. We'll see what they accent it with as well. Gus going to provide the sustain here. Who's Gus giving shield to? It's got to be Kaze over here. She's kind of a must first pick here on open business if it's available, so they've decided to go for it. And this time when they play Gus, hopefully we get to see some actual synergy come out. But to be fair, when they played it previously on Shooting Star, that was not a synergistic composition. You're telling me you got a Gus, you got a Gray over here, and it's not even really supporting anything, just Gus getting 0 kills and popping shields on himself. Now STMN react to this with a thrower of their own. So we're only looking at wall break from Pain. He's going to occasionally get those bombs as well, especially after he respawns, the super changes to a bomb. But that thrower will be useful in that Juju matchup specifically, especially in close range as well, since you're getting a bonus ammo. You're getting ammo reloaded, especially if you're running the star power. That does so for you when your clone hits an enemy.
Interesting stuff here. Larry, the choice of thrower. It's one I mentioned earlier that this region has particularly taken interest in, so the pass on it, given the other throwers available, certainly has me a little puzzled. I'm sure it's the extra spawner possibly going into Sands as an aggro, but nonetheless, this is a big moment for SSG in their entire season. Double points adding up today. Both of these seeds right next to each other, and STMN with a new pickup are thriving so far. And in game number 1, it's going to be a battle here of set 3.
Looking at the lanes, specifically Pain is feeling quite a bit of hurt. You see Sands trying to cycle over to that lane as much as he can. Chino also invisible, his position revealed, now receiving the assistance from Bobby. That is the synergy that we needed to see from Space Station Gaming. At last, they look to be in form. A team kill, and now they're counting up to 50%.
Hot start for SSG, and this Kaze pick working wonders. Taco's left-hand side going to try and take down Bobby, but they've got a ton of damage. Sands putting some pressure on him as well. Chester just running to this grass, trying to take coverage. They have some daggers, missing all of them though, so Tacos is going to stay alive. Pain getting a pickup on the right-hand end. This is going to be a tough one for Bobby. Can only focus one brawler at a time, and when you see 2 on the map like Pain, it's going to be a little catastrophic for that red roster.
Space Station Gaming now backed up to their own spawn, but Sans has a hypercharged super. That means damage within the radius as well. He's going to pick up 1 on the Pain. Tacos has got to be up next. I don't think Sans really wants to kill him. Not in the dashing form. He's going to go for those daggers and snap up the kill. Has some mobility with his super as well. Going to swap right back into the previous form. You can tell that Sans has been putting on the hours on this Kaze because they came in with that as a first pick confidently, and they snap up game number 1.
I mean, that's more of the SSG I'm used to seeing. Not in the sense that they're the best team in the region right now, but these guys can play. We know that. They have history. Sans and Bobby got a second place in World Finals not 2 years ago. Last year obviously didn't go their way, but these guys have the history. Chino had been a long-time member here too, so I think to go out in a 3-0 fashion would certainly be a surprise to many. It's certainly a surprise to me, and unfortunately a surprise to my prediction if it happened.
It would be shocking, and I suppose unsurprising is Sans tearing it up over here. He's swapping over to the lanes like he did in game number 1, trying to stay on top of Pain as much as possible. And at this point, I think STMN sort of have to pack it up and decide cool, this is the matchup that we're going to be facing the whole time. It's going to be Larry versus Kaze 100% of the time. That's Tacos being taken down as he was deep in enemy territory. Really disjointed team play from STMN at the moment as they're losing individual members. They're being isolated and reduced to these 3v2s quite consistently.
And finally, just a Lu Ice Rink gives them a 6%, but it's well past 50 now for SSG. The dominant set just continues here. Red roster continuing to work. Bobby battling with Tacos. Juju rotating to that left-hand and going for those long-range shots. It's one of the reasons that Juju is so valued as a thrower in general. Sands popping out from the bottom of the map. He is everywhere all at once, and Tacos with 265 has to sit this one out.
Now drifting up beyond 85%. Sands is in their spawn, gets the double kill. Yeah, sure. Pop the go pin. What an incredible show from Sands to get Space Station Gaming a 100-0 outdraft and a 2-0 here in set number 3, getting a point for them on the match score.
Woo! I'm glad they got a good one in there. And boy, Sands with one of the biggest performances from Kaze we've seen to date. Pop off, young man.
Hey Kaze, and you win, it seems. Yesterday that was the case. Today, Sands showing us how that is done. And I think you brought up a pretty important point during the draft already, how now SSG had a comp that worked together. It was intrinsically good because you have something that the Gus can actually shoot his shield to instead of just using it on himself ready.
Yeah, this is the synergy that we need to see from Space Station Gaming. It was a repeat over what we saw yesterday in South America. You can't commit with something like a Gray and a Gus and then not have anything that it supports. You had the support this time. In fact, we even saw Bobby give the super to Juju once to keep her alive on her lane. We know that Space Station Gaming have the skills. They're not washed players mechanically. It's really just the draft that they've struggled on so much that has been the story really all year. It's the story today as well. They've got a new drafter. The drafter has decided to leave Lumi open a couple times. I think they've learned their lesson. They've gotten the OP Brawler as their first selection. That is really what they need in their back pocket.
I do think in Shooting Star they got out drafted, now open business. To me, honestly, it was an open field here. Kaze, of course, could be the factor here that made SSG win. Both of those teams have played mechanically really well, but I'm still undecided on Kaze. Honestly, I don't know what to make of her. If she's really broken and that good, or if you just need a person that knows perfectly how to play her, that she can really shine, Kenny.
I think it's the second part of what you said. I think at a casual level, at least I'll speak for myself, I'm by no means a wizard like these guys are. I can only do so much. I'm immortal. But these guys know what they're doing.
Kenny.
I mean, thank you. I appreciate it. With Sands, it's just, I mean, I see stuff like that and I'm like, I only dream of popping off moments like that. I think Kaze is definitely a good brawler. It's a high skill cap brawler though. And I think these guys are going to demonstrate the best of Kaze, whereas somebody like me, for example, that's more of a slightly above average player, can't quite pull those feats off.
We're heading over to Double Swoosh now. This is a map I was looking forward to. I'm glad we actually see it. It's a 2-1 so far, so not another sweep. Because here we've seen some different angles how to play this map. Some people played the Gray and just, again, teleport in one of your tanks. Others played the Jean or the Gus strategy yet again. Let's see if Space Station Gaming is going to go for this brawler a third time ready, and let's see if it's going to work out for them.
Yeah, we do see some important brawlers banned out here. Like, this is more of the Brawl Stars that we are familiar with. The Lumi's been banned out. Gray also eliminated, so none of that cheese strat. Finks is an important ban for me. Also, Buster can be so frustrating to deal with on a lane. The Tara first selection, she's going to be super strong on really any bush map. So I'm looking at her running like the left lane, coming out of here with maybe like Gravity to get someone out of position, like a mid-brawler. Now, there's counterplay for STMN. I think that they could honestly, like, run a Janet up that lane if they want to scout things out. There are numerous strong options to deal with the Tara, maybe get rid of those bushes. Yeah, that's Janet. She's maxed here.
Yeah, I think that was a really good analysis from you. I think Janet makes sense in the next line of thought. I'm really curious as why Tara was the pick above somebody like, say, a Chester, because that's been the more normal one, I think. I don't think there's anything wrong with Tara, but it's just interesting that SSG elect to go with Tara there instead of the Chester. And so instead of tankier brawlers, they're going to go the opposite. There's that Chester a little later down the line. I think this is good because, like you mentioned, now we have the musical notes, the regular attack from Janet can pierce through those spawners from Tara, has at least a little extra distance, can play mid, and is very safe when she goes to the sky. And then Pain, or assuming he plays this brawler, but Chester in general does bring some vision, has the anti-tank in their pocket now, so both sides are going to struggle if they want to get aggressive.
With the Chester in their pocket, it also means it's going to be challenging for Space Station Gaming to play something like Kenji, who could totally wreck house here if you are unprepared. Space Station Gaming could lean in that direction in spite of the Chester. We've seen it numerous times throughout this weekend. Lily, however, is an absolute powerhouse. If your enemy is picking this brawler, you better be afraid, because she is invisible like 110% of the time. She's so difficult to keep track of. Not only is she strong, but she requires incredible game knowledge, just intuition, and also team comms to keep track of, which can really clog up your otherwise relevant comms.
On this map in particular, Lily is just such a high play rate and a high success rate at that too. I mean, obviously with the Vanish gadget, can go in and out. That hypercharge super nearly impossible to dodge, and now they're pairing it with one of the greatest point guards in the game. Gus is going to be able to distribute that bubble rather nicely. So especially with all the extra health points, Lily could be a real problem if SSG play this right.
I love the analogy of point guard because, yes, he's going to be the centerpiece of this comp. He's sort of going to be the anchor for them on the court that is double swoosh. And we'll be able to assist both of them because Tara, she's going to get the maximum value when she's in close range. And the same goes for Lily because, well, it's the only place that she can do any damage. We'll see this Pam come in that can suck away some of the ammo from an enemy. If you're not prepared to deal with turrets, then she is a huge issue. And from Space Station Gaming, they don't have anything that's super strong into turrets. Now, we've seen Pam played. In particular, it was yesterday on Ring of Fire, and it totally flopped. It, did pretty much nothing. You're looking for good positions to place this turret on the map, and I'm not seeing any anti-turret stuff from Space Station Gaming. There's, a little bit of wall break there from the Tara. That's the most that I can find in terms of things that would make this turret more vulnerable.
Super defensive comp coming out of STMN with factors of aggressing coming in from SSG. SSG finally took a set, looking to go for 2 and drag us to a set number 5. Tough start for them, though. Payne with a lane victory alongside Juan Carlos, who's picked up 3 gems, an easy 4th lined up if they need it. And Sans just floundering right now. Nowhere he can go. Just easy tags there for the blue side as Bobby finally gets back in the mix.
Dude, forget about the turret. Payne's just running at them, and they're letting it happen. They're being torn to shreds by the Scrap Storm. Here comes Sans, though. He does pick up the kill. Now he's a creature inside of these bushes. His position is very well known to Tacos, who doesn't even take a scrap of damage on his way over there. And notice the position here for Chino. On the right side, just waiting to get in position versus Payne. Has to take down that turret versus Juan Carlos. He's a bit lacking on the range, but now SSG are doubling up. Sans is going to try and jump scare Juan Carlos over here. Going to get behind him. Bobby gets the shield as well. Sans looks for the kill on Payne. That's good. Juan Carlos, where's he going to land? It's pretty darn close to the respawn. SSG can't pursue, but they have positioning in STMN's bushes.
This just got real interesting. Now a turret down, but Sans has a super and a hypercharged version of it. If Bobby can get a shield, it's going to be a real problem. We just saw that interaction a moment ago. Now he's lurking. Makes a nice pop-off kill there. Chino going for a hypercharge. I think a lot of purple buttons could go down. They don't even need it. SSG getting the victory there and just pinning STMN in their spawn.
That also sucks for Chino, though. You're telling me he used a whole hypercharge and he couldn't even use it? That's a team kill right there if you're using it at its full potential. Not only that, he popped the shades down and he was still torn to shreds by Payne. That is not a good look for Chino. But that push and that hold from Space Station Gaming did afford them enough room to get up to 9 gems. This next one is going to go to STMN, which means that when Space Station Gaming, if they get this next gem and gets up to 10, they're still going to have to hold mid, and it just got even worse. 9 gems apiece for both teams. It's going to be a battle for control, not just to snap up a gem real quick.
SSG might entertain the idea of trying to steal that gem from the other side, but probably not anymore. A dive in from Sans, though, will get the kill. Scoops up the gem, disappears. Now working to that right-hand side along Bobby. 2 gems is what STMN need. It's close call in terms of the clock. There's the 10th, and with 10 seconds to go, another gem should spawn in the middle. It's going to be asked to SSG to defend against it. Juan Carlos has a hypercharge if possible. No! The gadget goes down. Super connects there, and this is disaster for SSG.
Not a good bit of synergy there on the right side between Sans and Bobby. Sans has no choice but to go full steam ahead into Payne on the right side. Needs a couple shots, only lands 1. Payne's got them all to himself, and Juan Carlos with a celebratory hypercharged super to announce that we are STMN. We shut down SSG. We are at match point here.
That was a 50-50 one that really felt like towards the end there could have gone SSG's way. That was a big time blunder at the end there by going down. And it's just one of those things in the natural battle, they ended up losing that lane and it cost them everything. Honestly, SSG were down from the get-go pretty bad. We had the run and gun strategy from Pain on the Pam of all brawlers and it worked out tremendously. SSG clawed their way back, put so much pressure down. We're holding the line for so long to get things tied up at about that 8-8 spot. This time a much better start though. Sands diving in, needs Bobby to make the extra follow-up tags, but Pain pops a gadget of his own, gets the gym, and is running away with it. Look at the dancing coming out of this man.
My goodness, he's dodged, what, 3 shots in a row from Bobby? Even when Bobby got seriously close to him, he still was drifting apart from these balloons that Bobby was shooting. And that means that STMN have taken full control of Space Station Gaming's bushes. They can send Sands in on sort of a solo mission, especially if he gets that assistance from Bobby. Sands is going to go for it. He's torn to shreds by Pain. Who would have thought that in close range he wins that matchup? Pain also blocking that last shot from Bobby. This guy cannot die at the hands of the Gus.
This is a beautifully played set from Pain right now. He's had the healing station blocked from him. He's had the scrap sucker to render Lily useless. And even though she has a hypercharge, she's too low of HP. Pain will drop another turret. And it's just all STMN right now in game number 2.
Pain is going to drop a couple of gems here. I don't know what the strategy was there. Did he really think he was going to win it that confidently? They did have 10 gems and they could have walked away with it. Now they're going to need to get a couple more, but Pain is going to be respawning and he doesn't have a couple gems over his head anymore, so he doesn't need to worry about that sacrifice. He's also located Sands on the left side with his hypercharge and his super. A hyper super from Bobby would mean everything. That combo right there could single-handedly win the game back for Space Station Gaming. What they need to avoid is giving Juan Carlos a super. Here comes Sands, looks for it, gets it! Chino and Bobby in position to take it back. Pain looking for a kill on a Sands, on a Bobby. Emergency hypercharge super out from Bobby, and Chino and Sands are alive as well. 10 seconds to go. Tacos caught in the Tara super, and here comes Juan Carlos around the right side. He's going to be blindsided by this Lily, and Space Station Gaming survive in this match point scenario.
Woo! Nothing short of entertaining coming in from North America. That was insane. The pop-off potential really being showcased in that moment. We have Tara hypercharges, Lily hypercharges, and if you need an emergency Gus bubble, it's been the most underrated brawler the entire weekend, just the Gus super. I'm talking about that hypercharge. It's unbelievable the amount of times that Gus has popped the shield, bounced somebody off. That was a delicate situation, a high-pressure moment, and SSG delivered. This match is far from over.
Here comes Sands looking for the inaugural kill. Thankfully, this time Bobby is able to follow up and note a key lane switch. Pain has decided to go over to the right side. In spite of an excellent game in game number 2, he went for the matchup on the right side, maybe anticipating a lane switch, something sneaky from Space Station Gaming. And also, to be fair, Pam is one of the greatest ways to scout out some of these bushes on the right side. She has a shot that fans out super wide, just doesn't do that much damage unless you're close up or lasering people like Pain is. Bobby was no match for that. Now Chino is thankfully able to snatch up some of these gems and stay alive on the right side, but Space Station Gaming are far from having control.
Give me a trade on the right hand in. Bobby left all alone. Pain peppering him on that right hand in. Now making a run for these gems. Taking off. Healing station goes through it, protects him, but not enough to penetrate through Sands. Tacos scoops up 7. Now SSG will take full retention of the middle area, but they're still down in the gym count.
Bobby has that super and hyper. Who's he going to give it to? Sands on the left side, who has a hyper super as well, but he's conserving it for a key play. Going to take down this turret and now dash behind the obstacles on the left side, where he is relatively safe from Pain. And Bobby gets another finisher with the Kooky Popper. That is really what he's needed. Now Sands puts the gem carrier in the realm. He's running away. Space Station Gaming with 13 gems. They just need to survive this Janet hypercharge. Looking for the kill. Sands around from the right side. Sands and Bobby need to stay alive. Chino is fine to sacrifice. 5 seconds to go. Pain and Tacos looking to close in for a kill on Bobby. He's got the shield and Sands is alive. Space Station Gaming, in spite of a match point, are dragging us to a set 5.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, it was looking bad. Game number 1, what happened? STMN stole it away from SSG and they fought back for 2 straight games. I expected this one to be a close one. This is not the fashion that I thought we were going to go through with.
Yeah, I did think it was a close one. It's very close. We're going all the way to set 5, Kenny. Aren't you happy? I mean, this was a crazy match to watch. This is Brawl Stars for you right there. I mean, They picked the Terra as first pick, and I was like, okay, this is already over. It was a nice run. Space Station Gaming maybe need to overthink their draft again until next month, but they made it work somehow. Bobby popping off yet again on that Gus. They picked him up 3 times now, won 2 out of those 3 matches with that brawler. Maybe Gus is just that brawler that you need in your hands ready.
Hey, look, as far as pop-offs go, I will trust the one who literally pops balloons on his enemies to do so. It didn't look so good at first when they selected that Gus and there was nothing to pair it with, but they've done it again. This is a repeat selection for them. They pair it up with the Lily, Sans gets to do his thing, Bobby gets to do his thing. Everyone's really, I think, operating in their comfort zones as well, just people playing brawlers that they're comfortable with or brawler archetypes that they're primarily comfortable with. Sans, he gets to run it down. That's what he's really good at, is going in a straight line and getting the kills. Bobby here at long range, as well as in game number 3, once again, to reiterate the term pop-off, this guy got numerous kills in close range with Kooky Popper to shut down that Pam that was such a significant issue in game 1.
We're definitely following a pattern here. For the last couple of months, every single match that we've seen from Space Station Gaming got kind of close, especially the last 2 times we saw them in the BSC. Every single match they played went to the final and last set. So it's a little inconsistent what they're showing us, but maybe that's just how they feel most comfortable, Kenny.
Never too big of a moment for him. I mean, that was a high-pressure situation, and love seeing the energy coming out of Sans. It matters to them. This means something. It's been a drought for Sans. Didn't make the postseason last year after riding the high of going all the way to a grand finals at the World Finals. Bobby's been in this game for a long time, and obviously grabbing Chino for them this year felt like it would be the difference maker. And so far, they've just been middle of the pack, and now fighting against the previous organization. You know this means a lot to these players. It's a big deal, and obviously just making a semifinals with the double points we've got going on right now could be the difference maker between something like an LCQ spot and missing the postseason again.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it means here. You know how much this means to Space Station Gaming. They had some very strong emotions about their performance in Split 1. Now that we're over here in the Summer Split where everything matters that much more, I imagine those emotions are going to be pretty much the same. The only difference is that now this is the grind time. This is what truly determines whether they make it to the postseason. And you can see the reactions on their faces. Yeah, they're celebrating when they win, but you even saw like Sans rocking back and forth. They need this so much on a level different from just like making the postseason. These are players that have been on top. They have really made it to World Finals in the past and have encountered a bit of a fall from grace over the beginning of this season, looking at a potential missing the postseason if they can't get it together.
To talk about SSG's past results as well, I mean, like Sonny talked about, it's been some close calls here throughout the season. A 2-3 loss against KCP, the old STMN versus Tribe kind of matchup, close call there. 3-1 win versus disbanded Elevate last month, and that's one of their only wins outside of Code OG, but they've lost 0-3 to number 2 seed Elevate at the time, BC Gaming. 0-3 to Tribe Gaming last time we saw this team. So they really could use not just a win for points, a win for the confidence boost like you're talking about. These are players that felt the highest of highs, and more recently it's been some real lows.
Yeah, speaking with some of the players individually as well, you know, they're really keeping their head up, but you can even see how they describe it publicly. They take it really hard. And every single month, they manage to come back with the same perseverance and the same confidence and the knowledge and the trust in their training, the hours and hours that they've poured into this game over the course of the last month. And if we're judging by like their qualifiers performance, just centering the discussion around SSG, it looked quite shaky. They limped through the lower bracket there. They had to take down Code OG to get over here. And in the upper bracket, they fell to New Heights Gaming, which was a total shock. And you saw the performance that New Heights Gaming put up in our first match of the day. It was almost nothing, to be fair. Zemp was playing from a van. But I digress. It's time to get things started here on Pinhole Punt.
If SSG has established anything that they like those close matches. We're in set 5 now, so they have what they wanted. Let's see if they can also close it out this time around. Kenji is going to be banned out, Kaze left open, so we're not going to see that wife-husband dispute yet again. Lumi banned out again from Space Station Gaming. They definitely learned to not leave her open against STMN. And look at STMN's bans. They do not want to see Gus a 4th time here, Kenny.
This should be interesting. Fink's going to be the first overall selection. This is an interesting map that I've seen scrims from SSG. They have picked Crow a ton, and Meg in particular a lot. So I'm going to keep my eyes out for those on this 2-3 turn. Obviously, Fink's makes things rather unique. That's one of the, I would say, standard starts right now. Something like B, something like Gus, something like Fink's, and something like Chester are kind of those safe, stable brawlers, I would say. They're at the top of pros lists.
Okay, 2-3 now available for Space Station Gaming. What do you do into the Finks? He's got some pretty good abilities, especially for like open areas. Hank is going to be the approach from Space Station Gaming. STMN might lean into something that can run this brawler down. We saw Draco was a very popular pick in East Asia, for example, though I do feel like they were just playing it because Shtetampo really likes to play that brawler, and there tends to be a following of the leader in that region. But nonetheless, Space Station Gaming and STMN, I think in the past, have played this brawler. They've proven that they like it. B now coming up as a selection here. I feel like this can be really, really strong, especially if they go for a wall breaker as their final selection. Maybe to counter some tanks if they go for a wall breaker that also is a tank counter like Griff, for example.
Draco could be on the mind as well, just seeing Hank, and then a lot of the times you need your goal scorer. Draco could certainly be that for this left-hand side. They have B, though, so they do have a little bit of coverage. If you go something like a Lou, it's a little scary, that Lou matchup into B as an individual. It's one of the better ways to deal with Hank, but you are sacrificing that matchup as well. I think it's going to be a great solution into B, though. Obviously, when that super drops, the projectiles, the single ones that come out of B are really easy to dodge. Carl going to be one they grab here. I like that aggressive option to go at B, especially in a close area.
Okay, so the Carl will be able to close the gap versus the B. STMN looking for a final option, something that will be viable when these walls are open. Space Station also could decide, hey, we actually want to leave the walls open. We'll go for a thrower last pick, which Carl should also be able to deal with sort of okay, but there's some really strong thrower selections out here. Meg is very unorthodox. Usually she's played on something like Hot Zone where survival is paramount, since she kind of gets an extra life when she pops out of the mech. And she's also pretty good against things that get right on top of her, since she can like blast them away. She has pretty sizable damage in close range. I don't think that's really the approach that Space Station Gaming are going to take here, though. I have a feeling like a thrower last pick might be coming in. It would be a decently strong option for them, unless they decide they do want to break walls. Neither, actually. Maybe I need to go back and do my homework. Buster is a final selection now for Space Station Gaming.
Could be able to reflect some shots off of Meg, get a passive supercharge. I mean, I don't mind this. Buster is a regular, I would say, for this. The Meg is very unorthodox, like you mentioned, though. It's something I saw a lot out of SSG scrims, some from STMN, and just generally from this region. But it's a lot of faith in a set 5. The number 4 seed and the number 5 seed battling here in a set 5. This is a big deal for either roster. Juan Carlos joining the fray for STMN, and SSG battling an organization of old. Let's see how it goes down.
Looking at some of the health here as well, I think Bobby should be able to 3-shot Juan Carlos if he hits his gadget. So maybe that's part of the math for the Buster. Needs to be able to still hold his ground versus Pain and Juan Carlos as a combined force, trying to force their way in from the right side. Bobby, by staying close to Chino and dealing some damage, has gotten his super, thankfully. Could enable them to push out of here. No slow there from Chino, and Juan Carlos slotting that ball forward. That's 1 and 2 onto Juan Carlos, but no kill. STMN will fall back a little bit. They're still trying to maintain control of mid, but it's difficult when only Pain remains here.
Sans Torpedoes does manage to grab a kill alongside Chino. They were able to just bolster the amount of HP the big man had and tank their way down that left-hand in. Now SSG have an investment in the middle of the map. STMN trying to get their status back, and Sans looking on the left-hand in. Taco's diving in, goes down immediately. That was a tough go at it there.
Yeah, that was rough right there. Need to see this ball head up to Sans. He's got plenty of health to work with. Pain also moving over to the right side will be demeched by Sans. It's a pretty easy one for him, and a follow-up to take him down. Hypercharge available for Bobby. Juan Carlos doing his worst, but cannot stop a Hypercharge Buster running it down.
Great start for SSG. It was looking bleak, but they played a perfect defense. They're now able to come back. There's that thing super. The time warp is really messing with those B shots, make it rather easy to dodge. That fades away. Chino goes for a hypercharge, slows 2 of them. Juan Carlos with a tricky TP. Bobby with a pull, though, and will not miss. Now he's dribbling, deliberating. Will kick it up in Spain. Gonna have to elect whether he picks this up. Does get a kill. That's a nice swipe. Tacos, hypercharge. Might be trying to work this ball up a little bit, but Pain is just a pea shooter right now with that pistol.
Most important thing for STMN is to retain mid control. They didn't manage to do it at first. They had Space Station Gaming backed up to their goal, and Tacos made a key error. He went right under Sans. Sans totally one-shot him. Tried to bait it out this time, unsuccessful. Sands uses his super to stay alive. There's a TP back from Juan Carlos. That one caught Bobby off guard. It's now reduced to a 2v2. Pain healing up just a little bit. Sands knew he wasn't going to win that interaction despite being hypercharged. Space Station Gaming fall back once again. It's a game of defense. 20 seconds to make it happen. Bobby has the hypercharge and the super. They're looking pretty geared up for this final attempt from STMN.
The reflection coming out of Bobby here. The lens flare not doing enough. His Pain is running it down. Sands, interception. Teleport from Juan Carlos, 2v1, and he's cleared the way. SSG with a super kick and an excellent defense will extend it to 1 match point. Unbelievable stuff and a potential for a reverse sweep.
A match point that we reached in double swoosh, perpetuated by 2 successive game wins by SSG, and can now culminate in a match victory. They have looked shaky today, but they've corrected on their error. No, Lumi, we're not letting that happen. It's going to be banned. They did it this time, and it seems to be going well for them so far. But the gameplay aspect has been key here. It has been ebbing and flowing back and forth here on center stage, where Chino and Bobby have been repeatedly backed into a corner. Bobby's going to find himself legitimately in that situation, just trying to keep the range versus Juan Carlos. Juan doesn't really want to suicide onto him, knows that he's 2-shot for Bobby at the moment, decides not to engage, but Takus has an early game hyper that could change things on the left.
SSG taking advantage of their health points, now down to 2 brawlers. Sands low HP. Bobby once again forced to be a hero, will go for this ball, and with Juan Carlos weak, Meg outside of the mech, there's not much more they can do.
Another set of Bs, the Rattled Hive coming out from Chino, but they're true red. It doesn't reach to the home front. That's why he's trying to hit with that second time that the Bs come around. It just doesn't give him that much range, though. That said, it does give him some pretty good ability to enable Sands on the left side here, who's mostly fighting alone. In fact, he's going to get pinched between Tacos and Pain. Decides it's time to commit. Tacos pops the super to get some additional survivability, but it cannot keep him alive versus Sands with a 4K bubble. Pain now at risk of being taken down by Chino, and Bobby has won the lane on the right side, enabling him to push this ball forward and finally get some mid control for SSG.
Team play is excellent out of SSG. The red roster back in the middle of the map. Still donuts for both sides. No goals attained yet. Pain just working on getting back in that mech, and there it is. And the hypercharge available in the back pocket as well. Bobby popping one of his own, reflecting everything. Pain goes down immediately. Taco's left all alone. Shot goes through from Chino. Wide open net. Bobby waltzes on in, and SSG are 1 away from moving on to the semifinals.
SSG have proven themselves capable of defending. The goal-scoring ability of STMN doesn't really seem to be there. They have Pain who can walk it in, Tacos also with quite a bit of HP, but nothing with CC that can really get this ball in. And even with their backs against the wall, SSG have managed to defend. They need the damage here and now. Bobby now trying to defend this right side. Now he's got to go left, right. This is a goal for STMN. They can walk this one on through. A disaster for SSG. They only had to hold on for 40 seconds. Within 20, STMN has equalized the score.
Overtime makes things real interesting. They have a B on their side, but Buster does not have great range. Sands is just a big bubble, but other than that, it's a tank walking up the middle of the map. And as all these walls come down, plenty of green grass for both of these sides. The red team moving on this right-hand in. Juan Carlos from the distance, a TP through. And now, hypercharge. Sands marching up the middle of the map. The slow torpedoes will connect. Bobby reflects. Shot away. Torpedo connects as well. A pass over to Bobby. Open net. And SSG have done the unthinkable. What a bounce back in the spring split.
At long last, making it to the semifinals. The celebration is here. Former org taken down. Bobby and Sands exact their revenge. And the celebration from Chino as well. What a nail biter. After 2 sets, they were already knocking at death's door. Lumi here, Lumi there, nowhere from now on. It's not coming out anymore. They've solved the strategy. They only dropped 1 game on their way to victory.
All of a sudden, it's SSG all over. Yeah, it's just their comfort zone, I feel. Every single time we've seen them do well, it was a 3-2 in the end. They did also make it into the semis last month, but also then it was a 3-2 against their ex-teammate, Code OG. Or, yeah, OG. In the end, yeah, it's where they feel most comfortable in, it seems. They had a good draft this time around, despite the Gus being banned out. Their secret ace up their sleeve. With the B, they did just as well, Kenny.
What a match. Like you all said, I mean, there's just something about SSG in these high pressure situations. They just keep seeming to find themselves in these set fives. I want to give a major shout out to Sans. I feel like he was a huge part of this comeback. He was the Hank there. No goals, of course, in the stat line, but did drop 9 kills as the big guy. He had Lily in set 4 for the massive pop-off plays, and that Kaze set 3 was unbelievable. Who would have thought S-Team had a 2-0 lead? We're looking so good. The new pickup of Juan Carlos looks so exciting, and it's still SSG that get the dub.
So much respect.
I'll let you go first already.
Just mad respect to all the players who showed up here. S-Team coming in with their new roster and almost making this happen. The rejoining of Vatra, and then SSG. Yeah, shield your eyes. The predictions looked a little bit rough. Still got it, yeah.
I want to extend that shout out to Sans. He was not only that Hank that made a huge difference, but also the Kaze in open business, where SSG finally showed what is in them. It was the first set they won, and I think from that point on, they just did better and better. They talk a lot about how the mechanics were fairly good. Their drafts weren't, and I really hope for them that they have some better drafts in the semis. And Sans is, in fact, the star player here, the match MVP voted by the people we're watching on event.brawlstars.com, Kenny.
Some good choices, to say the least, though. I mean, look at this set right here. Sans was a pop-off player on the Kaze, on that newest brawler. I know I'm certainly taking notes. And look at him, putting Pain in a corner here. I mean, so many instances, too. Some great plays from everybody, to be honest with you. I felt like Bobby was a huge contributor as well throughout that. And that's the best part of this game. Just seeing the excitement, seeing what it means. I think often we just see them as brawlers in the field, but they're humans, too. Big win for SSG. Best of luck to S-Team as they continue. After all, this is a new player that they just acquired, so there's still hope for them yet as this season continues.
I really love to see those celebrations as well. In the end, each one of those players has started out as a tier 3, tier 2 player. Now they made it all the way to the monthly finals. Of course, those two teams have been here for a little while already, but we do also have some newcomers every now and then. So everybody watching right now, I look forward to maybe casting your games in the future, maybe be able to stream your matches here in the BSC as well. For now, we're heading into a quick break. Next up is going to be Elevate versus Eternal Esports, so you better stay tuned.
You have shield. Yep. Watch yourself. Yep. One more. I pull two. Hypering. Get it to him. Pass. Nice! Go!
We are back with the June Monthly Finals, now in North America, 3-0, 3-2, and we're now in quarterfinal number 3. Ark, did you think that this would be a close one? I mean, after all, you and me have been shining in our predictions today, let's put it that way.
It was the one behind the scenes that we all said was a 50-50. I really could have gone either way. SSG had a really tough qualifier. Big question marks around how they were going to perform today. All credit to them. What a great reverse sweep that really was to come down and get the draft right and to bring the mechanics back. Lovely, by the way, watching Twitch chat just completely bounce between what they were saying and between the sets as well. Typical BSC community there. Once you sort of start doubting a team, it's only inevitable they're going to make a comeback.
I mean, yeah, not gonna lie, after set number 1 and 2, I already got my sunglasses ready. I was about to bring you in, Ark, and be like, oh my god, we just got it. We know what we're doing. And then Roar sweeps. Space Station Gaming just really feels comfortable when they can push it to the limits to set 5. Let's see if our next quarterfinal is gonna be just as close. It's no one other than Elevate versus Eternal Esports. Another one of those new names here ready in Eternal Esports.
I'm really looking forward to this one, just because of what we've seen going on social media, little bit of rivalry here, maybe some things up at stake. But Elevate, we most recently saw them here at the Brawl Cup. We saw them in North America in Dallas, and they made it to day 2. They were looking pretty fantastic. Diego Gamer here on the cams, he was actually notably absent from there. A key factor in the roster. Thankfully, Patchy was able to take up that mantle, and boy, did he step up to the challenge. Retired as he may have been, he still fit like a glove into this remaining roster of Vegeta and Evex.
And once again, we wanted to hear what they have to say about this summer split. It's double point season, so the leaderboard could be undergoing a huge shake-up soon.
I'm very excited because I couldn't go to the Brawl Cup, so I want to compete again, and I think I can prove myself to win a monthly final finally. I think my team do a really great work. I was excited to watch them play, so I think it was an excited event, so I want to go a land really soon, being Worlds in the second split. I think I don't want to face Tribe on World Finals because we already face them every single time we play on monthly finals, so I hope they do a great work, but in another bracket and not on mine.
Diego Gamer doesn't want to see Tribe in the World Finals. Well, then he better start beating them because they're still the top 1 seed at the moment. Unlike they themselves, they've always been second arc, and I think we need to elaborate a bit more on this graphic.
Yeah, so I mean, the phrase being, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But for Vegeta, he's the groomsman here today. I think Melty already had the overlay for the bridesmaid, so he's going to be the groomsman today. Yeah, it's a second place finish for Elevate. But again, you've got to remember, like a team that have been in every single grand final this year. I mean, that is consistency regardless of being second place.
And they've been then picked up by Elevate. Now they're standing in strong second. Also had a showing at the Brawl Cup. They did make it to day number 2. So in that regard, they did beat Tribe already.
This is, yeah, like by proxy. Okay, maybe that means something. But nonetheless, yes, they are very, very good. They've taken sets off of Tribe. Hey, maybe we say, well, they've beaten Tribe like, 50% or 30%, however you want to spin it. I have confidence in them being able to take down Eternal today. Now, Eternal, this is just like the latest org that has assigned this band of brothers that has been together for so long. Betiches, Frixie, I mean, gosh, they were called Wash Team at one point.
This is the eternal beef that has been going on between these two organizations, back and forth all over socials. You'll have to see it. Always a good part of the BSC, and we're going to be holding them to their word here. Basically, Brawl Passes on the line. Whoever takes the loss brings out the bag. 10 Brawl Passes was what the bet was here. But yeah, great sportsmanship all round, and good to see these two organizations, give you a bit of trash talk, a bit of healthy, good old trash talk along the way.
Eternal, the opponents of Elevate, is for them it's the second monthly finals appearance this year. They're the one team that took Tribe all the way to set number 5. So they've managed to do something that Elevate is waiting to do. And Elevate does try to take that throne off of Tribe Gaming's hands in the end. Well, looking back at the last few months, we all agree here that Elevate should technically take this one, but we're always happy about some upsets. We've definitely had them in the past weekend already, so I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly, if we had some switches, some shakeups also in this region already.
I would be surprised. I mean, I'm going to take the opposite viewpoint. That would be quite shocked if Elevate all of a sudden are like not performing up to scratch. That said, you did bring up how Eternal did manage to take. Yeah, wow, that's pretty serious right there. Look, this is the familiar team. The folks at home have been watching Brawl Cup, and maybe they've forgotten about the performance from Eternal in previous months. Returning to what I was saying, though, Eternal, they did manage to take a couple of sets off of Tribe Gaming in a quarterfinal. When we got to catch up with Tribe Gaming after the fact, they said, oh yeah, we just like didn't prep at all for the quarterfinals, and I'm sure that was Eternal's like best showing right there. So look, you're getting good drafts in there. Outdrafted Tribe, I think, pretty much like 4 out of 5 times in that matchup right there. So they've got the abilities. In my opinion, though, I don't think they really hold a candle to Elevate.
We're heading into the draft. Quarterfinal number 3, it's Elevate versus Eternal Esports, a match I was looking forward to here, and I'm also eager to see what they're coming up with. We saw a lot of Gus in the previous match. We saw some Chester yet again, some of the same faces. Kaza's going to be bad down here, Lumi as well, so at least those two very strong brawlers at the moment are out of the way arc.
Yeah, Gus for me, Angelo, the number one up there for sure. Bell, Gray, these are all really good, solid picks that are up for grabs. Again, I think Gus is a pretty safe one here for Elevate if they want to go for it, but RT as well, really solid on this particular map too. They want to be able to add some tanks or some speed as well. Certainly Eternal are that kind of team which to me would like to kind of run down their opposition, but back over now to Elevate. Let's see what they kind of want to add to the equation. Yep, Gus was pick. You can't really go wrong with it, in my humble opinion. It's just one of those great first time brawlers, and gives you some options as to what you want to do with the shield.
He's just so consistent. Kenny earlier called him a point guard. He really gets to be the centerpiece of a composition. You know, he's not the one making the plays. He's really just the one enabling them. He's the anchor for the composition. We've seen earlier, like the Gus and the Gray run together. It just, at that point, becomes mandatory that you run something that they both enable, since they really do fit support brawlers. Bell's one that you mentioned just a moment ago. I think from Elevate, this is a pretty strong commitment to the long-range matchup, but Bell is going to give them like a better option if they're just aiming to take away one of the things that Eternal can have to deal with an aggressive last pick.
Certainly deters the idea of a Hank potentially, which is open here. The Bell would be able to mark it up, and let's see how Eternal are feeling on that side of things. It's not out of the question. Nanny as well wouldn't have the worst of maps yet. Gray, I mentioned it, it's right up there really as one of the top picks on this particular map, and has been really for the majority of this monthly final. Across the 2 weeks that we've had, Gray has got such a substantial win rate. What do Eternal want to combine with this? Something threatening, no doubt. Certainly a hypercharged portal is where Gray is going to thrive, so what do they want to throw at Elevate here? I mean, I still like the range approach. I think that Angelo's can be, you know, a tough brawler to make work when under pressure and being pushed off against. So Ollie, a big tank, and of course the Hypnosis is so dominant with this particular brawler.
The Ollie is one of the better things that Elevate could have combined with this Gus, so now they're going to have to think of something else, pretty much. Something that can survive a close range attack versus an Ollie, since he does often operate as an assassin, and he is straight up one of the strongest selections on this map. Diego Gamer also has counterplay on this Bell, if of course, you know, he decides to select that brawler, because he can mark up that Ollie, make it take additional damage, won't really be able to do much in that regard. I'm looking at Eternal's composition. I'm looking at something pretty disjointed here. Hank, another one that you mentioned, would be an excellent combination with really either the Gus or with the Gray. This time it's going to be combined with the Gus, going to be enabled over there. The Bell selection also makes that Hank a lot more viable. And this is a brawler with a ton of health that Ollie won't be able to take down solo, so it's just one fewer option for him to jump on.
Yeah, it's good drafting from Elevate there. The order in which to prioritize the Bell first made a ton of sense, and if Eternal were considering the Hank, that may have been enough to deter them from it. Let's see how things start out. And the Blue Star quickly hand over to Eternal. We're going to want to utilize this Angelo. It's a great map for Angelo here as well. Already Elevate getting stuck into the mid. FX can't quite reach Aliana's there on the left-hand side. You have to think better of it and get up accordingly here, but no takedowns either way. I think for both sides, they would quite like to earn this important early utility. This left-hand side, there is a big separation from Eternal, as a big out of position. Alianas is staring me in the face, and really, Elevate should have cleaned that up a lot faster than they actually did in the end.
Yeah, it looked a little bit confusing with the Ollie sort of bouncing around, but that's 2 kills now for Elevate, with Gray falling on the right and Ollie on the left. In spite of lacking that blue star that was picked up by Frixie off the beginning of the game, they're still leading by a solid 3 stars. You can see what they have to offer on defense. And Vegeta sort of out-sniping numerous different brawlers. Diego Gamer's held his own on the right, and Vegeta is there to finish the job onto the mid, onto Gray, onto Frixie on the left side. This is looking pretty challenging. Eternal are really just throwing whatever they got at them, trying to find working strategies, but they have not found anything just yet.
Nice taps from Diego Gamer there onto the Gray, forcing him right far back and marked up. as you like to see. Patricia's going to have a tough matchup on that lane side now. Can't go nearly as aggressive as Leonis comes in. Hypnosis is there as well, finds MX, bringing him back to his teammates. Look at all that, taking his HP and a super as well to bring his HP back into order. Staying put, the rock in the mid now finally taken care of by Frixie. Leonis coming back into the mid yet again. Trades both sides. There is a star lead for Elevate. The blue is with Eternal. For 15 seconds, it is Eternal that do need a pickup here.
Huge potential for them as well. They've got 2 hyperchargers. Here comes Angelo on the left and Gray on the right. That's a hypercharged hole on the right side. Evex trying to absorb all that damage, and Alianis looks for the Hypnosis. Diego Gamer remains alive, and Evex follows up with a super to get the kill and stay alive. Elevate remain on top. They looked nice and cool and calm. They did feed some utility there for the end of the game, but it could not be utilized. Maybe a Gray hypercharge earlier into the game would matter a lot. That could account for a potential lane swap in the next game, because we've seen how frequently Eternal are actually switching out their strategy. They're still running the same thing. Frixie up mid to pick up that blue star, Betiches on the right. And hopefully they can win their matchups this time, because previously Vegeta was diffing the long range.
See there in the closing seconds as well, just that Hank style power of take cover. 20%, less damage taken whilst near a wall really did quite help out Evex there. The Gray couldn't really penetrate him too much in terms of that damage, so that worked out really nicely. So let's see on this right hand side, Petrushits is pretty low there as well. He's gonna have to heal up. And in the mid, Evex now having that super full HP can go on the aggressive now and start to lead a push for his team. See now, as the Gray has got the dimensional doors. Let's see, can Patricius bring his team forward? Frixis needs to heal here as well. But of course, the Ollie, always a dangerous thing. Nice TP away. He needs to go on the aggressive. There is still time, plenty of time here for Eternal to try to get themselves together just a little bit here. As Patricius now comes down to the left-hand side, but this Gray has been struggling a lot into this comp. If Diego Gamer can get him a mark here as well and try to deter a little bit of that aggression. Nice Wolf and Kane connection on the gadget side as well. As Diego now have to heal up. Ayala's coming in a really dangerous position. Hypnosis onto Vegeta and a pickup there of Patricius. Now the mark will be perfect for Evex for the pickup, but it is still Elevate who are slightly behind in terms of these stars now. With 10 seconds now, this mine in the middle is in a good placement. Now let's see, can Evex close the gap? 4,000 HP, hypercharge at just the nick of time here for Diego Gamer. Can he get the pickup here? It's 9 stars still to Eternal. They're going to even out this set.
Nicely done for Eternal over here. They managed to keep control the entire time. That is the way that they need to solve this. Because if they can't hold on to that blue star and play defensive, then they're not able to get in. We saw how stalwart the defense was from Elevate throughout that first game after they got that early game lead. And how did they get it? Well, they got a few kills that Eternal honestly should not have let them have, especially with Gus snapping up some kills. Generally not the best sniper in this matchup. That's what Frixie's supposed to be doing. They've already gotten some room on the left side, gradually backing things up. Frixie's back into full health once more, so he'll get to play for control once again. Just replicate what they had going in game number 2.
Good start from both sides. I'd like to see Elevate go a bit more early on the aggression. Let's see if they can try to deny Petrushits as well of the dimensional doors. Do not want to have an early Gray setup, that is for sure. Miss Walking Kane as well on that gadget, and this is what I'm exactly talking about. Just this. Elevate's really pushing Eternal back into this ball side. Nice double team right side between Evex there and Diego Gamer. Finding that pickup, getting that 1-star lead. Blue star still with Eternal here. Down goes super for Frixie, trying to find the connections with this poison, but not really landing anything to talk home about. And Leonis, though, is the danger. He's got the Hypnosis, he's in the prime opportunity to do so. Trying to get the double connection here as well. Finds Evex didn't get quite Vegeta, but that is enough if they can escape, which they do. Lovely there from Eternal.
Betiches has to teleport away, so he didn't pass the any reflecting damage to his teammate. It was a good thing he had that super on hand to stay out of the range of Diego Gamer, who has his hypercharge, this additional speed and damage when he needs it, which is going to be pretty soon. Only 30 seconds remaining to make a big move here from Elevate. We'll see Evex move in. He has that super and now a hypercharge. It's looking excellent for a last push. Diego Gamer's also got to be pretty close to a hypercharge of his own. Vegeta on the left side gets a takedown. Now Elevate are in control. They're 1 star ahead. Countdown active. Eternal trying to push in. All they really have to work with is Oleanis' super and gadget, if he even has it. Here it comes. Now the gadget in. Evex looks for the elimination. Oleanis is a dead man. Betichiz up next. Don't even need it. A 3-star lead and an Elevate win in set 1.
A nice turnaround there for me. Good composure under pressure from Elevate, and that's exactly how it's done. Just making sure to get those marks landed and ensure that ending of the game, good stuff.
I guess that game number 1 wasn't just a fluke. In the end, Elevate does take the set home. And I felt like Brawl was good. Mechanics were there. They played really, really well. I do see that composition a lot right now, where we have either Gray plus tank or Gus plus tank. And this time around, the Gus won. Evex, 7 kills on him. That was enabled through those shields from the Gus ready.
It was. He has health, he has the ability to heal himself. Now he's got a Gus, it's giving him additional damage and the shield. What's not to love? This is the synergistic composition that we see so frequently with the Gus. It's why he's a top selection. He can function as a sniper and also as support to make these tanks really, really shine. The assassin that is Ollie, even though he's supposed to be a tank, was really no match for the amount of HP that Hank was bringing to the table.
I think those two metas or those two compositions are coming back on not only Hideout, not only Knockout right now, or Bounty. We see them all over the place. Also in Hot Zone, a lot on Heist as well. I'm super excited to see if some other teams maybe find something to play up against this Gray or Gus composition that can effectively beat them. And it's not just a one-off that this comp is beaten. Hot Zone is coming up next, so again, both of those comps could come in play once again. Ark, I would hope to see some more variety though. We're heading into draft now. Already have the bans, a lot of area control out of the way. We still have some open though.
Poker ban, but I mean, it's not really the biggest healer even for me on this particular map. Gray and the Bow, the Eternal, the Lu, the Finks, and the Lumi Elevate. The Finks ban, I think for me, is quite the key one. As one of the most kind of picked brawlers on this particular map. He's going to be the first pick coming in then for Eternal. Certainly Amber's a heavy consideration on this map for me. Anything that can break the bush is going to kind of give those tanks a disadvantage. So Draco, Hank, Frank, they're all fantastic brawlers here. Kenji too, but that's the one kind of little brawler that you got to pay attention to in that stage of the draft, as it can be quite a brutal thing if it is not picked in the correct order, really. For me as well, Jaeyoung has a place on this particular map. Not necessarily the strongest of brawlers by any means, but Pam's making a little bit of a resurgence, a bit of a rise here as well as Griff. And the B pairing would be quite nice. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, straight off the bat, that's exactly what I would be doing. It's going to deter so much the idea of tanks for Eternal. And if Elevate want to pair a tank for themselves, they get to choose what bush they burn.
This is very, very true. Okay, even their own bushes, which can be an annoying position to deal with enemy tanks or assassins that sneak in there. The only hazard with Amber is that she can get outranged quite well. Anything that gets right on top of her, like they can jump or whatever, also poses a pretty serious threat to her. And Byron now appearing. So Elevate are going to be sustaining something. They have their options open. The Amber does this, keeps them from getting run down as effectively. Byron's going to be keeping things alive. I think it's going to make things more difficult also for B as well, even when she's hitting follow-up shots with the 4Ks, now having to fight through that healing. Your little like 1K shot is no longer going to be able to finish off an enemy, basically. You brought up Pam as well. I think that's a good shout if you're facing into like Hank, for example, shrinks the bubble if you hit him with a scrap sucker, since he has to charge up that shot. We saw it yesterday on this map and it didn't go quite well, but to be fair, it wasn't specifically into the stuff that it's good into like Hank.
Kaze, beautiful stuff. It was on the tip of my tongue, and I still feel like it could be a Kenji potentially still on the other side of the field. Hank, great pairing for Eternal. But again, that Amber, it can burn a great deal of that, but they have to pack a punch against this Hank. Chester's not a bad shout for me. The Luban and also the B pickup, it does kind of tend to deviate towards it, or maybe going with a Draco and combine it with the Byron. Not a bad shout either for Elevate and going on that side of things, but certainly this Hank, it's the problem for me. They do take care of it. Yeah, Draco and the Byron, it's a great combination here. Makes a lot of sense. Of course, his amplified shots go a long way, and the Byron is always the perfect complement to a Draco. Survivability going to be in check. I think I still personally prefer the Berry, but I think in the way that they were trying to draft, I think the Barrel's just a bit safer at that stage. But then, you're looking down the barrel of a pretty good draft. I think Eternal here have done a decent job. It's just this Amber, which could be a thorn in their side, as if Elevate can get off to a good start with that particular brawler, lay down some of that oil, burn some of that bush, it's going to leave nowhere to hide.
I think the Byron's probably going to be a better match for B. Maybe that's why they decided to stray away from that Berry idea. But Vegeta finds himself back into the back lines. Does get the takedown to Alianis with the assistance of Diego Gamer on the left side. Meanwhile, on the right side, Evex trying to run down Betichiz. He's being kept at range perfectly, though. Betichiz knows how far this bubble is going to reach. He knows exactly how far Draco is going to reach. So far, it's all about Eternal. Unfortunately, though, we saw one brawler struck by that Byron at the edge of the hot zone. It's going to mean that Elevate can filter in here a bit more easily for this next push. They lose Evex so quickly. Frixie chews through his HP like there's no tomorrow. He's even got a hypercharge to show for it.
Yeah, beautiful connection there as well. That B hypercharge is so strong. I don't even think these Byron heals are going to be enough to keep Elevate in the mix here. Diego Gamer going to find more B taps as well. Frixie running that double connection there. No shielding for him, but two opportunities to land an amplified shot. Alianis from the right-hand side does find a lovely connection there, and Evex will fall quickly after. Look at this from Eternal. Really good dominance now, and Elevate are so far behind. I feel like they're out of this game. There's a potential turnaround still available here. But these takedowns, they've got to be so swift, and they cannot lose any mid-control following that.
Well, Diego Gamer is going to throw down some burn. It's going to be a kill onto Frixie. Now Alianis in with the knives. And a super through that's going to be big damage onto both Evex and Diego Gamer. Evex survives for a bit longer, utilizing his gadget. Total miss from Betichiz with an emergency super of his own. Eternal is trying to throw whatever they can at this point to get control back. It hasn't worked until now. The super combined with the hyper out from Alianis. And at long last, Betichiz and Frixie are in position at the same time to try and keep Diego Gamer back. They're counting up to 100. They really did limp through that last 15%, though. They were simply throwing bodies at the point, completely relying on that success that they had in the earlier half of the game.
Yeah, exactly that, and they can afford to. Just add the HP onto the middle. Very tough thing to shake. And I think, for me, Diego Gamer needs to get off to a better start. You can see how much of the bush burn there is for the Amber. Now the hypercharge has been applied to her, but if Diego Gamer does not get the value that he needs in the positioning to really land that value, they can't really hold the mid-control as well, and the Kaze is really quite dangerous to be lurking there. And Frixie's playing the beat to perfection. He's just absolutely tapping away, and these super cycles are so important to really immobilize the opposition.
Betichiz looking for the kill on Evex. Same goes for Frixie, who's hanging on to his last bit of HP. There's the nuke. Whoa, the angle from Betichiz with the torpedoes, not only to give himself more health, but to eliminate Evex. Looked pretty nice there. Unfortunately, it didn't entirely get them control back of mid. Been losing Kaze more consistently. Diego Gamer assaulted by a freshly spawned Kaze, who's now popping the hyper and going for two on the Evex. Vegeta, they're all staggered on the respawns. What a play from Alianis.
Yeah, going absolutely crazy on this Kaze pick. Evex in a tough spot, does manage to get into Dragon form, will come out of that Fan Storm in a bad spot. Low HP as a result of that very mechanic. And now Vegeta in the 1v2. Alianis too aggressive to be able to be a problem now as Evex on his own. Tough scenario to find, and again these Fan Storms cycle in perfection. The Amber has got finally the hypercharge, but again it's just a little bit too late. And Eternal has just sprung to life in this series, 85% now. And Elevate's still so struggling in this scenario. They've got to come back now, or this set is going against them.
Elevate really fighting for their last stand once again. Last time it was 15%, now make it 10. Alianis with the assassination onto Diego Gamer. And Betichiz pushing in with his hypercharge. Hypercharge super and the backup. All that pressure applied to Evex and Vegeta. There was simply nothing that they could do. That was what was needed. The Amber was picked up so quickly, and the response was something that doesn't really have to fight to get in range. Simply dash forward, snap up the kill. Look, that enables that Hank to get inside of the range. You can take down that one brawler, doesn't matter if you trade. Hank is so good into the rest of that comp.
We love to see some even matchups, and this one is a close one once again. It's 1-1 now. We're heading into a set 4 in the end, and to me, yeah, that was the point that I was trying to make here. Draco was picked into the Hank on the other side, but Draco also feeds Kaze ult. Kaze is just so good into this brawler. She was just farming supers off of him, cycling her Fanstorm. And yeah, 15 kills. I think it speaks for itself here. Also, we did not have a Gus this time around. Gray was banned out. I think the B was a good shout here too, Ark.
Yeah, I really like the Amber pick, and you can see the results it was getting. Just in terms of the value on the map and shaping the map, that's where it lacked. But the Draco final pick, this wasn't really kind of it. I feel like Draco's drifted away quite substantially, in my opinion, in terms of meta. It still sort of triumphs a little bit more in East Asia. They get some good results there for it, some good play rates and win rates as well. But it's just not quite it anymore. You can see how much it struggled against the Hank, and as you rightly said, kind of feeding into the Kaze, just didn't work out. Even with the Byron combination, it didn't really do too much for Elevate.
I do think in the last couple of months we had Hank dominating above all, and now finally we do have some answers to him. Like the Draco, it slowly has risen in the pick rates because of that brawler, and now, yeah, it's still a good shout here, but if you double down, have 2 picks, 2 tanks on your side, Eternal Esports is showing us NA can still deal with those tanks and handle those tanks quite well already.
Oh goodness. If we're congratulating NA for being able to handle takes, then I feel like the bar has been set pretty low. Look, Brawl Cup, it was a month ago. Okay, we're trying to move past it. We're in the summer split. The native competition is still here. By the way, we've seen entertaining things happen in the earlier half of today. Now we're moving into the second half of the quarterfinals, at least as far as that conversation. Elevated in Eternal, the beef has also turned into a 1-1 scoreline as we're now stopping by last stop. In terms of the bans, Elevate, they're getting rid of the Kaze. Nope, we're not going to give that to them again. We know how strong it was on Hot Zone. Clearly an error. GG, go next.
Just to double down on your Brawl Cup shout out there already, I do have in my show notes here, Elevate only an A team to win a Brawl Cup match.
Yes!
Putting that out there.
They won one.
Let's go. We're heading into draft number 3 here. We will see 4 sets as we have an even scoreboard so far. This time around, Gus and Gray are both left open. So are a couple of other very strong brawlers like the Finks. Yeah, exactly. Good shout here. A good mid brawler for this map could also be played on lane since he is fairly good at also covering some area. We have Chester and Terra banned out. The usual suspects are out of the way. Kaze as well this time around, Ark.
Yeah, good to see for me. Gus available here. Pearl is a great lane for me as well. Chester 2 banned out by Eternal. It's good brawler to do just that. There it is. Gus. Amber, of course, can really eradicate. Yeah, exactly that on those lane sides. So good stuff from Elevate already. I quite like it. I kind of like the Jae Young here myself. I think it can get some good results. Not sure whether Evisar will pick it up. It's not too often that we see it, but I feel like it can play a decent role. Janet as well drifted away slightly, but still a very viable mid. Just kind of making way a little bit more for brawlers like Amber or Pam and Pearl for those lane sides a touch, but I still think has a solid place on this particular map. But already, I like what Elevate's are bringing in. It's the safer of the 2 sides, but now Eternal has got a chance to try out some more risky moves here. Bringing in the bow, not necessarily one that I'm too sort of feeling either side for. I mean, it's just okay for me. I personally really love playing bow. It's nice to see it coming back a bit more into competitive now. The hypercharged mines are really causing a problem, but it's not my favorite or flashiest brawler here.
Not really. I think the way that Bo plays is not generally like super impressive despite the skills of whoever finds themselves piloting him. What I can say though is if he is running that super totem, then there is some serious synergy to be had there. Anyone with a game-changing super can stick on close to that bow and the totem if they want to get one up and running, and Finks is one of those. I'm curious whether Eternal will employ that strategy, that mechanic of staying close to the totem rather than fighting their like own individual fights. And when I look at this final selection out from Eternal, note that in the ban phase they got rid of that Chester. So that's one of the better things to deal with Kin Kenji now eliminated, and Elevate are maybe going to be pressed to find something to deal with that. They played the Amber on Ring of Fire, and it was sort of walked all over by an aggressive brawler that dashed towards it. Now, to be fair, Kenji doesn't have as convenient of dashes as a Kaze might, but the same issue does still exist. Meg is going to be an attempt at rounding out this composition, especially versus the Kenji, get some good close range damage, the survivability, but once more, the same issue with Kaze, you're at risk of feeding that hypercharge and feeding the super.
Meg, it's you know, one of those brawlers that I'm just still not quite there with. I'm sort of debating it in my mind. For the most part, prior to today, everywhere I would see it, it would tend to get a win, and it was kind of like a niche brawler here and there that was very map dependent. Already though, Evix playing it pretty well and getting some good aggression onto Alianas. Now is Diego Gamer on the left hand side, pretty weak here, and Evix immediately out of mech. Not great for him, but there is a lot of eternal on the right hand side that are weak for Vegeta to be able to get the pinch with Diego Gamer here. This time warp though, it's a tricky thing. Diego Gamer going to think better of it on his left hand side now and retreat back. This Kenji going to come out of there, the Shasimi there, and yeah, ultimately Elevate can start to heal up, get their utility back on par, and Evix certainly needs to get back in this mech.
He's looking for the opportunity. Hey, here's one way to get back in the mech. Die. And then you respawn with it. He's got that strategy figured out. Unfortunately, it's left Diego Gamer hung out to dry on the left side. That's 2 free gems for Alianas, or so Vegeta would like you to think. He's attempting to line up some of these balloons onto an Alianas that got out of position, and he is punished. Elevate now leading in terms of the gems, and Diego Gamer is going to trap this last mine on the left side. With so many bushes now gone, it's way more difficult for Alianas to fight a position. Evix also in the little Meg form finds a kill on the right side. Now that's something you don't see that often. He's gotten the Meg back, and he's also gotten the Hypercharge ready.
Yeah, good stuff from him there. Hypercharge coming in for his team, and 10 gems all with one person. That one person being Vegeta, who's got the Gust Shield to hand and a Hypercharge too. So Diego Gamer and Evix can both go the aggressive, and that's the result of doing just that. Not a single contest towards those gems there on the side of Eternal. Very solid turnaround from Elevate, as the last hit didn't quite go their way. That was much better, fighting back.
It was certainly an error, I think, for them in the draft phase to leave that Kaze open, and even the Amber, which is supposed to be good against stuff that runs you down, was quite vulnerable to that brawler. Draco also wasn't really doing what was required. I think the B and like the Hank was too effective at shutting it down. Okay, we can't dwell too much on last set. Let's move back to the present. I think they found the math for how to run this Amber. Also note the lane switch. Betichiz is going on the left side to boot instead of the right. It's hardly a better matchup though, because Alianas has been taken back to the respawn by Evix on the right side.
Yeah, Diego Gamer having a tough matchup here. Forced back to both heal and gain the ammo, recharge. Bow mines now will be cautiously treaded on by Elevate. Trusic on the left-hand side as well, getting the upper hand, placing down the time warp. Keeping back, then Elevate. Alianas going for some nice slices there. Hypercharge for Evix, but forced out of mech. Now, Alianas is taken care of, and these mines are popped. That's going to put Elevate back into the mix, but they are behind now by 2 gems. Let's see if they can get the mid-control enough to be able to earn them back. Vegeta with 6 and a shield as well. Hypercharge already for him. He's having a great game. And now the taps of the Frixie. A key! Lovely gadget there with the Kooky Popper as well. And those gems stolen away.
Cinema right there, and the gem popping out of the mine for Vegeta to get from number 10. Alianas dashing into Evix, but there's really nothing he can do against that Meg. This was an excellent draft. What a selection now from Elevate. They pick up the Meg, nothing that Kenji can really do. You're gonna get demegged, but man, can you put the hurt on that guy in close range? Well done, Elevate, and excellently executed.
Yeah, really solid stuff. And a great draft as well. Much better this time round. They looked much more like themselves, more confident, and confidence here, absolutely key. They do not want to have a huge upset. This is the team that have been in every grand final this year. Taking a set here and there of a loss, it's not a great thing to see, so good bounce back from Elevate.
And we have a pretty similar story here as to the one from Space Station Gaming. Pick up the Gus and you start winning. Once again, it works out for them. Mech, absolutely MVP in that one, though. A lot of kills. huge damage. Ember was picked up again as well. Did not work out on Ring of Fire. Now it did though, because the synergy was there. Goss had someone to throw his shield to with the Meg, and yeah, enabled Avex to pop up yet again. Ready.
I loved watching that, honestly. Avex on that right lane was a total menace. You see, game number 1, he did face some struggles at first. Now, to be fair, he was facing a 1v3, so naturally, he still comes out of that with a trade, in fact. And then you saw for the remainder of game number 1, they're like, okay, you know what, send the Finks on his lane. Game number 2, they're like, okay, that didn't work. Finks, go left side. And Avex still craps on this Kenji on the right side. He racked up an insane KD, and then it really just became quite easy for Gus to finish things up at mid. But let's not forget Gus getting the kill with the Kooky Popper to secure all those gems at the end of game 2.
Coming into the draft, you saw the Finks pick up pretty early on, and I did say that you can play him either on mid or on lane. I would have preferred him to see him against the Gus, honestly, in mid. The both really seemed to struggle, didn't really reach the Gus's range. The Finks would have had a lot better time. But since you have that bow in your team, you have to put him somewhere. Could also be a lane brawler, but he's also not going to do anything against this Meg. The draft wasn't really it for Eternal Esports this time around. But last time they were down a set, they did turn things around, even out the score. Let's see if they can do it again here, Ark.
Yeah, certainly so. Comes down to drafts really for me. I think both teams got great mechanics, and so far it's been Elevate. They've been just a sliver ahead. I want to see a Bonnie ban, and it is there by Elevate. Chuck as well, Lumi, Angelo, good stuff. Karze as well, and the Bell for Elevate. Liking a lot of what I'm seeing, but Macy is available here, which is a bit of a concern. Melody rather. Carl as well, going to be an option, and Brawl's like Colette, which has been a bit forgotten about, really. We might see the Eve because the Angelo is there as well as a little bit of a compensate there. Miko not banned here as well, and that's been banned out quite a lot this weekend and across the majority of the past 2 weeks. Ever since Brawl Cup, a lot of teams really are costing on to that particular brawler. Nice starting hand by Elevate on the map with so much bush in the middle. Amber, it's a great first pickup.
They make it a triple, picking her up for the 3rd time in a row now, already on Ring of Fire and last up now also over here. Let's see what they can do with Ember on this map. No surprises to see Bonnie bend out. Yes, as Ark said, Melody would still be an option here. Colette as well. They still need some damage also on the side of Elevate. Eternals pick is going to be Lola now. And since we were talking about the Colette, that is a pretty good counter to that pick, ready.
I do like the Lola into Colette. You're basically taking the Colette at range. Lola is such a consistent brawler. She can get run down. Something like Carl would be pretty good into her, in my opinion. You're slicing through her and the ego at the same time. She doesn't have any CC in close range. And Carl also has the added bonus of getting right up in your face. That's a flying hook to mid if you need it, and that's often the strategy, the approach that's taken with Carl here. The Miko, though, now from Eternal. This one hurts a little bit for Elevate since they got diffed by a Miko at Brawl Cup, if memory serves. But every time that I see Miko played, at least since Brawl Cup, it just seems to kind of suck, honestly. And at least it's not picked up as a first selection. Eternal are going to try and enable it to the best of their ability, really just going for like the control on the lanes so that Miko can go in and sort of be like a discount Chuck, honestly.
I might have to differ. I think I really quite like it. Lily as well. We'll do a similar idea, just continue to push. But there's a space here for a Carl or a Daryl for sure, and add to the equation. Combined with the Lily or the Miko, it works for both sides, in my opinion here. So let's see whether either side want to choose to go towards it, or again, the Melody is still open. It's so weird to kind of see that kind of brawler be left into the later stages, but it is quite slow moving really until you get those notes and able to super down to the other side of the map. And on this map, it's quite open space, so brawlers like Daryl can get a bit of a better time to just earn the super overtime passively. Finks going to be coming in for Elevate. It's not a bad brawler here. It's got quite a high win rate as well, around 60%. So I think it's a pretty decent shout there for Elevate coming through. Definitely not the one that comes most importantly to mind, but certainly, it's been really making a rise across all the maps and modes, and never really thought I'd kind of see it too much in Heist, but it's not a bad brawler pick by any means at all. Eternal have got the Miko. Now, if they go with something else to combine this dive comp, it could be quite scary stuff. The Lola pick, I don't necessarily mind. They're largely picking that mainly because the Bell is banned. The best counter for it. Yeah, Carl or Daryl are going to work really well with this kind of idea. So a lot of pressure is going to be placed on Elevate in that regard. But, is Lola a first pick worthy brawler just because of a Bell ban, though? It's my only reservation there. It's not a bad brawler by any means, but I don't think it's necessarily a first pick worthy one.
I don't think so either, really. It's more of a comfort brawler for this roster. They play a lot of Lola, and that's been true for like a couple of years now, even throughout periods where she's not like that meta, which is right now, like she has her place. I don't know if it's necessarily here as a first selection. We'll see Evex now out with the aggression. He's going to try and get Frixie. There's one. He's sort of going to be the policeman at mid. Once he gets that hypercharge, you can even put Miko in the realm, so that's a definite bonus. The strategy here from Elevate is basically going to be hold mid control better than Eternal, because Eternal's strategy relies on them holding control and then sending in Miko to do all the dirty work. They have flexibility. If Frixie comes out here with a flying hook and knocks down that first shield, then that is a very viable response.
Evex did really well there because that was a tough spot. You've got to be able to clear up those lane scraps, and if you don't, then it's a matter of time before your safe goes down. But Elevate are still behind by 7% here. They've got to go on the aggression. And Evex now into the realm, coming out straight on the safe, but it's still yet to meet that second stage. 58% now. They've just got a little sliver of a lead, 5% only. Frixie, though, has got the hypercharge on the safe. That'll be whittled down. Oh, look at that from Evex. Absolutely perfect. And no value. None at all. That hypercharge, that super from Frixie, decimated, gone, nothing, nil. Now Elevate goes straight onto the attack yet again.
Evex trying to knock another shield off of this safe. He's gotten it down to 46%. That was a bit of assistance from Vegeta just a moment ago. Now they're looking for mid control once again. They got Aliana's taken down. That is the most important one to take down. Frixie wastes a super as well. He was down to really 0 HP there, but Eternal are trying whatever they have in their back pocket. They know that they have to play D, they have to get mid control, and they haven't had it even once this game, and that's a bad sign right there. Once the Miko's playing D, then that is bad. They are down to just about nothing on the safe. Elevate counting down the seconds and even throwing up the clown pin. Bit of mental warfare. They're going to match point.
Yeah, very, very clean. Very clean. It's always such a joy, honestly, to watch Evex on these really aggressive brawlers, like the Buzz, like the Lily, that kind of stuff. I mean, my first memory of this man was on a Buzz on Hard Rock Run. I'll never forget it. I thought, this guy's got it. And this year, it's been wonderful to watch him blossom. And when you see just how aggressive he can be and how much he can defend for his team, it's really honestly wondrous to see. Sitting alive there, top right, 198 HP now, and just getting a couple of little scratches there on the safe. Very close game to start things off, but again, both sides looking to get that utility. Alianas can just afford to continue to go onto the safe here, and no doubt running that star power, the additional 100% damage onto the safe, and also onto like non-brawler enemies there. So good stuff. And Evex now with a hypercharge too. That's dangerous. Definitely in here for Eternal.
He's going to be going into the Shadow Realm for now. Going to appear right where Frixie is. He knew exactly where that Carl was going to path. Now that's game sense right there. That is a sort of a sixth sense that expert Brawl Stars players have. Evex is now going to be looking for his next push into the enemy zone. We'll see Vegeta also sort of flexing his attention to assist with a kill on Betiches. Frixie also popping the hypercharge for additional damage. That's about all he's going to get. Now he finally does have this super out here, but Evex still shuts him down. Goes into the realm temporarily from additional damage. Betiches trying to get him, but Evex still has a couple of shots onto that save in spite of having next to no HP.
Lovely time warp there as well. Evex will pick up those scraps. Dancing Flames out for Vegeta as well, and we've seen that on the safe already. It's just going to decimate it down. Mid control for Elevate. Diego Gamer joins the mix. Straight into the realm for Evex, going straight towards the safe as well. And if it gets towards 25%, which it does, there's no more stages left. And now there's a dive for Frixie, but the time is ticking, and it is going against Eternal. They're down to a slither, and they're banging on this Lola to be able to defend. I don't think it's the first pick worthy brawler, which they were hoping for it to be, 2%. And it looks like LA should be able to do this. Evex is going to be walking down straight to the safe, and going to be stomping down with a couple of spins and a couple of pins. Elevate, get the match, and go on to the semis.
Tell them to bring out the Brawl passes. Tell them to bring out the Brawl passes. That's 10 for the Elevate fans today, courtesy of Eternal. I expect, you know, they put their gems in their Supercell store loyalty points where their mouth is after this one, Sonny.
Yeah, we hold them to their word here. I don't really know how that just happened. Honestly, to me, Eternal Esports had a pretty good draft here. Miko was an idea that Toxic Lotus started. That's how they beat Tribe Gaming in the Brawl Cup, bringing him out on Bridge Too Far. Kaboom Canyon should also be working fine for him. And they did, in fact, have a very good start in that game number 1, just as expected, with not only the Miko, but also the Carl. I don't know what happened after that arc. They just crumbled.
Yeah, again, I'm just not too sold on the Lola first pick. I understand the reasons why. It makes a lot of sense. If Bell's banned, then that's your biggest counter gone. But, I mean, I just don't think it really had the support for the Miko to continue the aggression. The Carl was an idea which could have helped, but it just wasn't enough realistically there. And I think for me, Elevate, with so much to live up to from this year so far, looked very, very confident. They just dropped that one set, but still looked like it did not deter them. So on to the semis for them, and looking to see who they will face. Will it be Pioneers or Team Electrus up next?
We're gonna find out very soon who it's gonna be, who is gonna be playing against Elevate in that semi-final number 2. First up though, we still have to figure out who's gonna be that MVP. You better vote right now on event.brawlstars.com, and you can also get some Pro Pass XP doing so. You still have 1 month left until the new Pro Pass is coming into the game, so you better hurry up and get those predictions in. It is the last day of the June monthly finals after all. MVP is gonna be Vegeta. Do we agree with that, Reddy?
I agree with that. Vegeta's been fantastic today. My eyes were sort of locked on Evex, but he was sort of enabling some of these big plays from Vegeta. We were really impressed with everyone's performance today. But Vegeta on this Amber has been putting the brakes on some of the offensive attempts of Miko, and we even see the hypercharge coming out from the guy. He is all over the map, and this is pretty a stark comparison to what Eternal were able to do. They were hardly able to move out of their own spawn, much less into mid for any extended period of time. This guy is an excellent player. It has been wonderful watching him be part of this roster this year, and I just love watching him play. I'm looking forward to see what he does in the semis.
Very often the flashy players, the flashy brawlers get the MVP vote. That would be Avex here, example with the Lily in the last set here. It's super nice to also see those consistent players like Vegeta getting an MVP vote going. And as mentioned, we have to figure out who is our final semi-finalist. It's either going to be Pioneers or Team Electros. One of those two team names you haven't heard before in NA. I'm super excited to let you know who's playing in that roster after the break.
I think at the end of the summer split, I think Tribe will keep the #1 spot. I think the rest of it is kind of not certain, I guess. I think Elevate, who's #2 right now, is in a good spot, but I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain their lead. I'm hoping that my new team can have a good placement at least this month that will put us at least in like the 5th seed. I think we'll be in a good spot if we can at least get to the 5th seed this month. And that I think the competition for the 3rd world spot, if we're going to say Tribe and Elevator 1 and 2, will be between my team, SSG, and KCP, unless I'm forgetting about another team. But I hope I'm not forgetting about another team.
Three matches down, 4 more to go. We're heading into quarterfinal number 4, and we get Kenny back, which is super exciting, honestly. I always love to have Kenny beside me. Eternal Esports versus Elevate. It was a close one. Usually I do those jokes with Trav. Arc, today you're going to be on the receiving end of that.
I'll take it.
It was a close one. It was a 3-1 in the end. I would have expected it to be even closer though, Kenny.
Yeah, it did feel like Elevate should be the winners there. It was really cool seeing the Avex, Lily, and some flashy plays. It was a good fight, but ultimately the Brawl passes will be given by the Eternal side. So they started some beef on Twitter and unfortunately could not back it up today.
Ark, I'm so happy I'm here with you today.
I
What do you think about our next matchup?
Not now, not after that. You can't claw your way back from a little cheeky smile and a few compliments. Come on.
A few blinked, maybe some puppy eyes. Well, it's Pioneers versus Team Electros, and now I can finally let you know it's Rafiki, Bilal, and Islivi playing on that roster. Team Electros picked them up, and Islivi is back. In fact, he already started his retirement. Now he's back, but it's not an easy opponent they're facing, Ark.
Yeah, not by a long shot, and former teammates, as of course we know, and that can of course make a huge difference on the playing field. You know your opposition's strengths and weaknesses, but you also have got so much history and brotherhood there to consider too. So it's going to be a tough matchup for both of these sides here, of course, and Zulan, of course, a key component of the Pioneers squad. Always coming slightly third as the graphic displays.
Team Electros is the dark horse of the tournament. I feel they could show up here and cause a huge upset. I feel like most of the people would vote the Pioneers takes this one. After all, they are the third seed in the region currently, but maybe Islivi mentoring those young talents, Bilal and Rafiki, is gonna help them to make it to the semis, maybe even all the way to the finals, Kenny.
Islivi's definitely been around the block. I mean, obviously he played with these KCP guys that used to be Tribe Gaming for a long time. Has seen several postseasons, 2022, 2023, and then an LCQ, of course, in 2024, where they fell just short to Reply Totem. But like you mentioned, some young guns on this right-hand side. Rafiki and Bilal got some good mechanics. I mean, in a day and age where draft matters a ton too, I certainly think they have the talent.
Previously, they have been teammates. Now we want to hear half a year later what Zulan and Islivi have to say about one another.
KCP has been kind of like, at least in my eyes, they've been kind of like slept on a little bit. Like they're kind of like lurking in the shadows, even though they're number 3 right now. I don't know, they're just a quiet team, and I think that's kind of what makes them scary. But they're also my old team, so if anyone knows them, I know them, and they've already beat me once this year, so I'm hoping that when I play them first round of this monthly finals that I can take my revenge.
Team Electros, my brother is Livy. We face each other again in the round 1. I think they're a very solid team, very great team. A couple 16-year-olds too, cracked little 16-year-olds. But yeah, very solid team.
Those 16-year-olds are cheeky indeed, cracked. Sulan put it. In scrims, actually, Team Electros has had better scrim results. They've beaten Pioneers more often than the other way around, Ark.
So I know you're speaking, Sonny, but I'm just blown away by this graphic, honestly. I mean, we've got to give a huge shout out to the behind the scenes, because the graphics in this stream have been absolutely on point. The memes that are coming out of North America, it's why it's my favorite region, honestly.
We love to have a little fun. That's what we are. I like the quote, cracked little 16-year-olds. That stood out to me from that interview.
Well, yeah, the interview is phenomenal. As said, in scrims, Team Electros has performed a little bit better, but yeah, let's see if Islivi can guide them through. He already went into content creation, now he's back. That has to do something with your mental though, Ark. If you have already said goodbye to esports, now you're back, it's not the same anymore, is it?
Yeah, and then for instance, the Lions Den with playing up against your former teammates and having a roster kind of disband and watching your former colleagues go off and run their own kind of course. It's never an easy thing, but I really admire Islivi in the way that he's just determined to continue to keep striding on, and I think we've seen that across multiple regions as well this year. Certain players along the way going, do you know what? I'm going to hit some content. I'm still going to keep my esports stream alive, but I'm going to continue to kind of balance and juggle my tasks. And I still feel like even if it is not Islivi's year, that he's going to be present in Brawl Esports. We're united here with Pioneers. I think that's definitely the safe bet to go down the path of. You're looking at the former Tribe roster. How can you kind of bet against them in this regard, against the roster that's kind of got together recently? I think that's fair enough, but not to rule them out by any means here.
Unk can still turn it into his year, though we are in the double point season after all. So they can claim those points, they can still make it to LCQ, maybe even World Finals, Kenny.
It's a real possibility. I mean, Islivi's very familiar, like he said. He's already 0-1 against this squad, and these are two really good players that he's paired with. Team Electros, I might add, have identified some pretty good talent this year and in past seasons as well, in terms of just picking up some good players that end up popping off. So we'll see if that holds true here in North America as well. Our prediction side does not feel that way, though.
Oof, that's very, very one-sided. You know, got to remember that Pioneers have only exited in the semi-finals twice this year as well. So, I mean, it's definitely not the best of showings for them so far by comparison to Elevate or Tribe Gaming, their former organization. But third place on the leaderboards is a third place, but only a slither ahead of Space Station Gaming, I think, from memory. And we know that they are in the semis, so Pioneers do need this win. Bans are in already for out in the open. The Lu, the Bell, and the Jin for then Pioneers. And the other side of things, the Byron, the Buster, and the Pearl. For me, Brawlers, I mean, we had that Brock discussion, right? But I think Gus first pick, yeah, already is always the way to go. I do like the Brock to open at the mid, but I kind of agree with what you guys were saying already, is that Brock here, it's just dropped off a little bit for me.
We're out in the open. Gus has been showing up quite a bit on this map, but for me, one of the first picks I would come up with is Angelo. He's been so good on this map always, because you can walk over water on the left-hand side, and Angelo is the best one to do so. Eve would also be an option, maybe Shade, maybe Juju, but he's just a long-range bowler that you want to have on your side for a knockout map like this one. And there he is, Kenny.
Yeah, Angelo is at the top of mind as well. Lumi obviously going to be escaping this stage as well. And Jae Young's another one I'm going to keep my eye out for now that they have Angelo. I'm curious to see what they pair this with. I think this is a pretty standard start, though. A very safe one. You talked about it a lot on Twitter and yesterday, but Gus's win rate has been phenomenal, Ark.
Yeah, it's just so good. It really is just a no-brainer first pick. Yeah, Lumi, like you said, good spot, and that will certainly change the idea of certain brawlers like Otis, Ollie, which wouldn't have a great matchup into it now. So it will certainly change the way that Pioneers are thinking. I think keeping Lumi at range is going to be the way to go realistically for me here. I think RT wouldn't be the worst of shouts in that regard. Piper has a spot here for me too. Certainly with the Angelo, it's not the worst of matchups, but I wouldn't mind an Eve. I mean, the hatchlings into the Angelo definitely cause a bit of a problem. So if you want to have something to be able to hover in that lakeside, also on that water, an Eve wouldn't be the worst of shouts. Yeah, Brock, I don't mind it. I know I sort of talked down about it, but it's just simply that with so much speedy brawlers now in the meta, it does struggle to land the rockets. But so far, not anything to be seen on the side of Team Electros, unless they're obviously running the star power of Angelo, where you can kind of have additional movement speed on that water side, which it's kind of rare to see anyway. It's not going to get you too much value on this particular map. Certainly here, wouldn't mind a couple of other brawlers, but I think that having that mid-open access is quite key for sure. Hank, a brawler which is going to thrive now with that bell ban too. So going to be tough playing into the Lumi though, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, curious to see how they combat this Hank pick. I think Brock's biggest asset, of course, is that wall break. I think just in those one-on-one interactions, especially given somebody like Angelo, for example, I would typically pick an Angelo. I mean, if you're doing a good job on both ends, I just think it's the better brawler overall. I like that it can traverse over water, but by having a wall break, you allow access to Hank and Gus up the middle of that map as well. Ollie, the final pick here. I think Ollie's one that kind of flies under the radar a little bit. It was one of our most picked as of yesterday. I'm not sure how it finished after South America, but for the first weekend, I think especially in a mode like now, a knockout and out in the open as the map, anytime you get that hypnosis off, it's lining up free shots, and for pro players, they will take advantage of that every single time.
And I was literally saying that, Pioneers couldn't really go Ollie into Lumi, and now they've combined it with Team Electros. That is dirty. And I really like this draft, I've got to say. Pioneers have got to tread cautiously here. I still feel like the Brock is a great brawler to have to be able to go straight into the mid, have that access, and also break the bush. Fade to be cautious now. That ice was almost going to push him towards enemy lines. But already Pioneers are pushed back here. So despite having that access through the mid, that Lumi Morning Star there is just going to sit. And I think that's quite wise, because ultimately as Livy can then cycle gadgets, and if Pioneers then get a bit overzealous into that middle area, they'll get straight into the middle of the map. So already Rafiki into a very good spot here with the Ollie pick too. Good stuff. Electros are playing a really good starting hand here.
Yeah, this is a really good draft out of them, and three very powerful brawlers. Strong positioning alongside it. Fade behind the lines here. Can make contact with shots with that bubble, but now with the fog closing in, Tyrant's gonna have to rush up the middle. Ice cutting off Fade, so there's only one entry point, and Tyrant receiving some heavy fire. Rafiki dives in, makes contact with him, and that's a takedown. 3v2 situation. A stun coming in from Fade. The line down shot and a knockdown arrow from Angelo, and Zulon will run it into the storm. That's an end of a round for them, and Team Electros with a convincing start.
Yeah, and I just can't get my head around this draft. I'm struggling to see how Pioneers can really play into this too much. They're actually going to choose to break the left-hand side now as well, give themselves a few more options, but these Morning Stars, they can just literally sit, and as long as they are there, Pioneers are going to be so cautious around trying to time their advance and trying to count almost in the seconds in their minds and judge as to when the Lumi might be able to have a bit of a cooldown period. But into the Hank, again, like Lumi's just going to tear it up, and it's a Pioneer's mistake. You just have to ban it here as well. The Ollie as well. You know, it's just too prevalent. Let's see if they can make some connections. Tyrant has a Rocket Rain as well on that right-hand side. Zulan, of course, has this shield. So now, no connection with the Lumi as well. So it's a bit of an opportunity here for Pioneers if they want to seize it.
They're making it count right now, and they have to. This is 3 very powerful brawlers. Electros diving in, Hypnosis on the fade. They have to focus him down. They bring him to his knees just in the nick of time. Ice going down. It's a trade, 2v2 situation. Bilal, arrow available, charging it up, looking at Tyrant, who does have a hypercharge. Zulon popping one of his own, and the purple buttons get the job done.
I'm impressed, but to keep this up, it is going to be tough because the Electros have the upper hand, in my opinion. On the aggressive, though, is a good start for Pioneers here. Getting some good taps onto the Ollie. Rafiki going to have to heal up then. But again, these Morning Stars, they're just going to sit now and wait for Lumi to pop the ice. Then Pioneers know that there's that period of cooldown. All but Fade is in a bit of a spot. Fortunately for him, he's actually sliding away from the Morning Stars. Now as he's got to heal up. In the meanwhile, Bilal is in a very tough spot on the right-hand side. Almost went down there. Got a little bit over. Zealot's going to have to heal up now, but that was a bit of a close call for me.
Interesting battle on that right-hand end. Rafiki and his Livy working the left-hand side. Bubble available for Zulon, and those Morning Stars continuing to put the pressure on this blue side. Zulon still just holding down the fort here. Tyrant, Bilal, back and forth. Fade now looking to gun it down. A jump out of Zulon, will dodge the ice, tries to make a shot count, does get a trade. Hypnosis goes through. 2v2. Fog closing in, and Fade has the torpedoes to make the connection. It's a lone Rafiki who jumps in right into the arms of KCP. Has the Hypnosis, somehow didn't die, and Fade will clean things up. Pioneers with a nice little comeback there. I will say, Team Electros with 3 of the better brawlers in the game right now, and somehow the mechanics of KCP persevered.
And that's what says it all for me. You know, if Pioneers can get a game, maybe even a set against, for me, what is like just such a disastrous comp to play into, I mean, it really is, then I think that speaks volumes for Pioneers, but they've got to do it again. And it will not be easy, not by a long shot here. So see how they will fare. Already pushing forwards into the middle of the map. Allow on the right-hand side. Getting a good tap onto Tyrant here. Low HP for him. Zulan even lower, and he falls, making a 3 versus 2. Not the best of starts now for Pioneers. They are well behind, and Team Electros taking no chances here, but capitalizing quite heavily on their position. Fade low, Tyrant low, and everyone pushed into a corner. And this is valuable utility that Team Electros are going to be earning now.
KCP boxed into this bottom right-hand side, trying to expand their territory, but Rafiki with an easy jump away will be able to expand. 3 red members standing tall. Tyrant just trying to charge whatever he can, and Fade has a super, just doing his best not to feed the others. Angelo gets a nice tag, a little bit closer to that hypercharge. Still plenty of utility for that red side.
Okay. Not the best of starts last time around for Pioneers. They're around down here. Let's see if they can pull something out of the pocket, but I am quite concerned with how much utility Team Electros were able to obtain off the back of that last round as well. It's going to give the Angelo a lot more options on his right-hand side. Tyrant with rocket fuel breaks just the bush, not quite connect. That's still going to be quite advantageous for him though, so let's see how that right-hand side lane does work out in the end. Again, this Lumi is the problem. A lot of this map is frozen out as now Rafiki comes in with the Hypnosis and will find Fade. Tyrant there with the Rocket Rain over the top, but Fade now stunned out as well. Again, that same old story, a 3 versus 2. A break from Tyrant, but no kill for it. And again, Rafiki going straight in with the Hypnosis in a 1 versus 3 and 100 HP. Zulan goes into the gas and concedes the game. Not just the round, the game. There was no chance of a comeback there.
Team Electros with a very solid round number 2. And I think the longer this goes on, the trickier it gets. I think towards these in-game situations is really the best bet for the blue side. I don't feel like KCP really have been able to get anything going in the early game. Even in the game they won, it really took some duels towards the end to try and get it done. So they're going to break open this wall once again. Bilal can just cross over the water, and as Livy and Rafiki will take the long way. Ollie just trying to slowly creep up, as Livy also has that gadget. So anytime they want, they can push KCP back.
Nice jump there from Bilal, as that would have been quite a devastating shot from Tyrant. Rocket fuel to the face of Rafiki there from Tyrant again, landing these block shots to be quite key. But again, this Angelo pick, we can see how immediately so one shot just immediately puts Tyrant back into his spawn. Zulan finds Rafiki into the mid. And again, Lumi, the Morning Stars, forcing the break that left-hand side yet again. But what can Zulan realistically do here? Just got to wait for that ice or a little bit of an opportunity from either Fade or Tyrant. Probably more likely to be Tyrant, let's be honest, to be able to push forwards. Zulan just jumping straight in on the spring trap. Definitely a dangerous position to do so, but does stay alive regardless. Got the heals, rather got the shield now. Combined with Fade, exactly that. Allow Fade to go the aggressive Rocket Rain there for Tyrant as well. No takedowns yet, however. Fade going in, does find one for himself. Rafiki comes in now with the Hypnosis and does connect. It's just Tyrant now in a 1v1, and the Rocket Rain is not going to be enough to be able to concede it. Oh, Rafiki comes out on top, only just before the gas was going to seal his demise no matter what. What an important round there for Team Electros to be able to obtain. That might mean they can get this set with one more round.
The Hypnosis was the difference maker. KCP trying to work their way up the middle of the map. Rafiki at about half health points. Ice cutting Zulan off. He'll take his time and be patient. No launch pad to spring him into action right now. Bilal right-hand side as KCP cluster together on that bottom right-hand corner.
Good aggression yet again. His Pioneers that are on the ropes. This hypercharge from Zulan needs to be a good one. Tyrant has his as well. It's utility all out now. There's not going to be much to preserve here for Pioneers. If they get a lucky kill, then maybe, but they've got to go all out, I feel. That might be spelling roses that third round if they get there. Let's see if they can make it work. Zulan creeping forwards, but again, that Morning Star remains from his Libby. Now jumping in yet again onto the springboard, and again, Rafiki was ready for it. Hypercharge there for Zulan. Not going to be enough. Fade might be able to get the kill here before the Hypnosis, and does just in the nick of time, but now the freeze comes in, and Tyrant has got to go all out here. Hypercharge in, and the Rocket Rain, where was it? He wasted it, and goes down himself. Team Electros get the first set, and what an important one to earn, especially for his Livy, who's playing against his former teammates.
That's a big one right there, and I just feel like it was going to be a difficult draft to overcome. I mean, when you see Lumi and Angelo escape the ban phase, oftentimes we're going to see one team be able to grab the first, and then on that 2-3 turn, they'll switch to the other side. So a lot of the times on this mode in particular, it's going to be Angelo and then Lumi plus something. The biggest decision, I think, was KCP grabbing that Gus first, because as a result, it's an easy 2-3 decision turn, and the Team Electros just had a clear outdraft, I feel like.
Yes, I think outdraft is a big word, but still an understatement. I would have so much to say to Team Electros if they would have lost this one, but what do I know, really? But, yeah, Hank into Lumi doesn't really make sense. If Lumi focuses the Hank, it's enough damage to get him taken out every single time. We see only 2 kills on Fate. He's usually a very dominant tank player, but into this matchup, probably not what you want to have against you as a Hank. And yeah, some beautiful plays coming out of Team Electros in the end there. Rafiki triple kill in that game. We're watching it right now again. But yeah, in the first round, I didn't really know what happened to Team Electros. For me, that was an outdraft 100%.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it. I mean, you know, you can't not ban Lumi. You know, you just have to. It's a must for me. And as soon as you don't do that, you're going to go into a world of her to Brock. You know, yeah, it breaks the mid, but again, it's just not really it right now. It just struggles so much, and at this level, players can just really juke around a lot of which it brings. It just didn't really provide that much value for Pioneers there, in my opinion. So yeah, it's a tough start then for the certainly the Goliath in this David story for me. What a great start for Electros.
I think Pioneers had a little bit of recency bias because we saw Gus do so well today in both the SGMN matches as well as the Elevate matches. But I would still always prefer Angelo on this map over the Gus. Lumi as well. She's just so strong at the moment. Still, even though she got a tiny little hypercharge nerf. Yeah, overall, no words really on this one. It's an outdraft completely. Team Electro has kind of fumbled the bag in the first game, but that has to be their set. We're heading over to Double Swoosh now. Let's see if Pioneers has a better draft here, Kenny.
We've been reasonably praising Gus a lot, but to your point, in terms of the pecking order of where we draft brawlers, I just feel like consistently Lumi and Angelo have to be a step above. There's a reason they're at the top of the band stage and Gus isn't. Just in general, Gus is not going to be a better brawler, and it does pair well with Hank, I would say, compared to those other two, but it's just too many good brawlers on the other team. I think Ollie's a very underrated one among most of the player base as well. These pro players know how good it can be, especially in that game mode. Now we move over to Double Swoosh. Lumi not escaping the ban phase. This time, Lily a notable one and Tara a notable one as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because Terra, Lily, Gus was the exact comp that SSG was playing before. And now Team Electro is banning out 2 of those brawlers. So interesting. Chester's going to be the first pick here. Makes a lot of sense. There's so many bushes on Double Swoosh. You just want area control, and picking up a lane on gem grab is always going to be recommendable because you don't want to give away too much. With your mid pick, you want to counter out your opponent's arc.
Yeah, it's a great first pick. Was definitely the one that springs to mind. Grey is the next one that springs to my mind here as well on this particular map too, and it's a place for tanks. The amber ban, you know, that grass is going to be there for the majority of this game. Definitely Gene mid, can't be forgotten. It's definitely going to be a safe one. Fink's going to be coming in as a great pick here for Electros, no doubt about it. I feel like Janet here as well, definitely an option. Jaeyoung can make an appearance too, not the worst of ideas for me, but again, it's still that consideration on the tanks. You know, the Kenjis. Kaze can have a great match up on this map here as well. So definitely one that could be picked up by either of these two sides. I feel like she can get a ton of value and just use the bushes to her advantage. And for the most part, you know, getting a really solid win rate so far this weekend. Janet is going to be the brawler of choice for Electros. Good brawler pick. Certainly for me though, Pioneers, they can still go with some tanky brawlers, and you know, Fade is the kind of guy that would be doing just that as a player. So let's see what they want to bring in here.
You were all over it in terms of names there. In terms of starting lines this week in preparation, the last couple since monthly qualifiers, Team Electros typically go with a Finks or a Chester to build around. Those next ones up are going to be something like a Janet, Grey, like you said. And then we have to think about these aggressive brawlers, especially now that Lily's out of the way and Tara is banned. Grey going to be on the side of KCP. I imagine they're going to try and support this, especially considering they already have an anti-tank bagged. The other side doesn't. They could try and run it down. I mean, Janet's a good brawler, Finks is a good brawler, but in terms of damage output, that's certainly something lacking in that Team Electros are likely going to have to address here.
Is that Shizo smell? You know, I mean, Jackie could be on the cards. It's a very sort of North American pick. It's not my favorite, but whenever there's a Grey, you just have to just think that there's going to be, yeah, you know, I just knew it. It's just that map, that brawler, you know, it's NA, baby. I love it.
Love some good entertainment. That Grey Jackie combo is fierce though. Grey obviously with the great win rate, a lot of results across our regions, and now they're going to try and run it down against Team Electros. Difficult decision for them because they were the ones that banned the Tara. There's no Amber to just kind of get free super cycle in and out and gain some visibility. You're going to have to rely on Janet, who in the grand scheme of things isn't the biggest damage dealer. Can't escape with Jim's due to the flight she can take. Kenji, interesting. Not sure how that matchup will go in particular to something like a Jackie and a Chester, but I think they're putting a lot of faith in a brawler that I see as a very good brawler in the game, but I don't know if this is going to be the easiest spot for him.
Yeah, certainly once that Grey gets the hypercharge, dimensional doors especially, that Jackie's going to be quite fierce. Kenji, you know, I'm not sure if it has the best of matchups against it. It's tough. I would prefer to go a bit more of a long-ranged approach here, to be honest. It's Jackie. Maybe you can get some break. A Griff, I mean, it sounds a bit wild and wacky, but that might not have been the worst of ideas. You can break some bush, break some coverage, and then Jackie's got nowhere to go realistically there. But let's see. I think for me, Zulan is the decisive maker here. If he can get the utility down, then it's going to allow Faye to do a lot more on this Jackie pick. And I feel like he's going to be the player to really keep this Kenji back for his squad.
Interesting choice of gadget. You saw as Livy pop it and jump over the wall. A lot of the times Janets are going to be running the other one to try and show off where the enemy is, do a good scouting report, especially with as much grass is there. There he goes again, jumping away into safety. 6 gyms in the pocket. Rafiki, not ideally your gym carrier, but better to be in their hands than the other side.
There's the time warp going down. Oh, he finds the Jackie too. Nice stuff there from Bilal. Let's see though. Tyrant has got Super. Now, what is in his pocket? That is the question. Just going to be a little bit of a heal, but not the worst of things to get back into position here. But the gems are very much against Pioneers here. They're down 8. Fade goes straight into the mid. Kenji there with the sashimi going out. Will he go down? That's the question. He does. The gems are scattered and back into the pockets there of Electros. And look at that, Walking Cane. That's a sorry sight to see, isn't it? Straight into the time warp. And so slow there. No chance of a connection. It's down to Fade there with the hypercharge. The speed coming in. This could be a play, but Janet takes to the skies. And there's the connection. The gems reset at the least, but they can't get out now. Can Livy hold on to them for a second time round?
Now all the gems concentrated in one brawler's hands, so Bilal and Rafiki can play defense. Walking Cane goes through. That's a great tag. Zulan teleporting through. Has the shield available. Going to keep him up a little bit longer. There's one. They need more, though, as Livy ready to go with a gadget. Just a mini hop. Ooh, and will barely hold on. Hypercharge was ready to go from Kenji in case they needed it. I know they got the reset, but it really never felt like they got the ball rolling. It felt like Team Electros were just in control from start to finish.
There was certainly a chance for a reset there. I feel like a couple of mistakes from Pioneers may have proved costly. There was definitely some gems for the taking. Might not have been the easiest of things to get them out by any means, but I feel like a couple of missed shots may have proved costly. Let's see this time around. One thing you got to say is that Team Electros, they're playing great. I mean, this is looking really, really confident. And you know, being up a set is already a feat in itself, but being almost 2 sets up in this scenario, they can just gain this one game. Zealand chooses to go back here and place the dimensional doors rather than going on the aggressive. Probably the right play to make. Getting Fade into that spot, allowing him some coverage as well to fall prior to going on the aggressive. I quite like it for him. Finds a Kenji now as well as Rafiki goes down. This is a better start for Pioneers. It can't be denied.
For sure, they've got 4 in their pockets, and as Livy and his teammates trying to tie things up, Rafiki now moving towards this left-hand side. Bilal getting sneaky, teleports away. Zulan weak and Fade has to play bodyguard, going through the teleport, has a hypercharge, and as Livy will take to the skies to safety.
This is the thing about Janet. Fade gets close to hypercharge, a great opportunity for a massive steal. And then as Livy just takes to the skies, no big deal, not a problem for him at all. 5 gems for Pioneers. They've actually got the lead now, or tied at least this 6th now, taken to Zulan. And again, the Walking Cane, not going to find too much there, but a little bit of bushes as Livy jumps away. But that is still something. Zulan goes in there with a hypercharge TPs now, and now a great amount of healing is going to be coming off the back of those for Pioneers. A good aggressive position now, forcing Team Electros into the right-hand side. This is better. They are all set up now for this endgame.
Nice teleport away from Bilal. Fade with 2 gems, has to be careful. Hypercharge going down for Janet on that top side. Finds the takedown onto Tyrant. Multiple avenues for entry, though. Will use the hypercharge to have the shield and go through. Oh, was thinking about doing it again, possibly. Nice job there. All the KCP members standing. They're going to be able to grab this 10th gem and initiate a countdown.
Yeah, much, much better. Fade having super here is quite key also. There's gotta be a push. No time for gems from the mid. Walking Cane as well, but as Livy takes to the skies, no hypercharge for him though. Fade gets some good value. Gems are still split. Fade goes down, resets. But now Rafiki cannot get out. And Zulan, you can leave that 1 gem there, go straight back to the mid, try to get a couple more. Fade having the hypercharge too. That's going to be quite a good thing to have here. And as Livy jumps away, good timing from him. Fade continues the aggression. There is still that 1 gem back in the sport for Pioneers though. Gems scattered. Rafiki makes a dash for them and escapes with some. Fade on the advance, can't close the gap. 13 in the hands of Electros. And now it's a massive steal that Pioneers got to go on the chase for. 10 seconds.
They've got to move and fast. Million-mile-an-hour shots coming through on the right-hand. Fade can pull through all of it, though. 3 to go. Bilal sprinting to this top right-hand side corner. Not enough from KCP. Team Electros pull off the heist and steal set 2.
You can see it in his Livy's eyes. He said it coming into this match. He does not want to lose this game against his former teammates. He's been there once already this year. And he's 2 sets up. With a brand new roster, he can barely believe it himself, but he's locked in. You can see it.
They call them the potential dark horses of the tournament. Looks like they have what it takes to beat someone like Pioneers even. almost in the semifinals already. 2-0 up now, but don't get too confident. Something that we've seen before would be a reverse sweep. This is exactly what Pioneers need now, though. And once again, even though here below with the most damage, Rafiki, to me, the MVP by far. In the previous set, he got a triple kill at the end of the last game. Now he gets that steal in the second round, Kenny.
I mean, you heard Zulon say it himself. This is his brother on the other end and his Libby, previous and former teammate, and 2 cracked 16-year-olds. I felt like there were so many times where Rafiki was pulling off some crazy stuff. Look at this moment right here. Really intelligent and good disciplined Brawl Stars. He didn't get greedy. He didn't go for every gym. He took what he could and got out. And because of that, it elevated them to 13 gyms, which was just enough to avoid a center reset. At that point, KCP had to run it down, catch up to the enemy side, and the rest of the work was done for them. They battled the clock and won it out. Really impressive stuff coming in from this young Team Electra squad.
You said a cracked little 16-year-olds. Don't underestimate them. It seems like Pioneers did in that first set. Didn't really show up with the best of drafts. Now in that second one, why didn't they win it, Dark? What happened?
I feel like they're just not themselves. Like, they're just a bit rattled. You can just kind of see it in the play style, because it wasn't a terrible draft. They had a good setup with the great TPs as well. By the way, you know, just got to point out, Pioneers chatting smack about them being 16. Zulan's got coloring in drawings in his background, guys. I mean, like, you know, talk about being 16. I mean, that's a sign for me that he's definitely still young at heart himself, isn't he? Let's see, though. Certainly a dangerous time now for Pioneers, going to Sneaky Fields up now. Ban's already in. They need to. I like that already. The Lumi, the Finks, and the Chester. We had to see the Lumi ban. It was a bit of a must, really, for me as well. B, definitely available here. Might be a consideration, but it's the tanks. And that's why you've got to have a tank counter with the Chester ban. That's where I'm thinking.
We do have Jackie banned out, but then also 2 tank counters on the side of Pioneers. So I do feel like they want to pick up a tank themselves later on. Gus would also suggest it, because he's just so good whenever you pair it with one of them. Maybe Mech could come in again. We saw that a couple of times today as well. But yeah, I think tanks are where it's at the moment, especially in NA. Kenji is going to be picked up yet again, probably played by Rafiki one more time, Kenny. They still need something with a bit more control. Sneaky Fields does have a long-ranged mid, and there's still some options open. I would pick up a B now.
I think Jae Young's in the equation here too, especially when I see that Kenji this early on in the draft. They've got Gus on the other end. That's another good way to instigate and give yourself some support. Byron's going to be their choice of that. So that's the range that you were looking for, alongside that the support that I was kind of thinking of with Jae Young. That's just going to have a little more distance to work with than, say, somebody like Jae Young.
Well, Ash has got quite a high play rate on this particular map as well, but there's still plenty of tanks to be found here. I mean, Hank isn't banned. Primo makes an appearance here from time to time as well. Frank as well. And again, that Gus is dangerous. I mean, add a shield to a Franken. Now, what can Team Electra realistically do to that? Again, surprised did not see the B pickup. Carl going to be coming into Pioneers. It's fine. It's okay. Is it the best brawler that I think is available here? Probably not. We're going to be combining with it. There's a lot of things that can cancel out Carl, especially when we're talking tanks. You know, the Kenji in itself with the Sashimi, that will cancel out Carl, and potentially more to come still. It's going to play well to the Byron. I know where they're thinking with it. They want to use the flying hook and try to eradicate the heals away from the tanks that Electros are bringing in here. But I feel like they need to play them at their own game and bring that in, utilize the Gus. Yeah, Hank, that's what you want to be doing. Add that shield to a tank. It's looking better now, but the Carl in the hands of Tyrant, who's probably playing it though, I can understand that brawler could be quite fierce.
I wonder if they bring in a Frank and just really run it down, open up the map, make it a little difficult. It does hurt somebody like Kenji too, so that's the only thing. Frank, a very popular one on this map, but I think it's a very delicate situation considering what they've already selected. Hank came to mind for me, and the Carl you mentioned, I honestly don't think I minded in a vacuum. I mean, in a one-on-one matchup against Kenji, it's not the worst thing in the world with the tailspin that can just kind of get up close to him. A protective pirouette does pretty good into that. Byron obviously can't handle him up close, but El Primo, that's the X factor you're looking for. That's the tank trying to counter out some anti-tank. Byron's going to be able to enable him as well. I think this is a really high amount of health points on that right-hand side. Gus is going to be able to empower teammates too. This is a really interesting draft from both these teams.
Yeah, I said it makes an appearance from time to time, but I kind of expected to see it on the side of Pioneers, to be completely honest. But it's definitely still a very good brawler on this map. I quite like it, and once the El Primo starts to really cycle, it's hard to do anything about it. And the more you sort of fire into it, nice slow there from Fade, he needed to have that gadget there because he was going to be struggling immediately so, but Rafiki not holding back any punches, just beelining straight for the spawn. And look at this, the aggression of Team Electros, it can't be ignored here.
KCP, though, with a little momentum swing, Fade marching up the map as Libby dropping a super. Will deter this push for now. Tyrant still working with the incendiary on the right-hand side. Bilal forced away. That's a super that's not going to make any contact. And a nice cleanup there from Zulon and Tyrant. Smooth sailing so far for Pioneers.
Fade, again with a nice slow. That will be helpful when Rafiki comes out of super. And as quickly as that, look at this. Pioneers, and it is Tyrant going to town with his Carl. Nice hypercharge, and it should be a straightforward goal. There's a gadget though for the Primo, and that's why Fade did that. He's concerned about it. A little bit of fun, but I do understand the reasons why they were worried about the Primo suplex, that cancellation to be able to get the save. So I can understand it, but I think still that may have been a goal score opportunity there for Pioneers regardless.
I think I'm right there with you. Obviously, I think a little bit of an exception, some mind games possibly going down there, as if Rafiki had that. There's no way it's going to go in. So great call out from you. Rafiki taking to the sky, forced away, and now a hypercharge right up the middle, and they punch one through. Great response from the red roster.
Yeah, this is rattled Pioneers. They know now that they are up against it. Look at this. Oh my word! Straight off the mark. The synergy, the sashimi from the Kenji combined with the Primo. And as quickly as that, this is running away way too quickly. Thumbs up. Yeah, I can see why Rafiki is sweeping it, for God's sake. Team Electros, unreal scenes. As it is a one game away from knocking out Pioneers. This is crazy. We are united in our predictions in favor of Pioneers, and they're just getting stopped.
And Rafiki's reign of terror continues. It's a kick away. Tyrant has to dish this ball away from his Livia and Bilal. He knows he'll likely go down, tries to escape, but the Tsushimi slash penetrates right through him. Difficult situation. Zulon all alone. Bilal gutting him down as his Livy tries to heal him. Doesn't quite go for this ball yet. They're going to let Rafiki do the dirty work.
Bilal's going crazy, as is Rafiki. They're so aggressive. And Pioneers, they just seem very passive and not really prepared for it. Hypercharge available for Rafiki, just going to try to heal up before using it, I'm sure. Zulan down to 4 HP now. The hypercharge, he can just run this down. Huge smash, huge break. The ball pushes to the side as Zulan, regardless of being low HP, just trying to keep this defense alive for his team.
KCP just trying to give themselves their best chance. I think that was a hypercharge pop as well. It looked purple and it looked devastating as Livy, super pass available, goes for the bounce shot. Bang! As Livy buries one against his old teammates.
Oh, the style points, the additional aura, and again a hypercharge sashimi. This one is all over. Team Electros absolutely stomped Pioneers, by far the favorites. They even just toppled Goliath and proceeded to the semis. Huge thumbs up. What a result.
For a couple cracked 16-year-olds, they were mighty composed. And yeah, they're good at the game. That was an unbelievable performance. Such flashy footwork there in that set 3.
I'm super happy for them. They did turn out to be the dark horses we were waiting for. Yes, Ark, you called Pioneers the Goliaths. They're ranked right behind Tribe and Elevate, that 3rd spot at the moment. They are currently holding on to a world spot. They will probably lose it after today. We are, after all, in double point season. And honestly, also, I like the boldness coming from Eternal here, from Electros, sorry. Electros here. They're showing us a Primo that we haven't seen all monthly final long. NA, usually the last region that we are watching, we did not see a Primo once in the previous weeks, Kenny.
This is the most surprising result, I think, across every monthly final that I've seen so far. You could have told me Team Electros would have won, and I could have gotten there, right? I mean, these are some good players, had some good results. Scrims looked good. 3-0 against KCP in a revenge match. Unbelievable stuff. And now they're going to be continuing their tournament lives with as Livy's first month with this roster. Obviously, a little bit of Rafiki experience with him just from substitutions in past month. This is something I did not foresee, though.
Star got sent over to EMEA and pulled off such a run as well. Let's see if Electros also makes it all the way to the grand finals. And we do have some talent in NA as well, or I guess you put it so nicely at the start of the show.
Absolutely so. It's just the reason that for me it's just always so entertaining. It keeps on giving, and you know, the players make it so entertaining. The picks are fantastic. It's what I live for.
Rafiki is going to be the MVP here, Kenny. Deserved or not?
Deserved. Oh my gosh, that set 3 was wild. The El Primo plays were so good, as Livy with a knockdown shot there for the trick shot. Yeah, let's just take a moment and observe. I mean, this guy was putting on a clinic, especially with Kenji in that set 2, Primo in the set 3. Oh, it's just so good. I mean, for such young players too, clearly they're showing some mechanical prowess.
Here as well, I mean, just domination. This was not the match that I thought was going to be going against us in terms of our predictions, but absolutely deserved. The draft was just better. Pioneers were drafting horrendously today. I'm just going to come out and say it. Not good stuff, and it was kind of quite apparent, especially when the tanks came out to play in Brawl Ball. I mean, it was just kind of done. You could see by that point, it was just too much.
Well, I'm excited to see how the semifinals go now, because we're through with our quarterfinals. Next up is going to be Tribe Gaming versus SSG, and you just mentioned Draft Arc. I feel like Space Station Gaming also had some struggles with that. We'll see if they have improved in the meantime. They had a break of 2 matches now, so let's see how they're going to come into that next match. You better get your friends in chat right now as well, because we're heading to the semis. It's Tribe versus SSG next.
Actualmente siento de que quiero replicar casi lo mismo que el primer split, que sería pues ganar las 3 mensuales seguidas y también cualquier torneo que se presente. Solo pues mantener otro flow, por así decirlo, otro estado del equipo para los últimos meses antes del mundial, que no se vuelva a repetir lo que pasó con el Brawl Cup.
We arrived at our destination. We're in the semifinals. Quarterfinals are through. That quarterfinal number 4 was a quick one ready, so unfortunately you did not get a long break. Sorry.
I've drawn the short straw every single time today. I'm out for the first match of the day, Tribe 3-0s. Oh, here comes Team Electros. Who would have thought that they were going to 3-0 Pioneers? It's cool, though. I'm always here for a good story.
They certainly caused an upset. We were just discussing our predictions for the next matches during the break, and honestly, it's going to be a 50-50 for me now in that semifinal number 2. First up, though, Tribe Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. Who's going to take it here? Tribe still unbeaten today, haven't lost a single set. For SSG, it looked a tiny bit different, Kenny. They have pushed it to a set 5 and got a reverse sweep.
Should be a fun one. Tribe Gaming and SSG get a little rematch from April. Last time they played, Tribe 3-0'd SSG. And after the backs of a reverse sweep, I imagine that Tribe Gaming are going to have a little more respect for these guys.
Once again, we wanted to hear what they say about one another. It's kind of like a David versus Goliath story. Let's see what David and Goliath have to say.
Tribe has been dominating the region, and I think they're very consistent and they work very, very hard, and it's been showing. So I think they are probably, and most can say, the best team in the name.
Definitely the team to beat here, Kenny.
For sure. I mean, number 1 in the region by a landslide. And like I mentioned, the last time these two teams played did not go SSG's way. They looked very differently than we saw them earlier. They made a nice reverse sweep, which is a crazy feat to pull off, but this is another level of gameplay they're going to have to achieve.
Let's see if they can beat the Goliath today. If they can beat STMN, that looked very, very good in the quarterfinals, they might as well pull it off against Tribe Gaming as well, if they can push it to a set 5. Because the last 3 matches they played in the BSC already, every single time they only won in the last and final set.
The 5th set Warriors are here to reclaim their victory, but only if we go the full duration of the match, it would seem. Looks like we're all in lockstep, just agreeing that Tribe is the overdog of sorts, if that's really even a word, but I did just invent it just now. I like to see what Tribe has prepared for this one. They faced New Heights Gaming in the quarterfinals and absolutely trounced them. I think that they were aware that that was, by comparison at least, going to be an easy win for them. So their preparation is going to be specialized for the semifinals and the grand finals. I think it's the opposite for Space Station Gaming. You saw the celebration, you saw the jubilation, how excited they were to win that quarterfinals match. I think that's where they placed their priority. So there's a big difference in the level of draft prep that went into this, in my opinion.
When it comes to predictions, we are all walking to the same tune here, but for me, I don't know, Space Station Gaming looked good against Stamina. They just did not have the draft to really seem dominant, I feel. Tribe Gaming still 3-0'd their opponents. Yes, New Heights was a newcomer. But yeah, I feel like it's very warranted that the public is also voting for Tribe Gaming to win that one, Kenny.
I think they should be voted for, but my golly, 4%? I mean, they're giving them no chance to win this one. I definitely think it's more than that. But just due to past months, I know that we're riding the high that SSG had a reverse sweep. They should be quite proud of that. If they somehow pull off a victory against Tribe, I think that would be quite the story for a monthly finals. I think this is going to be a much taller task. And to me, still coming into this month, despite what we saw at Brawl Cup, this is the team to beat. I think it is the best team in the region. They're trying to go for 4 in a row, something unheard of, not just in this region, but most of the globe have never had a team in the region accomplish that. So that's a crazy thing to think about, and probably part of the reason why 96% are rolling with the red side.
Once we see Tribe Gaming further establish their dominance, that's when we can declare a sort of new era in North America. That's when Tribe really gets to rule, if they can bring this to the finish. They have one obstacle in the way, and it's interesting to position it that way. That Space Station Gaming is really just something that they have to overcome in fulfilling their destiny of being the victors of North America. They've looked so strong today over the course of the entire season. You bring them to Brawl Cup, they didn't look too awesome against the rest of the world. But if the quarterfinals is a taste of what we got for the rest of the day, then I think that they got a pretty good chance.
Definitely a fun one here, and I think I'm anticipating some better stuff than the last time we saw these two teams play, because like I mentioned, Tribe Gaming destroyed these guys, to be quite frank. It wasn't close. A 3-0, and for such accomplished players in a really good squad in SSG, this is kind of the make or break time of the year. I mean, they're riding off of a big win. They just overcame STMN, which is a good squad. I think we all agreed it was going to be a 50-50 matchup, but this is one where they are definitely not the favorites. That's not something that these players are too often seeing. For the legacy that they have, for what they've accomplished in this region, I think being 4th isn't good enough.
Predictions go to the direction of Tribe Gaming, but keep in mind that we all have been wrong before. Today, Electros had a 3-0 sweep against Pioneers. Most people voted for Pioneers to win that one. Let's see if we jinxed Tribe here as well. So far, so good for them. They are trying to redeem themselves after their Brawl Cup run. 3-0 in the monthly final, quarterfinals. Now it's the semis, and let's see if they can pull that off one more time. It's going to be Lumi, Bend, Finks as well. B is going to be the next best long-range brawler to have. For Ring of Fire, you, again, want some range, some big damage. B is definitely serves that. And now we also need some area control. What we see here very often is Hank. What we see very often as well is Gus yet again.
Yeah, something that we saw when B was last played is it was paired up with the Hank, and the Draco into it did not work at all. That was some cookery on the B from Frixie that we saw a couple matches ago, and I would expect nothing less in the hands of Tribe Gaming. So what's the response from Space Station? How do they plan on appropriately chewing through this B, or at least just having the sustain to be able to weather the storm? There was a discussion of, well, do we like throw some kind of berry stuff into the mix? Or are we going to amplify the heals with a Byron, for example? This time it's going to be Hank on the side of Space Station Gaming. I think it was just too strong to let Tribe Gaming have. And I see real potential also to counter that Hank. I know you already have a mid, but I've loved seeing Pam played in Hank today.
I think Gus or Gray probably the choices here. Looks like it's Gray. I think Gray, just to enable this Hank, get him in and out, and also having a teleport in general on hot zone is really nice. The biggest struggle that you have is when you go down, you have to walk all the way up, and everything happens in the mid. That's where the objective plays, and Gray kind of works around that. You now have an easy access point to the mid. You can get there much quicker, and that's just more percentage points you're building for your squad.
Yeah, I think one of the important measures of the success here for Space Station Gaming is how quickly they can get the aforementioned Gray teleport. Sometimes it can be a serious struggle for him, especially if he's outranged, which is not going to happen versus Ash, but it's heavily dependent on some of those lane matchups. If Ash decides he's going to come around the right side, at least from our perspective, that means Sans needs to be over there with the Walking Cane to not only break that valuable wall for Ash, but also to get a free hit and start opening things up so he can get that teleport online as soon as possible.
Ash going to be the selection here, and it's a fun one. It's an anti-tank, or excuse me, a tank to kind of counter out another tank. That's going to be an option into the Hank here directly, I believe, and a berry composition to make it a little spicier. We mentioned the workhorse a little bit earlier, but berry compositions have been very popular to professional meta. It's not the easiest brawler to harness, but if you can pull it off, it's a very strong combo, and I like that, especially in the hands of somebody like RBM, who will likely be playing that Ash. He's very good at that brawler. It's looking pretty menacing for that blue side.
Yeah, I'm curious. I feel like he could definitely play that Barry. Also, like Ash is one of his signature brawlers. Same goes for Killer, the guy drafting for them to begin with. So some certain acknowledgement of the viability of Ash on that squad. Here comes Akaze, who snuck through as the final selection. Recall that earlier it was paired up with the Hank and the B on the same composition. Now we get to see the Hank and the Kaze sort of throw hands with that B. I honestly think that the Kaze can get that aggression onto the B. It'll take a bit of a different approach from Tribe Gaming to spread out their lanes in order to deal with that Kaze in more favorable matchups.
Just a couple hours ago, it looked like SSG were going to go down in flames. Instead, an opportunity for revenge presents itself. Tribe Gaming got the better of them last time we saw these two teams faced off. Let's see if this semifinals goes any different.
Space Station Gaming, they're coming in here with a much different objective than Tribe Gaming. They're looking for the 4-peat. Space Station Gaming, they're really just trying to make it through those quarterfinals, but Sans, once more resuming his role on this Kaze, is the last man standing on this point. He's going to immediately take the brunt of that attack in from Luffy, but throws down the Fan Storm to nullify some of that vision and also look for area control. But all of this healing is too much, really, for Space Station Gaming to deal with. They've managed to get out with only one member alive, and they've got the teleport down, but it's only going to be into a world of pain. Bobby in with the super and with the main attack ready to take down RBM, but it's not enough. The heals from Zeus and from RBM's gadget just cannot be punched through.
Tribe are really expanding upon their lead. Now Barry still hunkered down with his teammates. Ooh, that's a nice pickup. RBM going to be able to throw down those rats, though, and Bobby just has to take them. That's why Ash can be such a powerful force into Hank. He either has to take those rats or use his bubble that takes forever to charge up just to pop them.
Not the greatest Fan Storm out there from Sans. You know that he wanted to put that in a better position onto mid, but simply had to get it down as soon as possible. Tribe Gaming are already counting up to 90% and make that even more. This looks like a win in the bag for them. Space Station Gaming are going to do their best. Bobby coming in, still can't take down Luffy and RBM. A Walking Cane gets one kill, but RBM is still alive on his signature brawler.
Ash is just such a powerful force into this other side, and I think the matchups look really good. Into the single-shot brawlers, the rats do well. The rats do well into Hank. I think this is good, especially considering they got this on the 4-5 turn. Tribe have got to be pretty happy. I mean, they telegraphed that the Ash was coming. There was an opportunity for the other end to try and counter it. I don't think it's the easiest thing to do, especially given the ban stage and everything, but the Barry-Ash combination plus B as a safe mid with some good range, it's just such a fierce one to deal with.
Another key observation here is just the healing is keeping Sans from getting any kills. Maybe able to take down Zeus here. Nope, out of ammo. Bobby trying to get in position, won't be able to. In fact, falls on the back right. Space Station Gaming, in an attempt to surround Tribe Gaming and attack from multiple fronts, have really only spread themselves thin. In fact, it's a worse situation than they faced in game number 1, but at least they have a teleport online that's going to be important for Bobby to come in and especially take advantage of this Fan Storm that's nullifying some visibility, getting some damage. Nope, nothing. The heals, the tankiness from Tribe Gaming are unpunishable.
This is such a powerful combination. Barry enabling RBM, now a hypercharge for Luffy. They're trying to push Bobby back despite teleports, despite Fan Storms. They're finding a way to contest. Immediate elimination there too, and Luffy willing to take the heat just to gain a few more percentage points. They're at 90 and climbing.
Space Station Gaming have this Hank super to keep him alive a little bit longer. He's going to take a lot of that damage, though. Bobby falls to the ice cream from Barry, and RBM's the last man standing once again. This is a total outdraft for Tribe Gaming, 2-0 versus Space Station Gaming, who came in with a composition that looked deliberate, very intentional, but the heals from Barry were too much to get through.
Nice exhale there out of Zeus. Oh, it's been a toughie. I mean, that was not a fun one, especially in game 2 for SSG. I mean, they had some good brawlers. We saw Kaze with Sands earlier, and it was easily one of the best sets we've seen all day. But in this instance, Tribe Gaming just seemed to be on a different level.
Tribe are still yet to lose a single set today, 3-0 in the previous match and now 1-0 up against SSG as well. We were bashing their drafts a lot already. Do you really feel like this was a complete outdraft again against Space Station Gaming?
It feels like it, because there wasn't really a moment where Space Station Gaming looked to be in control. It's one of those where, look, the Barry just has too much health for Kaze to be able to do anything. If Luffy's playing in the sort of clump of health that they really operated with, then yeah, it's impossible to take him down. There are moments where Space Station Gaming gets some kills, but also some key moments where they're using every single ability on their team, and it's still not enough to get through those Barry heals.
Ash was such a force as well. I mean, RBM's so good on this brawler. I think the fact that they get away without being super hard countered, really nice. So they had that B as an early pickup. They have the range. They can deal with tanks on the other end if they elect to go for that. And it's exactly what SSG did. They have Gray, who dueling against B doesn't have the best time in the world, I would say. And then Hank can be slowed down by B. Ash's robotics. Rats can bat that. I just think there were a lot going for Tribe Gaming in that draft.
You just stole my talking point there, Kenny. I've noted down here, talk about RBM and his Ash, because we don't see Ash too often at the moment, honestly. Probably not the best of the tanks currently, but in the hands of this man, it turns into one of the top contenders to win any set. Golden Gulch is going to be our next one. Maybe no Ash here, but there are some tanks that are still fairly good on this map already.
Oh, I love to see, like, a Lily here. It's a must ban, but it's been entertaining to watch throughout the day. Such a looming threat, really, that can take serious advantage of anything squishy on the enemy side. It's going to be wide open if either team want it, and sometimes it's even valuable as a first selection. Note also that Jae Young is open for a first pick.
He is, and Shelly's banned. That is something we also don't see too often, but we're in an A after all. Angelo's going to be the first pick here from the side of Tribe Gaming. A lot of those tanks that we mentioned are open, so that Shelly ban on the side of Space Station Gaming certainly suggests that they do want to go with maybe a Lily, maybe a Kenji, Kaze. There's so many options open here, Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? You don't see a specific ban like that unless you have something in mind. So Angelo, very normal early start. I'd say the only weird thing maybe about Tribe's bans is the Mandy, but that's just because they don't have, or because they do have the first overall pick. They can just be more particular, so they get rid of several sharpshooters and an interesting Gray that can get some good combos going, especially with those tankier options. So response going to be Gus. So still haven't telegraphed really why that Shelly ban came through. I guess we'll find that out later down the line.
I was prawn ready.
Could be a something that the Gus shields coming in. Hank is going to fit that role. We said no Ash, and I don't really think it will be selected here, but he is one of the best ways to deal with Hank, and that's not even just drawing from what we saw there on Ring of Fire. So Tribe Gaming are thinking of, okay, how are we going to win this with some raw aggression? For the time being, it looks like Space Station Gaming are going to try and win this in the late game. I think just looking at this Angelo, there's potential for Tribe Gaming to get an early game pick and then get their strength from there.
Daryl going to be that next selection for them. I like this, especially in this game mode, just because Daryl can charge that super passively. He doesn't even have the tank trait. He can just sit there and gain a little super. Obviously, the mobility is nice. Having a shotgun brawler in the faces of these enemies can be quite beneficial. This fifth pick, I think, going to be an important one, though, because I think Hank and Daryl can go toe-to-toe, especially if Hank has heals. Not the easiest thing in the world, but I think Hank can manage just because he's in such a good spot right now. So I think Tribe Gaming's fifth pick here has to be a good way to deal with that. They've got the range. They've got somebody that can get up in the face. I'm curious if this is going to be, ooh, little DPS. Okay, we saw this yesterday, so I want to call this out. Now there's an opportunity for throwers to go. If you go thrower, though, the good news for Tribe Gaming is they paired this with a Daryl. So if they want to go thrower, they're going squishy. Daryl does well into that. I think this gives Space Station Gaming a little bit harder. It's not just a simple click sprout and you win like it was yesterday.
Yeah, when I see the Rico, my first thought is always Sprout, but there are a couple of huge threats here. You mentioned the Daryl, the Angelo also. If you're running Master Fletcher, then you're going to be getting 4,000 damage through a wall as long as you make contact with that shot. Here comes a thrower, but it's a different one. It's Juju. She is able to walk over that water, so she gets a bit of an easier time when it comes to retreating. She's able to cross the water. That helps her have a bit of a better matchup in a Daryl. I would expect to see them fighting like East versus West along that like long straightaway. Since Space Station Gaming is the red team, we can, I think, expect to see it sort of on the bottom side. That's how we see it played a lot of the time. Still, though, is going to be lacking in the health department. Could totally be taken advantage of by Angelo. Despite having walls to hide behind, there's always the gadget selection of Angelo that is a looming mystery.
Sans going to be taking advantage of that grass, the extra range that goes down, a little invisibility, trying to get sneaky, but Zeus has plenty of room to work with, especially since he can float over those strips of grass.
We'll see this Juju and Daryl matchup begin to take shape as well. Sans trying to rotate over there. He also has an excellent matchup into that Rico. There are quite a bit of walls. Oh my goodness, what a laser from Luffy. That's Bobby taken down already. He was the highest health in the team, but he was hung out in a super vulnerable position versus Luffy on his signature brawler.
Nice steal early on for Tribe Gaming. 3v2 situations are so difficult at a pro level. Reverse sweeps, already hard enough. Now coming back from this situation, a toughie as well. Chino has had his back against the wall before. Sans working the distance here, but Tribe Gaming can just play it patient. They know they have the numbers. There's no need to rush. They can just hold on to their utility, pop it if necessary, and then go into the next round with an advantage.
Even better, get some hypercharge out of this one. Chino is going to try and get some of his. Same goes for Sans. He knows how valuable that Gree is going to be in the next round. And managed to only really feed RBM. So it's a definite bonus. RBM is going to get his hypercharge and super for free anyway. And RBM has already gotten his hypercharge. So really, we're just waiting on a super. It may be in the books for Tribe Gaming to simply let RBM get that ability and sort of get a bit of utility with the other guys, and then win this in the late game while denying stuff to Space Station Gaming since they don't have any auto-charge abilities.
Ooh, love the sneaky gameplay coming out of SSG. Use the gadget to go invisible, and now they'll bounce back in a big way. Nicely done. So when Juju's in that grass and pops the gadget, she goes invisible. And Rico's such a squishy matchup that when she pops out, instead of those 1,600 shots, it's 2k damage per, so 3 shots is enough to take him down, and they will clean things up here. Beautifully done. That's a nice turnaround here for SSG.
Yeah, that whole 3-shot interaction is among why Rico has these horrible matchups into throwers. But there are some bases covered by the other two if necessary. Luffy's going to try and laser down this lane. That was almost like worthlessly aggressive from Luffy in the previous one. I'm not sure why he decided to push so confidently into that bush. Maybe thought that Sans wasn't going to be in that position, but Sans is going to be vulnerable. RBM out with the hypercharge. He has another super. He's going to use it to escape, actually. Thankfully for Chino, he had a super, managed to blast Daryl away from his teammate, and keep this as a 3v3.
The Daryl one I can let slide, but the Zeus hypercharge there was really interesting. I feel like this has been some bad calls possibly on using their utility. Now Bobby left-hand in, going for a bubble. RBM forced away, and Bobby still has that purple button saved up. Chino adding in the mix as well. The torpedoes homing in. Makes a little bit of contact, but not enough as Chino will pop a bubble. Luffy still pinned against this right side wall, and it's still 3 members for each end.
I'm also questioning why Chino popped his hypercharge and super there. I guess he maybe wanted a bit of additional damage, but it would have been way better used now, where he could have blasted away RBM, who's going right into the smoke. He'll still get a kill. Now it's just Sans alive. Luffy pops the celebratory hyper, and that's 1 game going to Tribe.
Despite maybe a couple mistakes in there, it was still a victory for Tribe Gaming. When it came down to that 3v3 matchup in the in-game of round 3, was good enough for Tribe to slide by. It was a little interesting to see the hyper aggression, I'll call it, coming out. I mean, Angelo popped a hyper charge there when it really wasn't necessary. Rico fired one from a long distance with that super, a non-hyper charge, but a super that you called out. I don't know, it did gain them some positioning. They won in the end, so it's hard to critique too much, but yeah, just a couple things maybe to watch out for.
Luffy, he's just so good at Rico, really, that, look, if he wants to ego pick it here, then cool, but it's very effective at clearing out lanes. In the early game, you get insane range as well. He's not really worried about any sharpshooters because, look, what does Space Station Gaming have? They got a Gus. That's not much of a threat to Luffy. The only thing that is an issue for him is this Juju on the top side, who's trying to press in, but now needs to refocus on RBM, who's picked up 1, looks for 2. Sans eviscerated. Bobby, the last one alive, and there's the Master Fletcher from Zeus.
Just not clicking right now. SSG came close in the first game, but it's another dominant start here for Tribe Gaming. 3 red members walking down the right-hand side. They'll send Rico up to the right as well, spacing the floor, which is a little interesting. Traditionally on this map, we'll see a full blue left and a full red right. Instead, they're changing things up, and Bobby trying to take advantage of the low HP Rico. Here comes Zeus with a hypercharge, gunning it down, knocking an arrow, RBM sliding in on the action as well, but be forced away immediately to Gree there to assist.
Space Station Gaming on the retreat. They're going to the left side. Bit of the good old-fashioned East versus West. But last time in this position, it came down to Tribe. They took this same exact lineup in the previous round. We'll see Luffy actually assuming more of the middle position, utilizing some of these walls to penetrate deeper into those bushes on the left side. He really needs his hyper or his super here to deny one of those key areas. He's going to do it versus Chino. Drops him pretty low, but no kill just yet. Now the hypercharge in from RBM. Looks for one versus Sans. Denied by the Gree. Sans comes out on top. And another one onto RBM. Luffy and Zeus. The 2v2 here at mid as the poison's forcing everyone close together. Chino does have a super he's going to pop. He's going to do it onto Sans, but Sans doesn't get the damage. What a dodge from Chino! Just 2 shots would shut down Luffy. There's one, misses, needs another, dies in the poison. Oh, what a disaster! And a set for Tribe.
That felt winnable for both sides in that one-on-one interaction. I mean, it was some great dodges initially from that Rico, but just one little miss from that Gus could have changed things up here. It obviously wouldn't have guaranteed us that win by any means, but Tribe will escape, and another good one. It just feels like Tribe are on another level compared to the other teams in this region.
I do feel like it was a close one in that one. Disaster strikes at the end there. The Rico wins it out. Thanks to the Rico, they played a lot on the right-hand side lane, which we usually don't see on this map, as you guys have pointed out. But he's just so good on that lane. It truly worked out here for Tribe. On the one side, we have a team that is aiming for a perfect season. They only need 15 more match wins. They're halfway through. So far, they did win 15 out of 15. And then on the other side, we have an SSG that is trying to win to even stay in LCQ and World's contention, but their draft just isn't there really. I mean, in this one, to be fair, I also wouldn't have known what to pick up here as last pick. That Juju, it kind of worked, kind of didn't, but I also wouldn't have known what else to pick here, Kenny.
I think the hard thing here, too, it was seeing those stats for Hank. I mean, 0 kills and 80 DPS. Just never really felt like he could close the distance too much, especially as good of a player as Bobby is. They really shut him down.
Yeah, he tried, but that was all that, really happened in that set. It was a closer one than this 2-0 so far, which suggest not even a single game taken by them. New Heights did take a game, even though they had a player playing from a driving car. So I would expect SSG to take a game, maybe even a set. Maybe Shooting Star is going to be their map now ready. It is, after all, the map that, they have been playing before in their quarterfinal, so they are certainly prepped for it.
Hopefully they didn't reveal too much of their hand, though. I know for a fact that Tribe Gaming was paying attention to their drafts here, so if they have any extra tricks up their sleeve, now would be the time to reveal them. My guess is just that their hand has already been played. We'll see what they can cook up. If they had anything alternative, maybe Tribe Gaming takes a different approach from what Space Station Gaming anticipated in the face of their matchup versus STM Men in that quarterfinal. They're going to have the last pick this time, which they weren't really able to fully utilize there on Knockout. So ideally, they're able to get something a little bit more powerful here.
We saw this map before today from SSG. They played a Gus Grey Bell, left a Nani open. Now they're lucky that Tribe Gaming, despite having the first pick here, banned out the Nani themselves. I feel like that could have already been the start of a disaster here for SSG, but Mandy is going to be the first pick instead. And I don't mind her, but I do feel like Nani would have been even better here. Now, next pick for Space Station Gaming. Is it going to be another Gus Grey Bell, or do they have another idea here, Kenny?
Yeah, Gus is a good call out. Gray going to be in the mix as well. So they could pair the Gray, or they could just have him be a standalone. Sometimes you're going to see that on Shooting Star in particular. Jay Young does mix up a little bit on this map. I don't know if we're going to see it, considering they've already picked the Gray, but we'll keep our eyes out for it anyways. Byron, another one that's got that long range, has that support kind of factor in there as well. So those are a few, I think, that are good call outs.
Really hoping that they don't pick up this Gus in tandem with the Gray and then sort of chicken out on their last selection, because this is exactly what they did last time. They're facing a Mandy as well. They're going to have to be able to get in range versus that, because you're not going to generally win a sniper battle against Mandy. So now they're trying to up the tempo. Here comes Jae-Young. When he stays close to his teammates, he's going to be giving them speed. He can also shoot teammates to give them speed, or heals, and the gadget gives you crazy damage, and that is amplified even more when you are on that healing mode. So Space Station Gaming had the bones, they had the 2 support brawlers to sort of enforce this last selection, whatever they go with. Tribe Gaming are thinking of ways that they're going to counter this. Leon, sure, why not? I'm trying to make sense of how exactly that is. My best thinking here is that versus these 2 support brawlers that don't have much in terms of like CC, close range, they're looking for a long range that would then turn into an assassination at close range.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to just kind of see what happens here, because this isn't super normal. This is some old-timey Brawl Stars mentality. But I think to your point, Leon's just kind of a sneaky one here in the sense that we have Gray and Jae-Young that aren't the beefiest brawlers, and they are capable of getting takedowns. So it relies on Leon getting those super cycled. Takes a while from a distance. He's going to have to find a way to kind of invis and cycle in those valuable supers. And now alongside Gus, they can probably be a little more vulnerable because they'll have an extra 5k plus shield coming their way if they need it. So this isn't a bad pairing. This is just a really unique one. I'm curious to see how Leon turns out here.
Yeah, once he gets that hypercharge, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Even with a normal super, if he gets the assistance from Gus with that bubble shield, then he might as well have a hypercharge, okay? He's going to be doing a lot more damage. He's also going to have some shield. Fang now coming out from Space Station Gaming. The brawler at long range that turns into a close range assassin. Here's the catch. Versus Mandy, cool. Good luck getting any flip-flops hit onto her. And versus Gus, you're going to get blasted away. The last time I remember Fang being played here in Brawl Stars competitive by Space Station Gaming, it was sort of a fantastic failure. So I'm curious if they're going to be able to correct on that. Maybe they've decided that, yeah, we're going to drill this, keep it as a secret weapon, but they don't really have my confidence at the moment.
One thing you can't take away from them, though, Reddy, they did not chicken out on you. They did commit.
That's
and we
true.
love to see it. Entertaining nonetheless, but a difficult matchup for sure, especially with positioning here. Now Zeus can rain down shots as Luffy works his way closer and closer. It gets easier to get those supers. So I think outside the blue star going the other way, positioning for Tribe I think is a big deal.
Yes, they're just looking to get that one pick, maybe hit someone through a wall, get a slow on someone. Even Zeus is fed up with Chino. He's like, okay, if you're not going to come out from behind that wall, I'm going to go play mid, and I'm going to send Luffy's clone over to the left side. Just kidding. It's RBM going for the lane swap. Space Station Gaming, they're just fighting for survival. Hopefully they can get up their supers pretty soon and make some action happen. That was good synergy right there. Definitely some good team play between Chino and Sans. Just didn't successfully hook RBM all the way through those bushes. See Luffy start to encroach on the territory on the left side. It's going to gradually sap away some of that ammo from SSG that they need to punish someone who gets too close.
Now Luffy has a super. There he goes, activating it, going for the super speed as well. Looks at Chino, has a super. Zeus will miss contact, but it will be a return of fire. Bobby diving in, trades. Blue Star now swapped back to SSG. They'll get much more aggressive, and Jae-Young will back them down for now.
Blue Star separation between Tribe Gaming and Space Station at the moment. Bobby hasn't really been able to do much on this Fang, unfortunately, but hopefully he's getting close to his next super. Only 20 seconds remaining. If Tribe Gaming want to make this count, then they're going to have to get aggressive, and that's when they risk feeding Bobby that super that's going to be crucial for taking down Zeus, who would be hung out to dry by an aggressive RBM and Luffy.
Supers for both sides. Luffy trying to get devious, going for the fake, and now gets a shield received from Luffy. Luffy trying to go for it, doesn't succeed. Chino sitting idly by, teleports through and actually swaps brawlers. Disaster strikes. Tribe Gaming now able to walk away with a 1-star lead. That felt attainable for SSG, and instead, they're facing a match point.
What a bizarre final interaction there. We almost saw just such an insane play. It was firstly Bobby teleporting away from an aggressive Leon with a Gus shield and Spirit Animal star power activated, no doubt. And he survives. And cool, they're in the lead. Then something odd happens on the right side. No finishing blow from Gray to take down Zeus, who is only 1 tick of HP away from turning into some stars for Space Station Gaming. Tribe managed to run away, and it just really didn't feel like it should have gone to them. But it's a win nonetheless. It puts them within 1 game of reach of making it to the grand finals.
Zeus lands a super. Not enough for a kill due to shield plus heals, but nonetheless, some good stuff. Luffy disappears right in front of their eyes. Grabs that kill. and will take off. He's actually hovering right on this left-hand side, going for a surprise attack. Interesting call here, and will immediately fall. That was a bit bold.
It was bold, but it was a risk that Tribe Gaming could afford because they are still at a huge deficit versus Space Station Gaming. I say huge because one kill really matters here. You saw how few kills flew either way in the last round. Looking at the lane matchups once again. Ooh, a Sugar Ray out from Zeus. It's going to cost him 4 shots to farm up once again because he didn't hit anyone.
That was a tough one, too. I mean, maybe just a little over-aggression. The good news is Luffy has cycled into a hypercharge. They were going to be down either way and still need a kill, so still works out regardless. Luffy popping off, Bobby dashing, trying to make a kill. Zeus, oh, they're all going to taste the rainbow. Sliding over Tribe's way, and now a 3-star lead.
Zeus is also off of those 2 shots, cycled yet another super. It's going to be great for fending off Bobby or Sans. That wasn't that great of a shot from Zeus, but it's okay. It's something that they can afford. They have a 3-star advantage right now. That means that Luffy can die, RBM can die, but not both, and most certainly not Zeus. He needs to position himself as far away as possible.
They found Luffy, they scouted him out, and now he's going to be weak. RBM relying on a shield. Bobby dashing, goes for one, in and out he goes. Little extra speed from Sans as well. The heals go through, and it's a walk away from SSG. Tribe trying to hustle their way up the map, and with 5 seconds to go, everybody behind enemy lines. Plenty of utility. Chino has to be careful, diving in just a body block, and it is enough. This time, SSG will take care of business entire set 3.
And that marks the 1-game victory that we've seen from SSG this entire match so far. In order to get a win in their previous match, they had to reverse sweep. Could be seeing the beginnings of that, but I wouldn't keep your hopes high. This was still a really close one. Major development that we saw in game number 2 was finally Bobby was able to make some moves. See the Blue Star go to Space Station Gaming once again. The ball is in their court. They'll play defense, still keeping our eyes peeled for anything that could change from one game over to the next.
Sans relying on those strips of speed to move him up the map so they can grab the Blue Star for a 3rd straight time. Luffy working his way on that left hand in as RBM goes from the long distance against Chino, who's hugging these cardboard boxes on the right. Sans once again cycling in a super, and Bobby just working for that first. Once Fang gets one, once brawlers like Leon gets one, that's where the action's really going to start happening.
Definitely concerned about feeding Leon his super. It's been a major turning point. Last time they actually managed to defuse that sort of tactical nuke that is Leon combined with Gus's super, and especially that hypercharge, which also against the odds, they managed to survive, really coming out on top of that one. We'll see once more fending off that clone on the left side from Bobby, but he does have to worry about Luffy equipped with his super. Here it comes, Luffy switching up. This time he didn't throw in a clone first. Combination from Zeus. He gets the kill on the left and a Sugar Ray onto the right. He's 2 shots away from getting his next one, and they're going to be fed to him. The Space Station Gaming now on the offense.
SSG are marching now as a unit. Low HP for Jae Young, will back off. A pull, Chino diving in. Ooh, gonna be back down immediately. Sans there to suppress some heals. Bobby holding on to this super. That's gonna be the thing to watch out for. It's been a huge point of interest for SSG. The more brawlers they're bouncing off of, the easier it is for those follow-up tags for SSG.
Speed in, Bobby at full HP, total miss on the hypercharge from Zeus. That's going to cost them a ton of defensive pressure. Now RBM vulnerable on the right side. Sans going to go for additional damage by using his gadget. Anything, really anything to get him low, but he still has the super available. Bobby's got to go for something now. They need to see where Luffy is. He's in Fizz. Bobby's going to go for it. Denied by RBM. Chino out with the hypercharge. Luffy still alive, circling around the right, looking for the kill on Sans. Tribe Gaming ahead by a 7-star margin, and they're going to the grand finals once again.
SSG were able to make a miracle happen once. Twice too much to ask for in one day. This team is just a different caliber, cut from a different cloth, and will continue to bombard this region. They are 3-0 now, twice on the day.
It's either a reverse sweep or they get beaten 3-0 in the end. I really feel for SSG in this one because this time around, as much as we have been talking and bashing their draft, it was not about the draft. It was a really good one here. They had already played Shooting Star in their quarterfinal match, picked up the Gray there, lost in the end to Stamina, but they switched up their comp this time around. They realized Gray into Jae Young might not be the best idea. They just got ran over by Stamina and now picked them up themselves. I also like the Fang idea, a very bold pick in the end, but a perfect way to round off their comp here. And they almost made it work. At least they took a game up of them ready.
Unfortunately, it didn't work all the way, but yes, they didn't get 6-0. That's definitely a better feeling than getting 6-0. Winning at least one game. So they showed something here. I think that this paints a very clear picture just in a difference in objectives between the two teams. Space Station Gaming, their goal was to make it to the semifinals. Success! Unfortunately, in order to do that, they also had to get run through by Tribe Gaming on their way to the grand finals, which they seem to be destined to make every single month.
Man, Tribe Gaming with another 3-0. Just something that's been a common trend for them all season long. So they will be the final boss waiting. Elevate on the other end, Team Electros. This should be a fun semifinals number 2.
Your MVP, RBM, no doubt the brawler that I had my attention fixated on, especially the Ashe. I mean, we started off with the Bang. He gets to play what he was comfortable on. We saw a bit of that from every member of Tribe Gaming, in fact. We got to see, like, Luffy on the Rico as well. RBM, though, he's, I think, well known in North America for just being one of the most mechanically gifted players, and this was before also he joined up with the current Tribe Gaming roster last year. I think he was really the catalyst that launched this roster sort of into the forefront of the North American minds, and he has retained that consistency to this day.
There was a 3-0 sweep in our semifinal number 1, but I don't expect this to be the case for semifinal number 2. We have Elevate on the one side, the team that has made it into the monthly finals every single month, but only ever got second place, never won against Tribe so far. But they did make it into monthly finals, unlike Team Electros on the other side. We called them the Dark Horse. They weren't expected to win their quarterfinal and turn it into a 3-0 against Pioneer. So I have super high hopes for them. Let's see if they can break the curse here in NA and finally make it a bit of a different monthly final in June. We're gonna find that out and more after a quick break. Welcome back to the NA June monthly finals and welcome back, Arch. Glad to have you. I'm sure you enjoyed your break. Unfortunately, also for you this time around, it was a very short one. 3-0 for Tribe against SSG. Where was the issue?
SSG played Tribe. I mean, that's basically it for me. You know, the number 1 seed in the region and continuously so. And off the back of that defeat in Brawl Cup, you'd expect them to come back in swinging and proving the haters wrong, as we said, coming into the show, right? So I wasn't too surprised to see it. As we were saying behind the scenes, SSG, they're looking great. The mechanics are awesome, but it's just like the draft which kind of lets them down a bit.
As you said, Tribe is the number 1 seed at the moment, but there is one team that has a chance and definitely the drive to trying to throw them to them today, and it's gonna be Elevate. They have to face up against a fairly new team here on the other side, Electros, with the pickup of the Ankh Slavy. Ready? Let's see if they can do it.
It's one of my favorite dynamics in Brawl Stars right now. I mean, you see the way as Livy has like talked about their scrims. He's like, this is a really special experience scrimming with Bilal and Rafiki, and they're saying stuff in the group chat like, you know, as Livy taught me a new form of rage bait, and they're like skull reacting their own messages. He called them cracked 16-year-olds, which they are, but it's not to denigrate their achievement. I mean, they've made it to the semifinals.
You hear a lot of our voices today. We also want to hear the voices of the players. Let's give them the stage.
I think they are a really stronger team. They are new on the scene like us. I want to know their performance with his new member, who is Livy, a big really name on the scene.
Elevate is known for their ability to outdraft almost everyone in the region, and I think that's their strong suit, obviously. I think if they can manage to keep that up, that they should be in a pretty good spot for Worlds after, especially this month. But anything can happen, and I'm hoping that if I meet them in the semifinals, that we can be the first team other than Tribe to beat them in monthly finals.
Be the first team other than Tribe to beat them is the big goal for Levy. He's saying that Elevate is known for their outdrafts. They themselves had pretty good drafts against Pioneers, so I'm not too scared in that regard for them in this semi-final match. Once again, Elevate is trying to dethrone Tribe here. They want to take first in NA, and with the double points that we have in Summer Split, that's certainly possible already.
Hey, don't we all want to take first in NA? And I'm seeing something a little odd, like right there. Sunny, you seem to have gone with Team Electros to take this?
Yes.
What's up with that?
We discussed it in the break. My head is definitely saying to go with Elevate. My heart is with Electros though, because my heart is always for the underdogs. And they are certainly the Davids, the underdogs, the non-favorites in this matchup here. After what they showed us against Pioneers, I do feel like they have what it takes. And oh, look at that. Seems like many people, still the minority, but still many people seem to agree with me.
Yeah, but do you actually think it, or have you just done it so you can get your tweet out, take your little screenshot, schedule it up, and get it all ready, and say, "No, I've still got it." You know, yeah, just you know.
I told you before, I'm only tweeting once a weekend, so that's right.
Okay.
I literally told you my head is saying Elevate, so no, I don't think Team Electros can take it, but my heart is shouting Electros. I went with them because I'm just here for the storylines. I want to see a Dark Horse rising, and we had the same monthly final every single month in NA. Please give us something new here, Eddie.
My heart is also with Team Electros. I have wanted to see these guys succeed for so long. It has been an absolute joy watching particularly Rafiki and Bilal, sort of their comeuppance over the course of like last season. They make their first monthly final. They're new this year, and now suddenly they're in a semi-final. This is the new generation of North American players. They're going to start off their draft arc with the Lily first selection.
It's certainly a strong one that is, for me, kind of taking it away from the hands of Elevate. Not going to lie. Certainly, Gus ban is actually kind of a rare thing to see. Chester ban as well, solid stuff. Jackie is a potential thing which might be an idea into the Lily with Tara coming in. It's not a bad shout for me. Following up, they've got the potential of some grey action to be had on this particular map. And that's kind of where my mind is at. Certainly one that tanks can get a good, decent appearance in. Brawlers like, Ash do have a pretty decent time on this map. Tank ban is quite key here. Team Electros Finks coming in to Elevate. Another brawler that works really well here. What's not to like about Finks at the moment in the current meta. It's definitely good, solid stuff. But for me, still some brawlers which could make an appearance realistically. I mean, the Janet is not necessarily the most common of picks, but one that can be decent on Hard Rock Mine. I mean, the buzz for Elevate, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I mean, Evex on it, I just got such fond memories that I just can't help but hope that might make an appearance.
Yeah, the Spider-Man sort of action all the way to the enemy side definitely resonates in my mind too whenever I just think of like the stuff that Evex did early in his career last year. But he's a big dog now. I think, he's expanded his brawler pool. We'd love to see him make a return to that regard. We'll see Team Electros also start to flesh out this Lily composition. They're going to go with an 8-bit mid. I feel like there's some pretty obvious selections into that 8-bit that might be vulnerable against a Lily. Looking at something like a Bell, for example. Really, 8-bit's vulnerable to a lot of things when he's slow. He doesn't have his turret down just yet, but it's definitely consistent. Ruffs also making an appearance. More of a rare one, but can be crucial because Ruffs is quite effective at getting his hypercharge and then giving it to the brawler that needs it the most, might have the most issues farming it out for themselves. Lily, I think, is going to be that brawler.
Evex might need to call a handyman because that crack in that wall is going from one side to the exact other side. Like it's about to fall down. Careful, man. yes, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. What a call. Yeah, love to see it. Oh, my word. Elevate are about to make me very, very happy.
Let's just hope and pray that it's actually Evex on that brawler as well. And we'd get to see a sort of reiteration of what put Evex really on the map to begin with last year, before he was this storied land qualifying player with the present Elevate roster that he is today. Further commenting on what Team Electros are going for here, I'm curious where they're going to be breaking these walls. They're going to be placing Colonel Ruffs on a lane, no doubt, against this Buzz. He's going to try and grapple him immediately. And yeah, those sandbags are going to do nothing because Buzz has a piercing attack.
Yeah, already. I mean, Evex has got the stun super, which is exactly what you want to have. And immediately off the first play, nice pick up there from Vegeta as well. It's business as usual so far for Elevate. Oh, look at that from Rafiki. Just dances around Evex. Beautifully done. And Evex forced back a little bit here. Still staying alive on low HP. Gets a nice amount of aggression into his Livy. And already 6 gems with Elevates. Rafiki, though, is dangerous. And Diego Gamer is low here. So forced back as Team Electros now retake this mid.
My largest concern, really, for Elevate is what are they going to do against a, surprise Lily attack? They know its position. Evex knew because he went close to that bush, and suddenly his super started charging. I wonder if someone's in there. Oh, what a prediction! He knew Rafiki was going to be there. Look at that. Vegeta's counting up to 9 gems. Doesn't even matter that he's facing 2 different sharpshooters at mid at the moment because he had that super down. He's going to go for number 10 as well, as if he weren't even facing 2 brawlers at mid. He dodged every single shot. Now he's running all the way home.
Wow, not that much time here, realistically. Hypercharge, or Rafiki, though, is lurking with a hypercharge himself. Not quite there. And the protection of his teammates was there for Vegeta. Nice stuff from Elevate to kick things off. A game in the bag. And quite a clean one. Another crack on the right side. The house is going to fall down.
Or maybe they're like string lights or something. In which case, yeah, in which case, I wonder what...
Crack them on?
Yeah. Let's see. I hope they're RGB.
So light party.
Yeah. Get some, you know what? That's something I would love to see, is some strobe effects when they win a set, which may very well be soon. You see the way that they ran over Team Electros in game number 1.
Well, Evex with a rare missed gadget. Gems dropped. 1 goes to Vegeta there, as Livy was able to pick up the others, but will find the upper hand. And most importantly, supply drop going down shortly for his team. Will break those 2 barrels in the mid, which will give Palau a bit of a easier time of things to get some lineups on the way out of spawn. Rafiki again doing a great job of suppressing someone like Evex. Not an easy challenge at all. There's time, but there's another missed gadget there from Evex. Has to go in now. Misses the stun, rather, has to go with the gadget as the follow-up, but still, it's enough time just to keep Team Electros busy, distract them, allow Vegeta to get the gems safely from the mid. And he's got 6-3. Rafiki goes in, gets the takedown as well, but Alex is there for support, but Bilal's the last man standing, and though he's slow and sluggish, he will pick up the gems, and Electros get a countdown.
And a nice finish there for Team Electros too, because they didn't even leave any gems on that Lily, who's going to need to play aggressive now. Vegeta with the TP back, he actually gets taken down. Can't even use the super. Diego Gamer would love to use his super, but he can't get in range of Bilal, and Evex will be the last to fall to a hypercharge super out of his Livy. Much better showing from Team Electros. It looked like we were going to see a repeat of game number 1, just judging by how favorable it was for Elevate in game number 1. However, I think really Team Electros managed to put the brakes on that. They played a much better, consistent game. They identified the issue, which is that, first of all, Evex was running at them, and second of all, that Vegeta was in their backline super early on in the game. I think they made much better use of the Lily as well.
I think for me as well, Evex has had a bad game, and it's a rare thing to see now, looking better. And if he pops off in this buzz, I think it's still a step to Elevate, in my opinion. The last game, missing a lot of connections, and I think that was the downfall. Let's see, though, whether he can suppress Rafiki, who's playing a great game. Shadows out for Diego Gamer, taking swiftly care of. And it's Lily trying to find an opportunity. Look at Evex again now, popping off. Gets the takedown as well. Cycles out that super. Gets the 3rd gadget in. There's enough time to allow Diego and Vegeta to bring things back forwards in this aggressive position in the mid. Kara super out as well. Shade will get the pick up. But this hypercharge from Rafiki, it's dangerous. 7 gems as well in the pocket of Elevate. If Rafiki can steal those out, this will be a steal.
no. A missed super from Rafiki. That's going to cost him. He's going to get close to Vegeta. Diego Gamer needs the peel. Vegeta now with the TP gadget back. Oh, he hangs on just by a thread. A single extra projectile from 8-Bit would have sent him to an early grave. Now, Hypercharge out from his Livy to wall break and also to give a Hypercharge super to someone. Rafiki's going to go for 1 kill and look to replenish that with the supply drop, but he simply can't. Diego Gamer's got a Hypercharge out here. He's going for his Livy. We almost look at a kill. Evex now trying to apply the pressure, provide a little bit of room for Diego Gamer to get in here and grab gem number 10. Next one's going to be spawning on Elevate side. Vegeta managed to get that countdown started early with 1 picked up on the side of Team Electros. As long as they both stay alive, they're looking pretty clean, but Rafiki has the Hypercharge.
Yeah, split the gems is a hazard, but there's a miss from Rafiki. It might prove costly, but the gems reset regardless. Oh, that Hypercharge 8-Bit turret as well drops them, and Rafiki goes back into the realm. Can they find him coming out? MX is there for it, and they should be able to seal it now. 10-8, but now enough time has passed that Team Electros can gain them from the mid, but not anymore. Back to Elevate and MX coming in with a huge pickup there. Gems spawning all over the spawn, and Team Electros now with little to be able to say for it. 3 seconds, but it is just as Livy. And as scrappy as it was, Elevate will gain that set.
Got a little messy there towards the end, but they managed to bring it on home. The buzz was pretty darn good in game number 1. Game number 2, a bit different story. We saw why exactly that Lily is worthy of a first pick and how it can actually combine with the Colonel Ruffs in game number 3.
It was a close one in the end, but Elevate take the momentum from month 1, 2, and 3 and broke up into this match as well. Winning that first set, it wasn't a sweep, but it was still a very strong performance from the roster. Bilal, MVP on the side of Team Electra, certainly did his job with 8-Bit, but in the end, the consistency that Elevate is showing us just prevailed, Ark.
Yeah, I think Rafiki had a great game. I mean, a couple of misses for sure in that third. No doubt about that for me, and some of them at quite pivotal moments, but really making that Lily count. Bilal, of course, yeah, statistically doing a lot better, but I think maybe it's just the flashy brawler, but you can see there just a lot of resets with the gems, and certainly in gem grab, you need brawlers like that to be able to just cause a big problem, make you scattered, get inside your head, rattle you, and that was really for me what Rafiki's job was.
There were so many things to love about this set. One that stuck out to me actually was Vegeta. Dude, you see him in game number 1? He was 1v2ing at mid, couldn't even be bothered to shoot the enemies. He had the super down, everything was moving in slow motion around him, and he didn't get hit by a single one of those projectiles. That stayed up for like a good while as well. He got 2 gems off of that. Every single member of both teams is looking switched on today.
Electros did come out of the quarterfinals with a 3-0 sweep against Pioneers. Elevate made it a little bit closer against Eternal. Now, there's room for debate here if Pioneers it really just wasn't their day. If Eternal maybe had a really good day, usually I would always say Elevate should take that one. Electros is just looking super strong with their new roster. We had 3 different roster changes in this region, and for Team Electros, it's certainly paid off so far, Ark.
Yeah, so far, but this could very much be a back and forth affair, I feel, as Team Electros really are impressing me with how they come prepared for this monthly final. It's like, you know, almost one of those ideas where you've got little to lose, and in that regard, you can just kind of allow yourselves to flow. And as Livy's experience is really helping to guide the youth really in this scenario, it's looking really, really solid despite being 1 set down here. I think this could be certainly a place to be able to pull it back. But in then Pinhole Punt, and I'm looking really primarily here at a Finks ban. Kind of got to be up there with the Loomies. It's just so strong on this particular map as well. Big brawlers like Hank and other various tanks too can get a good time here. Buster, Kenji, and that kind of thing. Certainly the tank counters that same idea. The Chester and the B got to be taken into heavy consideration here.
Lots of very meta options to choose from here. We'll see which ones they decide to go with in just a moment here as we're moving into the draft. Ark, you mentioned as Livy is sort of the shepherd for these new players that have entered into Brawl Stars, and I just find it so interesting to reflect on how we've been in and around Brawl Stars Esports for long enough to remember when as Livy first started playing in Brawl Stars Esports generally. Now he's sort of the unk, and he's bringing this new generation.
For sure, and you know, I think with his experience, it couldn't come from a better place really. He's the person to lead things for me. Oh, look at this bans as well, looking very much in line with that very idea. So Finks is available here. It's the first pick brawler. I mean, as much as I go on about Gus, it's decent to combine with tanks here. I wouldn't mind it necessarily here, but I think that's where I would prefer to see things going. And Elevate will certainly want to gain it. Yeah, it's the first pick for Electros. It's a really, really good one at that. Now, can Elevate run this down? There's still tank options available here. They need to have something to prepare for it, some heals potentially. Maybe a berry wouldn't be the worst of ideas to consider on a particular map, but Ash, Carl, they will have a good time on this map and can't be understated. Sometimes, Amber, sometimes Meg, it's not really for me, but they do make appearances here as well. Jae Young is certainly a map for it as well. I would not mind that for Elevate either.
You mentioned many brawlers, Gus amongst them. Wouldn't mind to see him here, especially paired with a mech. Finks is going to be the first pick though. He is a very strong brawler, a lot of damage output. We've seen him a lot of times in Brawl Cup. He's coming back also now for the June monthly finals. Mech, I do like her, especially if paired, as mentioned, with a Gus. Gray could work out here too. B is someone we also see here very often. A lot of those long-range brawlers, and that's why I like Pinhole Pond. It's kind of like an odd one out amongst the brawl maps. We do see some more long-range, a little less thrower, and we do see some tanks as well. Gus is going to come in here, so far we have a pretty good read on the draft here already.
This is true. I think a lot of these picks have already been mentioned. So what is the way forward? Well, for Elevate, possibly something that has goal-scoring potential here on Pinhole Punt. You're looking at establishing that mid-control with Meg already, so now it's time to play the objective for Elevate's last selection. Kaze is going to be crucial for getting on top of some of these squishier things on Elevate. I think that Elevate already have sort of the brawn for the Brawl in form of that Meg. Not really the best matchup for Kaze as long as she's in the fan form. Then Ninja form, it's a possible takedown for her. Team Electros, I think, have the aggression that they need. Just like, where's their CC really is the bigger question for me. It's so valuable to have when you want to play goalie here in Brawl.
Carl is my name.
Still a tough brawler to make work there as the Carl. Yeah, Kaze is still, for me, a brawler which can just really help or hinder. More often than not, what I will say is that it has been a very aggressive brawler, does get some good results. But it's still just such early days to see where she sits and where she lies in the mix. We've got the Gus, the Meg, and looking into things, I wouldn't mind pairing that Gus with something equally as aggressive to the Carl. I mean, it was not the pick I was thinking, but it does make some sense. It's such a bold thing to have. It's certainly an Evex pick for sure. I mean, it's going to do a very similar idea to what the Kaze is going to be bringing with the Geisha mode. So it's just, when can you ever predict the Mortis coming in the current meta? It's certainly a head scratcher. I would love to see it work out though, especially with the Gus combination with the shield. I mean, you can get some incredible plays, but it is a very, very bold statement and a huge risk here for Elevate.
I will give you my best read on this. First of all, if someone's picking Mortis into you in competitive, then you've made a grave error. My thought on what that is precisely what I was saying earlier is, hey, where's the CC? There's nothing really to properly defend against this Mortis. Maybe Rafiki can try and super away, Bilal has some stuff that he can do in close range, he can dash away, but I don't see anything significant to punish such an aggressive pick like Evex. He can't even get slowed down. He's gotten his first super, so now he can properly start to cycle things as long as he's able to execute. I see massive potential for this last pick from Elevate.
Yeah, it's so risky though, and I feel like Team Electros have just got the safer bets, but oh my word, what a takedown Rafiki there, stopping Evex in his tracks, because that was a guaranteed goal. Could just been able to secure it for a little bit longer. Diego Gamers got to heal up within this Fanstorm and just gets the ball. My word, that was close. Potentially a shot on goal there, but it was a bit of a fumble in the motion of it. It was a bit frantic, a bit hectic. And as such, Elevate's able to defend. Huge swipe there from Diego Gamer with that type of charge. Most importantly, the mid-control back with Elevate, but some close calls. It can't be denied.
No, that looked a little bit messy on the Elevate defense. Managed to hack it in the end. And a takedown onto Diego Gamer mid re-entry of that Meg. A pass over to the right side. Vegeta's going to be a dead man. This is a walk-in for Team Electros. And so far, this Mortis has not really been able to execute. Evex did manage to make it to the enemy side, but he didn't have enough ammo to put it in the goal, despite Rafiki being unable to block it. We'll see the Fanstorm come down. That's 1 kill onto Diego Gamer. Evex completely misses the super! He didn't hit anyone with that! This could be a walk-in for Team Electros, but they tipped off the ball just a little bit, as Livy, despite his best efforts to teleport forward, won't get that goal either, but Team Electros still do have mid control.
Some really valiant defenses from Vegeta, keeping his team in the conversation here with 30 seconds. They need the goal. Evex needs to bring out something, as again, you can't be picking the Mortis as a final pick and missing opportunities like that. That's a better connection from him, but he will still fall to Rafiki here, who's got such a great matchup. Vegeta! Oh my word, I was going to say, if he was able to defend that entire game and then score the goal, what a moment it would have been for his team. But a great defense, but it required all three from Elevate. It's not done yet. Evex is going to make a final ditch dash. It's not enough time, surely. Just off the clock, but very close. This can still work for Elevate, but again, it's a risk that I just got to question. Was it worth taking?
I wonder, because what would they have picked instead of the Mortis? They sort of got run down by the enemy side there. Mortis sort of went in and died several times. It took him a while to start making any impact, which was towards the end. He got the hypercharge out. Very cool, Evex. Could you do that earlier into the game? And the answer to that question is, really, if the matchups allow. When he did get quite aggressive earlier on, he was denied by Rafiki. Quite obviously, Mortis is going to die in these early game engagements. He's really a sort of chain brawler. Needs to get that super chain together. We'll see this mid control go to Team Electros after the initial skirmish, despite the best efforts of Evex to get in range. And Elevate are now on the back foot.
And Diego Gamer is having a rough time of things too. I mean, the mech, I'm still on the fence with, but the majority of this game, he has been out of mech and goes down again. And as soon as he does, it's just easy pickings for Bilal, for Rafiki, or these brawlers. And again, it's that same old story, just Vegeta on defense. He goes down now, a swipe, a huge swipe from Diego Gamer, and a double. Oh my goodness me! What an amazing mech defense! No hypercharge though for speed. That could have been useful to get Evex into the mix now, but back into the mid, most importantly. And what a huge save for Elevate.
Crisis averted for Elevate. Not only that, but that team kill has gotten the mid positioning once again. Bilal down. Rafiki on his last legs. He does have a super. He's going to use it to the best of his ability. There's a combo from Vegeta with the bubble shield, but Evex has to walk it through. Bilal, he had the damage. Oh no, and a super away. A goal denied for Elevate 2.
Nah, you can't be missing those. You can't be missing those. And Electros might not give them another chance to. 50 seconds on the clock. Hypercharge out for Vegeta. Now the ball pushed through and big aggression. Diego Gamer staying in mech and low HP means that that ball will be going in. That's good timing for Elevate's a recovery of sorts. As now 40 seconds on the clock. Huge hypercharge immediately there for Bilal going in on the aggression. And Electros really are taking no chances here, but now down to just almost 2 men. I was going to say there. Bilal just hanging on here. Vegeta, nice knock back with a shield, but can he get this ball clear? It's straight to his Livy, and surely still a walk in here for Rafiki.
Not much that Evex can do on defense as a Mortis, but on offense, he's ready to crank up this momentum. He has the hypercharge super. It's a good thing that Finks has one of his own down because those bats are not going to do much unless they're at full speed. Evex can't chain it. It's down to Diego Gamer with his hypercharge to now make this one in the goal. With just a couple seconds left, everyone's grouped together. Hypercharge out from Diego Gamer. D-Mech, an opening on the right side. Evex can slot it in. The walkthrough. Game win for Elevate, tying this set.
Huge there from Vegeta. He wouldn't be able to see outside of the Fanstorm. So to get that pass, not an easy prospect whatsoever at all there. Unbelievable stuff there. Definitely some blunders. But the recovery is what counts there in that game for Elevate there. Unreal. I mean, especially to miss that sort of cycle, as you mentioned, with the hypercharge, Evex there. It did open up the space, though. It must be said. It put Electros back on the defense. Allowed Elevate to make use of that time. But they really are playing with borrowed time, in my opinion, here. It's very scatty, it's very messy, but it can still be done now. And this is a huge opportunity right now as Livy down to 96 HP. It's just down to Rafik to defend. But that's a mighty gadget with the Carl. However, Diego Gamer back in mech. That's a dangerous prospect as, again, Ace goes in, gets a nice cycle here as well. They should be able to force it through. And Elevate gets an early goal this time round.
You see all those enemies grouped up and you think, wow, that is a Mortis's paradise, not even a stun to knock him back. But Team Electros are moving this forward. In fact, they're going to try and force it in. They're using hypercharges, supers, as Livy is also going to run down this clock just a little bit. Give those gadgets a bit of time to replenish after they were utilized on that lightning fast push.
I'm loving these plays from Brawl and Rafiki. It's going to take everything here for a defense. Nicely done by Elevate, because that was not easy. It's far from over. It's back down to Vegeta here, and Blau has got hypercharge too. It's just going to be Evix. He's got time to swipes, but either way, it's going to be a walk-in, and that is a well-earned set for Team Electros. We are all tied up.
Ego pick denied. You may not play Mortis. You may see an opening, but I think you might need to pay a visit to the optometrist, because Evx, I'm sorry, there was nothing there. I trusted in his judgment. He's supposed to be the drafter, and I think maybe this one was an ego pick.
As Levi even said, they're known for their outdrafts. Denied, yes, that's the right word for that one. The Mortis did not work out for them, but what was that match? A back and forth all the way, especially in that round 2. First, the pass to Bilal that kind of, just didn't work out for Electros at all, and then Elevate also fumbling the ball in front of an empty goal. We had so many throws, I would almost call them. Like, they just didn't score when they had the openings. But yes, in the end, they even out the score here. Electros with a very strong showing, a good draft here. Kaze, to me, a bit of a better pick than the Mortis. It really depends which mode you're choosing on her, Geisha or Ninja. She doesn't always win that matchup into the Mortis arc.
I think for me though, like hands down better, not even like a question. I think that, Evix is certainly a very competent player on that Mortis pick. Despite it not being necessarily the favorite drafting brawler that I would have gone for myself, it's just, Kaze's better, and Electros are drafting really, really well. This is kind of good to see, actually, for me. It's healthy to see Elevate under this kind of pressure.
To me, definitely Electro still the dark horse here. Not really expected to win, but they have such a strong showing throughout the day. Already a 3-0 against Pioneers. Now they're coming back against Elevate, shut them down in their momentum. I think that's going to be so important for them moving on into that set number 3 now. It's going to be open business ready. A hot zone map where we've seen a lot of the same old Gus, the same old Gray on either side. Let's see if they're going to be banned out, picked up here, or if we see something completely new.
Well, look, whether they are picked or banned, that is a certainty. It's going to show up somewhere or another. The Gray is just too strong here to be overlooked. We'll be getting those bans in just a moment. Some of the shout-outs we got to give, Gray, Gus. Oh, wait, you already did it. How about, like, some throwers? I'm thinking the Barry. I'm thinking the Frank. We see the Hank has been eliminated. So has the Lumi. But, Sunny, some important things are open.
No mercy,
They're
no
both
survivors.
left open. They're not picked up just yet, though. Elevate has seen how strong Kaze is in the previous set in the hands of their opponents. Now they want to give it a try themselves. Picking up Kaze here, it's not a huge surprise, but it's always a bit dangerous to pick up a tank as first pick. We still have some options open that could shut Kaze down immediately. Some huge tank counters. We did see the Griff here on this map before. I wouldn't mind that now into the Kaze. Let's see what they're going to come up with. This is going to be Gus, Gray, B. Ark, what do you think?
It's quite a good map to shape in this stage of the draft. It's just, a bit tight to really call it. Chester, always a really solid first pick brawler. I mean, it's Stat or Gus for me. They really are just that first pick. But on a map like this, with tanks being so prevalent, it makes so much sense for that first pick of Chester. And there's the cast. I mean, I'm not really too sure on the combination of these two brawlers, to be completely honest. I think you only really need kind of like the one, but I don't mind it. It's okay. But Elevate here as well now. Kaze first pick. They're really saying a statement to first pick this particular brawler coming forwards. Let's see. I would quite like to see a Barry potentially combine with a tank myself here. Frank would be kind of a pretty decent idea to do just that with. The Hank ban was quite a good solid one as well, and that's the Griff's gonna be banned out here, so wait, it's gonna take away a little bit of the amount that B can bring to the table. Not a bad brawler to pick up regardless, but Juju, it's a really, really high picked brawler in various other regions as well, so I can understand that thrower coming in.
Okay, now, There is wall break ability on the side of Team Electros, which that Juju is going to have to be looking out for. But the Gree can be pretty effective in dealing with Chester. He's a single target brawler. Same is going to go for Gus. It is going to absorb a lot of their shots, and I'm especially looking at you guys because he gets some damage, but really his kill potential is only with the Cookie Popper. Otherwise, he is sort of a pea shooter. We'll see Elevate finish their stuff off with a selection of Lu. A preemptive Lu selection is often sort of a danger for the team playing it, because if it's countered out or just sort of not given anything to counter, then it can kind of suck. We'll see a thrower selection now from Team Electro, so the thrower energy is matched across the way, and I'm not seeing anything that is going to go toe-to-toe with that Lu. What I will remark on, though, is there are two circle brawlers. There's the Lu that puts a circle on the hot zone. There's also Kaze that puts the Fanstorm a circle on the hot zone. So that's area denial, okay? That's a much better way of putting it, and it's going to be something that Elevate has in droves.
When you're picking Lu, you're kind of hoping to play into some tanks to get some good value. That's the problem now for Elevate. Kind of similar with the Chester, but the Chester will play well into the Kaze, and it's definitely always a very versatile brawler regardless. Barley, yeah, I mean, you know, the ability to cycle the healing tonic is really quite key for that particular brawler. And already, the takedown of Diego Gamer. Oh, it's not looking good at all. Team Electros now really starting to get some good pace here and get his Livy forwards, which is really what you want. Get that Barley close to hypercharge and keep the heals coming forwards as well. Vegeta now has that area denial going down, but not the best of starts here for Elevate.
FX is not really finding any valuable matchup for himself. Looks like that Chester is seriously matching his lane wherever he goes. FX on the left, here comes the call out. Bilal, you go to the left side. If FX went to the right, then Bilal would be summoned over there too. He's just following the guy, trying to go for the ideal matchup. Bilal also looking to protect the back lines versus his Livy. We'll see his Livy also pop down the Herbal Tonic to keep himself alive. If they did lose one of their number, it's finally going to be a chance for Elevate to sort of set up here at mid and see what they can flex once they have positioning.
Nice pinch there between FX and Vegeta. Quite key realistically here. And now Rafiki all alone. Elevate are making up for a lot of lost time. Diego Gamer looking for that Gree as well now from these connecting shots. And that really is going to make quite the key amount of difference. 49 to 40 now as Elevate is starting to tie up this game. Hypercharge for Vegeta, but no super just yet. You can just obtain it and now gets it. Oh, the ice block as well, but goes down immediately from coming out. And now in a 2v1, Diego Gamer's going to have a tough time here. Just to bring down the Gree regardless, though. And MX comes in just the nick of time. Viki's shielded, going to survive on just, and there's a hypercharge splash from his Livy.
Couple hypercharges exchanged, and still no clear possession of mid. With Vegeta now moving in, looking for a pinch between FX and Bilal that looks promising, but Bilal will still remain alive. Potential pinch between Rafiki and Bilal, who are going to their ideal positions. Vegeta forced further into the enemy side, absorbing some shots there in the ice block, but cannot stay alive. Elevate have managed to get the upper hand on terms of percentage, but it's quickly going to swing the other way, with Team Electros now encroaching on 100%.
FX trying to get his Livy. There's the slowing toxin as well. It does finally get it. Diego Gamer on the zone, now 80% apiece, but is Elevate in control, healing up now as well. As Livy with the last score going straight onto the zone. FX just pushing himself forwards here, trying to make some space, gets Bilal. That's huge. Diego Gamer, though, needs the help of Vegeta. Down goes the Gree, 97%. This should be Elevate if they can just get the final percentile, which they do just about. But what a close back and forth affair here. It really is neck and neck every step of the way.
Barely made it happen. Key play for me, the turning point for Elevate to bring this one home rather than let it slip to Electros, was we saw Lu get a double stun on the hypercharge on the right side, and things sort of started to coalesce into a victory for Elevate from there. Another key thing, we called this out in the draft just from the brawler selection, and we saw it realized. The area denial that can be distilled from the brawler selection on FX, that's the Kaze, and then also Vegeta possessing his super. You'd expect the Lu to have a lot more issues getting the super than Vegeta is having, but he is quite reliably hitting these shots even at long range.
Lau staying alive there was quite key. Oh, it gets FX as well. Great stuff. But it's still Elevate. They've got a small lead here by about 10%. And Diego Gamer now lurking, but nice splash there from his Livy to find him and seek him out. Let's see, FX creeping forwards on the left. Stunned out there is Rafiki, and that's perfect for FX. He gets the pickup now, hypercharge as well. Just to wait there, despite it being the perfect lineup. goes into geisha mode. Okay, he wants to just kind of go with that super. I don't mind it, but the assassination there would have been quite pivotal with the mark, but fair enough. Now, as again, very, very neck and neck. Ice block, but they're not really working out for Vegeta. A couple of percentage on the zone from the back of them, but that's about it.
Just as one fan storm goes down, another one comes to take its place, and Evix is a menace. Team Electro is practically running away from him anytime he sort of exerts his presence on a lane. He's going to help Diego finish up a kill on mid, but he's got to keep his distance from Bilal, the most antithetical brawler for his selection. Also, now equipped with a hypercharge new, he's going to be poisoned. That's cool. Going for as much damage as he possibly can. We're still neck and neck, Arc. Elevate, they've gotten some pretty good percentage, but that energy is being matched excellently by Team Electros.
Huge taps from Diego Gamer and gets the upper hand on his Livy as well. I'm really enjoying Bilal's survivability, but now in a really tough spot, 527 HP. And there's already a hypercharge stun available to hand for Vegeta. And as they approach 90%, now is the time for it. Straight onto his Livy's head. Rafiki there, shielded up, might be a helping hand, and does stay alive here, but Evix still on the zone, and it's not going to be enough for Team Electros. A very, very important set goes the way then of Elevate.
They managed to correct on some of those struggles from game number 1. I think the key thing was that, look, Evix, he was having to face Chester so many different times, and he managed to slip away from that matchup a lot more reliably here in game number 2 to secure the set.
I feel like this time around that draft diff came in. Elevate took some inspiration from Space Station Gaming. We saw them on this map already today. They basically played the same comp here. They had Kaze, Juju, and Gus instead of Lu, and they did win with it. All that being said, though, Electros had some pretty great starts in both of those rounds. They had a phenomenal start, but once Elevate came rolling in with that Lu and Kaze ult, they just were unstoppable. Rafiki with 10 kills here, Diego Gamer with 10 as well. I'm surprised to not see more kills, actually, on Evix and Vegeta arc.
I'm surprised for his Livy. I don't think he had that bad a game, in my eyes, to be completely honest. But I think Evix there was really working the aggression and trying to, like, herd the opposition in that regard. Vegeta, of course, really there just for control purposes and to have that area denial. So I think everyone doing their part on the side of Elevate. Lovely there, double stun on that right-hand side by Vegeta. Beautiful stuff, it really was. But I think Electros are playing far, far better than I think anyone expected. I mean, they really have deserved to sort of take that number 3 kind of spot in the leaderboard, in my opinion, and maybe even go beyond that, because this is far from done. This is neck and neck every step of the way. They are really testing what has been a solid number 2 seed in this region, and they may even topple them still.
Elevate takes the lead here again. It's 2-1 now. A pretty similar picture. We also had that in the quarterfinals. Elevate wins the first set. Eternal Esports took the second one, and after that, it was just a rush through from Elevate. Let's see if they can keep this momentum going now as well. They could already close the bag here, make it a 3-1 yet again. We're heading over to Bell's Rock, a knockout map, a mode that Electros did play. They had out in the open against Pioneers, and they played it so well. I do think they have a chance here against Elevate if they get the draft right ready.
It all comes down to the draft. There's this debate. How much of the game is draft? Is it 80-20? Is it 90-10? Look, I'll tell you this. There are moments where a matchup is just unwinnable. And Elevate, I think, has gotten those quite more reliably, though Team Electros did look pretty good versus Pioneers there in the quarterfinals. We'll see these first selections now start to come out, as well as our bans. Note that Angelo has been left open here on Bell's Rock. We're looking also at a possible difference in strategies. When do you want to win the game? Do you want to win it when the poison closes in? Are you looking for those picks earlier than that? That's going to dictate sort of the flow of things. Angelo is one of those that can do both. He has that late game heal if he wants to use hypercharge, but I'm also looking at possible early game picks.
This could get dangerous.
Nice pick up there of the Ollie. Gus as well. Going to combine with it. Nice stuff. I mean, Gus really is that kind of first pick brawler, but the Angelo is still very, very good here. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Tick might not be the worst of ideas here as a potential throw. It's going to be struggling for sure with the Ollie and the Gus, but I mean, if you can cycle Tick heads, it's nice to have. Elevate might even pick up themselves realistically here. The kit ban, definitely often forgotten about, so I like that from Team Electros. Not a bad shout at all. Let's see here. They're going to go Buster coming in with them. A good shout. I don't mind it. It's certainly going to struggle a bit in terms of range. You need to obviously get that shield in quite early on. I wouldn't mind a Jae-Young here, either myself, to be completely honest, to have that additional speed to maneuver the Buster even more so into position, keep the heals coming in. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas here. Neutral thrower could be a final pick for Elevate, though, so they've got to consider that as well. And throwers are so good into Buster in that regard, so definitely the Buster's a good pick, especially if it gets some speed. Brock.
Oh, the Brock disgust is carrying over from yesterday, it seems. Well, okay, here's my thought on the Brock. I think it's excellent when you're trying to keep things at range. You're also looking at like good late game potential when people are closed in. Hit them with the rocket rain, put the hurt on them. But generally, it can get run down in close range. Now, what Elevate have here, I think really they've already selected their powerful brawler. And there you go. Yeah, that's a Jae-Young that you were talking about. Except you mentioned it sort of as a selection for Team Electros. I see potential for both teams to make use of it. I would have preferred to see it alongside the Buster, but this speed is going to make it quite challenging for Brock to hit those shots.
It's very apparent they just want to break, simply open up the map, allow that space to just really target focus the Ollie. But I mean, I wouldn't even mind a Pearl better than a Brock in that regard. If breaking that is your only real concern, it's just hard to land a lot of these shots, and even more so now that Jae-Young's shown its face too. So let's see. I think as Livy's gonna have his work cut out for him with the amount of movement speed, especially with the Ollie as well, with that star power and the walls getting that additional haste as well. It's gonna be very tough to land a lot of these Brock shots.
We'll see what sort of speed they're able to muster with the Jae-Young, who's sort of trapped on the right side. We'll see Evex now try to pressure in. It's a cookie popper out from Vegeta to keep Rafiki a little bit lower. Look at the spins out from Rafiki. He's telling everyone, gather around, I got this. No, never mind. Couldn't get that gadget that he needed and was unable to get Vegeta either. He does have to have a gadget ready to kill confirm, though. He's able to take down Vegeta in 3 shots, but Diego Gamer, Evex, not so much. You can get Diego Gamer pretty low with that combo. So far into the match, Team Electros are looking pretty healthy on terms of utility. They have a Hyper on Rafiki. They just blew up some walls. It's looking quite good. Rafiki opts to go for Evex. Now with the Hyper Charge out, Evex on his last legs and take him down.
Nice then from Rafiki. Oh, that's a beautiful gadget from Diego Gamer. But is there enough of a chance here? Oh, the piercing damage is there. Oh my goodness me. So close by a whisker. But Bilal stays standing. Unreal. The Weekend Warrior gadget on that Jae-Young. It's just dangerous. And it almost went the way of Elevate there.
In healing mode, you're doing more damage. Now pop the gadget and you are a damage machine. It is not a 1v1 that you want to be fighting when you're a low damage brawler. Thankfully, Bilal had one in the chamber, and he had a gadget to stay out of harm's way when Diego Gamer fired off that final projectile. We'll see the same thing resume as last round. Team Electros trying to enforce things at long range, except Elevate are sort of trying to break the mold. Going for that aggression, they're going to send Evex up mid, just looking for the next most convenient wall. Definitely at risk of getting gadgeted in. You see the Hypercharge out from Rafiki to try and make this first move onto Vegeta, who blasts him away. Now Bilal with a Hypercharge out and a super to look for a kill. Rafiki has fallen. It's a 3v2, now down to a 2v2. We'll see one perish in the poison. It's Bilal versus 2.
Easy pickings for Elevate towards the end there as well. They have the advantage of having that cookie popper potential too with the Gus, and chose to preserve the utility. I don't mind it at all. It made good sense. Allow Evex to pick it up and gain him that super as well. So Hypercharge is there for Livy, but they're already on the back lines here and really depending upon Rafiki to open up some space and get that shielding coming through, which he now has. Allow as well at least to tap a lot of these shots, as already, despite the map being so open, it's not really deterring Elevate in that regard.
Not really. They can just move Evex up to the next set of boxes that makes sense, because Rafiki still needs these. He doesn't want to be too vulnerable versus Vegeta or Diego Gamer, threatening him at long range. You see a little lane rotation. Rafiki going over to the left side. Now hitting him with the spins. He's in the bushes. Has that Hypercharge as well. It's drive time. Double Hypercharge pop. Evex trying to escape. Gets the gadget out and the super. 2 Hypercharges popped for nothing.
Oh, Blau very low here, forced away from his heals too. Diego Gamer pops the gadget, gets the heals for himself as well. 2v1 is not something that Slivy can win. He will fall. Elevate now, move on to match point.
Those hypercharges were popped, and guess what? The desired prey is simply gadgeted and supered away. He has all that mobility, and oftentimes you see it to act as an assassin, but folks, he can do it to get away too. And it's almost as if he baited some of those abilities out. You had Team Electros with their backs against the wall, the poison closing in on their own ramparts, so they had to make a decision then. It was not the favorable one, obviously. We'll see them pursue a much different route this time. Instead of sitting behind those walls, they're going immediately deeply aggressive.
Which I think is the play, realistically here, but Rafiki might get double teamed here. Ooh, they get a nice pickup there of FX. That's exactly who you want to get taken care of in the early stages of the game, because Ollie can make the plays. And now they've got the advantage. What a difference maker that really was. But now I've got to question this Brock still, because it's not needed, is it? If that's the strategy that works better, then opening up the map is needed, so the Brock's going to already work itself. But I think in a 3 vs 2 now, a great starting hand for Electros regardless.
It is. Well, especially against these two lanes right here, it's going to be a pretty favorable pick. But now that things are getting a little bit closer, it's getting tighter. See Diego Gamer look for possibly a kill on the right side. He's got that piercing damage, so that's going to be helpful. Blast away, Bilal straight into the poison as Livy eliminated by that poison as well. Elevate come out on top in such an unlikely victory. The 2v3? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you shouldn't be getting away with that. You really shouldn't. And now, danger, real danger for Team Electros. Hypercharge for Rafiki. And now Bilal and Slivy going to double team this right-hand side, charging the way forwards. And a missed rocket rain. It will pierce through the bush and expose Evex. But still, Rafiki's got to make the play now, forcing himself forward with the hypercharge. Evex goes in with the hypnosis as well. Doesn't find the connection, but opens up the space. Vegeta getting the heals, much needed by Diego Gamer. And now, Elevate start to push their way forwards back.
You take a look at some of this HP from Elevate, and you'd honestly not be wrong to assume that they hadn't even fought a push in from Team Electros. The heals from Diego Gamer kept them all topped up in spite of all the abilities utilized by TE just a moment ago. Now we're going to see a new strat. Diego Gamer at risk of going down. A missed Brock shot. That's going to cost him a potential kill. Now is Livy with a hypercharge popped. It's not going to do anything. Elevate headed on to yet another grand final. We're seeing the reunion of the top 2 in North America.
A solid performance. Some shaky moments, no doubt about it for Elevate, but they got it done. And it is going to be that same grand finals that we know and love. Gotta hand it though to Electros, haven't you? I mean, they just performed so well today regardless. I think that could have been a big difference maker in that series there. You look at the scoreline there, Elevate brought it back to control, but it was far from it at the start. So
what a statement of those teams here, Tribe and Elevate, making it into the monthly finals for the 4th time in a row here. And Slivy kinda spoke it into existence, honestly. They got outdrafted in this one as well. Jae Young has made Elevate's come insurmountable. They just were not able to defeat them even once. Team Electros had some strong showings here and there. They did take a set off their hands, but as soon as the draft got rolling for the side of Elevate, it was very hard for them. We did have some nice interactions between Ollie and Buster, though. I did like that pick. Rafiki, more often than not, came out on top over Evex when Evex tried to super him, to hypnotize him. Rafiki was quick on the trigger with his supers and his hypercharges, captive for that interaction. So yeah, they did fairly well overall.
Yeah, I like this one a lot from Elevate. I think that, first of all, they got a great draft, and then also we saw like Team Electros. They had a moment there where they were able to sort of bring things back. I think they had some moments where they could have won it. Unfortunately, couldn't bring it in the end.
Predictions there. Do we want to just gloss over the fact that predictions shifted and changed back to Elevate on Sunny's behalf? Didn't you go for Electros, Sunny? Are you doing something sneaky behind the scenes that we're supposed to just ignore here?
I love our production is all I'm gonna say to that. Head wins over heart today. I would have been so happy for Electros to take it today. That great showings, quarterfinals, and run through from them a 3-0 and now a 3-1. At least it took a set off of Elevate. I do think we're gonna see some more of this roster, and keep in mind here, Ark, this roster came into existence not too long ago. As Livy just joined them, the chemistry might not be at its peak yet. They have a lot of potential.
Unbelievable scenes here on the casting desk. Can't believe what I'm seeing. Grand finals, Tribe Gaming, Elevate. It's gonna be an absolute banger. Diego Gamer taking the MVP there for me, and yeah, I think that he did really start to come into his own. Bit of a slow start for me from him today so far, but that really was a time to shine in the semi-finals, and yeah, this defense specifically as well. I mean, that was quite pivotal. Evix coming in just the nick of time. The Morris pick didn't really shine, but Diego had a fantastic game in Brawl today. Definitely the shine for me in that series.
Team Electros, they had such a rough time dealing with this. I feel like we've seen a couple of MVPs out from Elevate today because, well, they've won a couple matches so far today. We saw Vegeta gets his turn. We see Diego Gamer gets his turn. Maybe it's Evix up next in the grand finals if they can do what has not been possible before and take down Tribe Gaming.
And now we have the honors to call it yet again. Tribe versus Elevate in the finals in North America June monthly finals. And yeah, is it going to be a fourth time's the charm for Elevate? Will they finally be able to beat Tribe Gaming, or is it going to be a 4 out of 4 overall for Tribe Gaming? We're going to figure that out very, very soon. Be ready for our grand final. It's starting in a minute. We are back with the grand finals. Now, we had so many tough matches today. Close ones, only one so far. Reverse sweep on that one. The other ones were pretty sweepy, especially from one team here. Tribe made a 3-0. Elevate just won with a 3-1 Kenny. Yeah, I still feel like Electros could have pushed it a little further.
I think it's exciting to see them be successful, though. I mean, obviously, a huge statement coming out of their first match. A solid semifinals against the clear #2 seed in this region. I think they're showing a lot of promise, and it's good to see a little spark igniting in North America. It's been the same now 4 times in a row, 2 teams at top.
And who are those 2 teams again? Oh yeah, Tribe versus Elevate in the grand finals in the 4th monthly final here in June as well, Ark.
It's kind of what I expected to see today, to be completely honest, and I'm still absolutely okay with it. The one thing to consider here, really, is that Tribe have only ever dropped 2 sets in a grand final stage, one in February, one in March. This very team, of course, is that same grudge match, and Elevate have been the team to struggle against it. And, you know, when you look at the stats, the fact that Elevate have only ever lost to Tribe Gaming, there's, to me, something to be said there. There's a time for that to change, no doubt about it. The question is today that day, based on what we've seen so far? I don't know whether I'm convinced yet. I don't know whether I'm convinced. I might change my mind during the series, so apparently that's allowed production. We can change our predictions as well, right? Let's get to that final match point and do just that. But yeah, of course, you know, going back to the Brawl Cup, that's where, you know, it wasn't really the best of runs for Elevate. Obviously, the loss to the division there. Revenant X Spark was the one win which they were able to land. But yeah, a tough Brawl Cup for them, no doubt.
At least on the global stage, they did perform better than Tribe. Do they have what it takes to beat them finally in month #4? Let's hear it from the teams themselves.
Actualmente siento que LB, a pesar de los resultados que se dieron los últimos meses, por cuestiones internas que he escuchado, siento que tal vez puede que bajen un poquito el nivel, más que todo que pase por problemas internos, pero creo que se va a mantener para ser un candidato para el Mundial o el ECQ, depende de cómo se mantengan como equipo.
Tribe was by far the best team on NA. I know they don't perform that well on Brawl Cup, but I think they can improve and prove themselves why they are the best in the region.
They're coming in to prove themselves, and yeah, it seems almost scripted at this point, Kenny. The previous 3 monthly finals all beaten by Tribe Gaming, but Elevate still has every chance to take it today.
Let's see if this month's any different. I mean, I'm seeing no reason to believe otherwise, to be honest with you, in scrims and everything. I know people are up in arms about Brawl Cup and NA's performance, but at least internally, it really feels like Tribe are a step ahead. I mean, after all, they've only gone to a set 5 one time this entire season, and it wasn't even against these guys on 3 different occasions.
And we've just seen it on the graphic as well. It was a 3-1 twice. After that, we were kind of like, oh, they're making it close every month. Maybe this month is finally going to be a 3-2. The third month, Tribe made it a 3-0. So they just stomped them even heftier. Let's see if things going to be different today. I'm kind of hoping for it once again. Head and heart just fighting within me. I think this time around, Tribe, yeah, wins even my predictions. So yeah, we'll see. Elevate, they did have a great run today. So yeah, I do think they can beat Tribe. I just don't know if it's going to be today or...
It's going to take a lot. That is for sure, one way or another.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's, I think, unfair, to say the very least. I think Elevate have got a good chance here. It's going to take some good drafts and some good composure, for sure. But certainly not a 4% chance. They've got a much higher one than that, 60-40. I feel like it is just a matter of time for Elevate to get a win. And it is just a question of, is today going to be that day? And just based upon what we saw in the last series, that's just my reservation. I think that it was a bit closer than it needs to be. Bans are in, Lumi, Gene, and the Finks, Tribe Gaming, Juju, the Hank, and the Buster that elevates in the first pick of Gus. Definitely a solid one here on this particular map. But I'm looking at Grey as being a potential threat here, of course. Ollie as well. But certainly in a map like this, Janet, first pick brawler, been replaced by Gus recently.
We're starting out our grand finals on Layer Cake, and Shade is one of those brawlers that has made some waves recently, also this month still. Gus has been the star of many maps today, Kenny. Not a bad pick here. Grey technically still open on the other side. It's a matchup that we've seen very, very often. Kaze is going to be picked up. It just has to be paired with either a healer now or, as I mentioned, that Grey.
Definitely potential for that. Kaze going to be their aggressive feature that the left-hand side elects to go for. We've seen that be Ash a lot today, but they're going to grab some Kaze for themselves. It's been something very different amongst all of our teams. Some people have been phenomenal with it, and sometimes it's been shut down, and that's just often what happens when you bring a new brawler in the game.
Tribe, bringing Kaze first pick, it's so bold, but again, you know, in the hands of someone like RBM, I can totally see it. Bell, it's okay. It's definitely going to be one of these brawlers that can get some good value when you're really pushing back your opposition into the back lines, for sure. It's just getting the lines of sight, really. That's the thing for me here. Still some tankier options to be able to force their way forwards, and that's kind of what Tribe are doing as well, is having the mark in the back pocket here. Buster being one of those that's banned out by Elevate, and I feel like that's a good shout from them. But I like the Shade shout. I think it's the brawler which can definitely have a good time here, and maybe even a barrier for some heals and that kind of thing too. Lily, definitely an aggressive one for Elevate. No doubt going to be Evex on it, and I still prefer the Kaze so far, but if there's any potential throwers, they're off the cards now. Lily going to be very, very good into all those kinds of things, but still no Ollie yet, and into the Bell. It would be tough for Elevate to pick, but I mean, it's a brawler which really works well on this map.
Vex was spectacular on Lily earlier today. I mean, such a good, aggressive player in general. And the fact that they grabbed this, I mean, it's a little unusual, I would say, for Layer Cake, but it's really solid. There's that thrower. So I think Willow is an interesting choice because obviously with Juju removed, they could still go something like a Barley if they really wanted. We saw Larry and Lori earlier. I imagine this is because of the mind control, and it's something I've seen kind of more teams shift towards, especially the second weekend. I think a lot of people learn from East Asia and EMEA, and then in South America and North America, they get some time to process. And this is one of the things that's carried over, I think, just because the mind control is really nice, does better into those tankier brawlers. So if Tribe Gaming wanted to pick Willow, it would have been nice into Lily, but now they no longer have that option. So they'd have to go something else, or in this case, grab the Ollie that you mentioned. Good shout.
Yeah, well, it's top 10 on this map. It's a very oddball kind of brawler, but it gets some good results, and certainly I can understand it working in Bounty for sure. And I think that it's brave the Tribe's Gaming to go with the Ollie into a potential Willow, because that's the ideal brawler to really counteract your hypnosis, really. So definitely not going to be easy for Tribe in that regard, but I quite like ideas on both sides of the field. It's going to be quite hard to call, but I do favor Tribes a little bit more, using that geisha mode on the Kazi just to grab that first early blue star and that early hypnosis as well. Nicely done on that side of things. Tribe with a 3-star lead.
Early lead here for Tribe Gaming. The fourth rendition of a matchup here between these two teams. And they've already got 4 on RBM's noggin. Luffy with the blue star grabs one. It's 7-0. Hot start for the blue side.
RBM doing a fantastic job, but that does come with a responsibility to hold on to the stars, let's be honest. And so far, so good, but he's going to trickle down and hands them over. 3-star lead down for Tribe and the blue. Not too bad, but they are on the back lines, of course, and having to defend their position. Diego Game, if you can get a connection, all user wasted it. Yeah, it was a good shot in the dark. I didn't mind it. Would have been able to go straight into the hands of Vegeta, but now he's going to have to earn that back. There's time on his side for it, 1 minute on the clock, but definitely would like to have connected that mind control.
Luffy baiting in shots, and now there's some defensive nest eggs being placed literally where they spawn. Luffy in, and a little shift over. Throw those daggers down. Vex going to the underworld. Will back off for now. Has that hypercharge available. Tribe Gaming just trying to fighting the clock right now. Holding on for dear life. There goes a Fanstorm looking for a tag on Diego Gamer. Not enough. The shield goes through. Willow goes under. Ollie trying to capitalize, and it's not enough. Taken below, and now it's Elevate swinging things their way.
Diego Gamer is marked up. Evex into the round, but that's going to be a gadget that will be back at just the right time, I think, for the end of the game. But let's see, the mark on Diego Gamer is going to be quite crucial here. Vegeta is hypnotized there. 10 stars now. Tribe running with a steal, but now it's a chance for a potential mind control. Hypercharge in for Diego Gamer. He's got time, but not going for it. He's got to close the gap. Didn't go for super, just went for the hypercharge, it seems, and a bit of an odd choice for me. I think the Elevate kind of choked that a little bit for me.
Definitely an odd interaction. Not really sure why they hunkered down. I mean, especially in a moment like that, it's go for gold. I mean, you're already losing. Might as well just try your best. I think just maybe believed that Willow would have enough range there, but clearly didn't. So not sure what was going on inside the heads of those players. But nonetheless, Tribe get away with one there. I mean, that's a nice pickup. They started really strong, but Elevate certainly clawed their way back in this one. So I think it's far from over.
Straight into the realm. We're going to come out right next to RBM there and Zeus, and yeah, that's how that one goes. Hypnotized and swiftly taken care of. RBM very low, but in a good spot really to heal back up. Has probably got the gadget as well to be able to get away there, but 3 stars for Tribe and a good position here. RBM getting behind this interaction. Evex though might then go on the aggressive, thinks better of it. Need Diego Gamer to get that mind control. It really is going to be it's going to warrant this Willow pick here, and Luffy knows it. Going in on the aggressive there. Going to be having to heal up now though. RBM has to hypnotize. It's going to be quite key now. Having a charge as well for Vegeta. Gets over to Diego Gamer now. Luffy's going to be in perilous position. Mind control. Goes down 5 stars, and the blue Elevate can retreat now.
2-star lead for Elevate. Less than a minute on the clock to go. And Luffy dashing his way up the map. Now switching fours. Goes for the marker on Diego Gamer. They will have the shield available. It's a trade, but a 2-for-1 value. And it's hard for Tribe Gaming to pass up. Vex, though, grabs the blue star, a takedown, and escapes with his life.
Oh, I love that from Evex. Straight into the zone, into the realm, and brings back the stars, but it will allow a nice position for Tribe here. Let's be honest. Battle shot's going to ricochet nicely for Zeus there. Luffy going in, trying to get some big taps. Plenty of time in for Tribe. They haven't got to rush this. RBM low, thinks better of it. 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to regroup and rethink this one because they cannot falter here, otherwise they'll be tying up this set. This is a golden opportunity to get the set. RBM creeping this left-hand side, pushing his way forwards. FX has the hypercharge now, though, and that's the danger. Finds RBM, and it's susceptible to more stars. Hand over to Elevate, and this game dwindling away from Tribe.
Luffy diving in, looks for one, not enough. So Elevate, hold on. 1-1 scoreline in our opening set. Elevate getting the first would be a big deal. The best they've done against this squad is a 1-3 result. Last time they played, they didn't even pick up a set. Obviously, we've had a Brawl Cup pass and a couple months go by, but nonetheless, it really has felt like Tribe Gaming have been above and beyond the rest of the region. Elevate looking to try and change things here today.
Okay, well, good taps from Zes to start things off. And Luffy just feeling things out on that left-hand side. But it's great to see FX on this Lily pick. Kind of want to see it banned a little bit more against him because he's just so dangerous with it. And it was a great steal for Elevate. If they can get a set on the board before Tribe, I mean, that was going to give them the world of confidence. Can't really go in here. Zes is just too much mirroring RBM to allow for it. If he's going to be getting a little bit overextended here, goes down to 1,700 HP, and FX all there, hypnotized. Nice there from RBM, and the first sign of blood for Tribe.
The choice of gadget from RBM really important. Goes for the guaranteed hypnosis rather than the jump to dodge things out. Vex now looking for another one. Won't quite trip on that nest egg. 9 HP for RBM, and he escapes. These minute moments, just so close for either side, and that's going to be the difference maker as this set progresses.
Good tap still from Zes. And oh my word, it's keeping everyone so low and might have to force out a retreat here from Elevate. Giga though, just stay behind this wall in a good spot for it. 3 stars still. Anyone really will do on the side of Elevate here. And Zes is keeping back from Giga Gamer. 30 seconds on the clock. There's still time for a push here for Elevate. And with the hypercharge of Vegeta and FX, if Diego Gamer can get his as well, then it'd be massive for the squad. If I were Tribe, I'd be quite scared by this. Hypercharge for this as well. If you can connect that along the way, it will help with this defense. But time is ticking now, and now's time for the push. The elevator slowed as well to the mark. 10 seconds on the clock.
And now it's a Vex trying to make action happen. Blue Star swinging their way. Tribe climbing. Luffy dashing. Swipes through Geisha form trying to make contact. 1 Blue Star is the difference here. And Elevate will hold on for dear life. The number 2 seed from North America. The first to strike in this heavy hitting matchup.
That was key. So key. That early momentum. And the ice cold veins there of Vegeta. Looking so calm and collected. A huge result, and I love that calmness that we're seeing for Elevate because, like, you want to be jumping up and down. You just gained the first set against Tribe, a team that you've been battling constantly in grand finals, but they are so locked in right now.
Yes, exactly, Ark. You want to be happy, you want to take that momentum also into that round number 2, but you don't want to get too overconfident. In the end, it's still a very tough opponent they're facing right now. Elevate is off to a great start here, but they still need to be calm and collected coming into that next match. Vegeta here with the most damage. I really like that comp once again. Gus just showing off how strong he is in the current meta, Kenny.
4s apiece for every Elevate member, and highest DPS going to Gus. I feel like everybody kind of doing their part there. A very well-rounded composition. You've got Willow, which I think is a really intelligent choice. I think that's just reading into the meta very well. It's a brawler that's progressed more up the tier list, I would say, for a lot of these pro players. A Vex on that Lily, though, always something to watch. He did a good job, and especially those closing 2 games there. The first one, a little puzzling, maybe a little mistake coming out of Diego Gamer, but other than that, feels pretty good out of Elevate.
We're heading over to a bit more of an open map. Here it's bridge too far, and here it really just comes down if you can win your lane, then you win the game. It's coming down to 1v1s here in a map like this one, except if you have a brawler that can walk over water or maybe break open the map. We did see a Brock today before. Ark, I think you've been a great fan of that one.
It can work in some areas, but for the most part, it's just not really keeping up for me. There's just too many counters. It's just... You know, I mean, it's on the overlay, but I don't really agree with it. I think that there's plenty of brawlers that, you know, you can consider there to have maneuverability. You haven't got to necessarily break And that tends to be why people just are picking Brock a lot, just to have an immediate break. And I think there's other ways to be going about it here for me. So certainly, you know, the mid consideration here, Anjo's a consideration for sure. Bonnie first pick, definitely worthy for me. I want to see that kind of band out. Eve has a place on this particular map as well, for sure. The lake and that side of things. Melody, big brawler on this map. Bo, certainly going to be very much on the minds of both of these two teams here as well. Chuck needs to be a must ban too. And Lily, I want to see that on Tribe. You can't let Elevate have that brawler.
Kenny, this is the second month we're seeing with those heist changes in play. How are you personally liking them so far?
I don't mind it. I definitely think it's changed things up on how pros play this. I think we are leading more into some control brawlers than we were before. Kaze is definitely on the aggressive side, but I do feel like there's a lot of brawlers out here right now, especially in this meta. You see that more on that right-hand side. The Eves, the Bells, the Ambers, the defensive brawlers of the world have a lot of value. So the fact that those are 3 bans, I think is pretty telling of how pros feel about it too.
Such a bold brawler first pick by Elevate here. It really is. I think Geisha mode can dance around things. It's definitely going to give it a good lane interaction and a tough one for Tribe to have to defend. But with that area spray of Lola, I don't mind that pick for that very reason. It's not necessarily the first brawler that comes to mind. The Bell ban by Elevate makes even more sense to consider it though. So definitely for me though, later on in the stages here, Daryl is a consideration for sure. Carl as well. Anything that can kind of get across that lakeside and just, you know, get from one side of the map to the other. With the Chuck ban and the Lumi ban, good brawlers to be seen there. I don't want to see a Brock, but it's definitely still an option. Can't be denied. Miko as well. I think that's, despite it not having the best time so far yet, Melody, it's just, you know, despite the heist changes, you can't allow that kind of brawler to not be banned. And nothing's really changed really in the meta in regards to Melody and heist, except for the heist safe. And I still think that she's dangerous.
Bonnie, interestingly, has slid through so far. We'll see if that ends up being a pickup. Melody hasn't shown up a ton, to your point, and Daryl was on my mind as well. Carl could slice through some Lola ego as well, get that kind of going through and making sure you're getting that pierce damage into somebody like that. 8-bit, wow. So a heavy hitter right here. Very slow brawler, but if he can get to the other side, will punish the enemy.
I really like it here. I do. It's just like, you know, it's not like the sort of brawler that you expect to talk about too heavily going into a match, but 8-bit's just very, very good here. Definitely got some weaknesses, it must be said, and playing into Melody is brave by Elevate. And you want to bring in the extra credits on the safe to land the additional damage. You don't want to be bringing the TP against the Melody. Just stay away from it. Is my best advice. Juju, yep, it's a good brawler that I like, and with the Anjo and the Eve ban, it's going to allow for some good mobility on that mid area of the map. I think you got to overthrow this now. I wouldn't mind seeing a Daryl here from Tribe and just having that Melody and Daryl dive, but the roll would be good in for a bit as well to close the gap swiftly and cross over, but did they go for it? That's the question here. Bo as well is a very Tribe gaming pick. They do quite like to bring it in. Colt, yeah, it's similar to the sort of Daryl, just having something to add to that Melody, really. Have those base race ideas, certainly on the safe. Very daring brawler. Can choose to break as well the mid, but been quite a while since we've seen a Colt, and I'm all for it.
It's a fun one for sure. I mean, the sharpshooter is going to be an interesting one here. Definitely a DPS option. I mean, similar to 8-bit, except he's a little bit faster, obviously. Probably not necessarily as punishing, especially with an 8-bit extra gadget, but nonetheless can still do the job. Round 2 here. It's going to be Tribe Gaming sending RBM down that left-hand side. Zeus, Luffy operating on that right end. Vex and Luffy battling so far. Musical notes surrounding. The shield going up, in and out. And that's going to be a takedown early for Elevate.
Yeah, solid start so far, but Tribe Gaming, they are just getting started. Let's see here on the left-hand side. A lot of clustering here from Vegeta, but the Gamer now going back into the mid. Nice takedown there from Tribe. Good defensive on that side of things. That important break, though, from the Colt is going to be quite key, I feel. All that bush eradicated. Nowhere to hide now on that left-hand side lane. Vegeta's getting absolutely tapped up here. But Luffy's on the safe. That's the first stage down. That's a great start from Tribe.
Zeus getting some extra shots in there as well. Vegeta working this left-hand side, barely holding on. He'll be back down, and now the red roster able to surge forward. Vex switches forms, goes down. It's a trade, 2v2 situation. Vegeta working the long range around, heavy fire from Zeus. Zeus gets the pickup, and now all 3 blue members will stand.
If he has the hypercharge, if he wants to make a break for it, I wouldn't mind it necessarily. We've got to take care of Evex first, and he does fall down. Elevate are throwing bodies at this safe. It's not working out too well for them so far, as Tribe now getting closer towards that second stage. 59% RBM is beaming this right hand side lane, hypercharged in as well, getting more damage. Elevate are floundering. They're not really together, not really composed, and Tribe are just going so on the aggressive here. Not looking too good. Now RBM's in a bit of peril here as Evex is duking around it. But it's really so close. Look at this duel. RBM gets it, and 81 HP above his head.
Luffy gets the takedown as well. Neck and neck right now. Each side trying to get through that next checkpoint of the high safe at 50%. Diego Gamer holding the line. The lone brawler that can kind of float over this water right now as Vegeta drops another super. Vex switching to the ninja form, looking for daggers. No contact there. Diego Gamer up and down. And Luffy could use some musical notes. No super, and Melody is quite useless.
Time is ticking, and there's the damage that Elevate need on the Tribe safe. And with so little time, Tribe can't get anything for themselves. That is such a huge turnaround. That is why 8-Bit is such a great brawler on this map. No time. They can't get to the safe. No chance there for Tribe. Elevate just quick as that to change the tide. Tribe dropped the ball. I mean, they had such a great start, so much momentum, and then it just all dwindled away. It's the power of 8-Bit, that damage booster in the middle. If the damage rains in, there's nothing you can do about it.
Strong stuff coming out of Elevate. They've been on the cusp of something special for months, but Tribe Gaming 3 in a row, and if they somehow got a 4th Grand Finals win here, would be in rare air. No other team in North America can claim that. It would be an all-time moment for them, especially off the backs of something like Brawl Cup, where it was nothing but disappointment. But right now, Tribe Gaming have a lot of work to be done. Elevate now with a 1-game lead in our second set, and some serious presence in the middle of this map.
I'm looking out for Vegeta. How quickly can he get this turret? He's in a tough matchup because RBM can just maneuver around much easier, but he has got the range advantage. There, damage boosted down so quickly, taken care of somewhat by RBM, but it's still standing. Tribe are just very much all over the place here, and the damage is starting to now rain in. 84% left on their safe now. Luffy's got to clear up this mid, and he goes down. That's disappointing.
Zeus, top left-hand side, working against a Vex. A Vex diving in, going through the Lola spawner, but not enough to get through Zeus. Vegeta still operating on the right-hand end. Colt looking for the long-range tags as Luffy slowly crawls his way up, and now he's got to worry about Gree. 4 brawlers on the map is super difficult, and he'll go down immediately.
Yeah, Luffy's just not able to break through this defense of Elevate. Just every time shut down, and he's the difference maker. He's the melody. He's the effective brawler to turn the tide and to get this win for Tribe. Shut down every single time. RBM breaks that entire mid now as well. Hypercharge for Vegeta, and Zeus now in a tough spot. Evex as well coming in to helping hand this left-hand side. And as quickly as that, Tribe again just constantly on the defensive in this game.
And Gree right in front of that safe will even contribute to some damage as well. A Vex willing to sacrifice if it means they get through another checkpoint. Now at 50%. It's not just a battle of percentages, it's a battle against the clock. Luffy has to find a way to at least get through this first checkpoint, or else things are looking bleak. And unfortunately for them, he goes down immediately. Tribe Gaming still on their back heels. RBM, Zeus, all the way back. They need some of these high DPS characters to get over to the other end.
Tribe have just not been able to break through, but this left-hand side now, they do just that. They've got to defend from Evex, but Luffy's on the safe, and that's huge for Tribe Gaming. Can they get the damage they need now? This stage is going to go down faster, and I think that it's not going to be enough. Luffy falls. That's the person they need to stay alive, and now it's defensive. Elevate have got this set 100% for me. Now looking so good. I mean, Tribe is just crumbling apart. This is 2 sets to 0 now. This is like the worst performance we've seen from Tribe so far in the Grand Finals, and that says a lot. They've been in every single one, and it's drifting away.
No matter how you spin it, it's new territory for North America. The #1 seed currently down 2-0. We've never even gotten to a set 5. So for them to win this, they would have to go 3 straight, and that seems improbable against a really good Elevate squad.
You're saying it, Kenny. They already rewrote the script in that one. Elevate, for the very first time in the history of the 2025's monthly finals in NA, they take 2 sets off of Tribe Gaming. Only one team was capable of doing that before, but it was in the quarterfinals. Tribe later said they did not prep for that. I'm certainly sure that they did prep for the finals, and yet still Elevate comes out on top so far, Ark.
It's a really good showing. I wasn't convinced by the semi-finals match, in all honesty, but hey, maybe it's just Team Electric's just playing so well today. And Tribe, it's just not really what I expected to see from them. And, you know, it's kind of poor for me, for them. But, I mean, hey, they've got so many points already. They can afford to take a loss here and there, but they have not lost all year long. That's really quite incredible that Elevate have been able to have such a substantial start now. And Tribe can't afford one bad draft now. If this next draft is not a good one, well, tough. And LA win the monthly final. I mean, this is fantastic to see in North America. The competition is really getting shaken up.
We do have a few dominant teams in other regions as well, but none of them has been as dominant as Tribe Gaming has been in North America. Seeing them crumble like this, 2-0 down, is truly a huge surprise, especially since now we're in the double point season. It truly matters. Maybe it is giving Elevate a boost here because it's double point season. They're hungry for that win because it could catapult them even above that first seed, Kenny.
Definitely a big deal. I mean, we've just put significant expectations on Tribe Gaming. They're doing something unprecedented, especially for the size of North America. 3 in a row going for 4. It's just hard to keep up with that rate. At some point, you could possibly just have a bad day, and it hasn't even been a bad day for them, I would argue. They swept through every opponent so far. It's just been a tough go at things to start off this grand finals. When it matters most, they need to wake up. They obviously were challenged at Brawl Cup, but this is the first time on home turf that they really have the possibility of losing here.
If they win today, Elevate would still not quite take that first seed in the region. Tribe would still be on top despite the double points, but it would be a great start to Elevate's goal to finally make it above Tribe Gaming. Heading into that draft, once again, we're seeing a Brock here. Big surprise here out in the open is the map where you want to play either something to walk over that water on the left-hand side or to break open the map just to have that easy entry into mid. It's so important to keep that control in mid. But the Brock just, I don't know if he's him. Ark, I really don't know.
It's immediate access through the mid, and that can give you a good head start. Body first pick, wow, that's kind of interesting to me. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting Gus, to be completely honest, and it may still be, but you know, Gus shield pairing with Bonnie, not a bad synergy for me. Hank going to be open here as well. Definitely a prospect to consider, massively so here. Looking certainly towards RBM. Ollie as well. There would be a bad map for that kind of brawler. Has a bit of a tough one. We've seen Elevates, I think, play around with that in previous monthly finals and it didn't work out. But Pearl is always up there for me. I love that brawler here. I think it has a... There you go. Yeah, I mean, Gus as a pairing could be a final pick brawler even here for Tribe Gaming. But the body pick, I mean, it's a bit wild, Kenny. I don't think I've ever seen it here.
Nice call out from you on the Burrow, and I'm equally surprised on the Bonnie selection. It's not that Bonnie's a bad brawler. I just feel like I've only seen her on Heist. I really can't think of an instance or map right now in her professional gameplay where she shows up otherwise.
It's not Heist. It's maybe they got the wrong rotation out in the open. Over there, looks like they haven't. Yeah, Gus taken off the field by Elevate. Combined with this Brock, definitely go with the long range affair so far. I mean, they could add Piper even to this. I mean, I would prefer the Bell to mark up the Pearl, personally, and just go with the long range. I mean, they're not going to be too worried about that Hank appearing if they've got the Bell in their back pocket anyway. But other brawlers, you know, like Byron could be there for heals potentially and to outrange just to keep the Pearl back and just to suppress that way. But I mean, it's decent so far from Elevate. It's not too shiny, it's not too special. Ollie to combine, yeah. It's definitely a dangerous thing. They've done it before, but again, it does not always work out. Ollie here is not the easiest of brawlers to make work. As the gas closes in, sure, but you know, you are a bit of a loose pair of hands and you can be easily just ran down at the early stages of the game.
Wonder if Bonnie's just a particular matchup that Tribe Gaming like into Brock. Obviously the range, a bunch of HP, so it's going to take several shots for Brock to shred through her, and on top of that you have a second form kind of like Meg where you have to work through that as well. So Hank going to be the final selection here. Just a lot of health points coming in versus Ollie is an interesting one. We've seen this a couple times already today. I'm curious though. I don't know. This is new to me. Bonnie being in this spot is really different. Obviously, two different forms, that Leon-esque one, that Cannon form. So I just don't know what Tribe Gaming have in their mind. Clearly, they believe in this though. I mean, this is ultimately set number 3. They're down 2-0. They're trying to pull off a 4th grand finals win in a row. That's territory that this region and most of the world have never had. This would be an all-timer if they managed to pull off a reverse sweep.
Maybe Water Blue's gadget on Hank, get the slow, have the Bonnie jump in, then to kill the susceptible brawler, potentially. It's going to have some ability, for sure. Could escape away from the Ollie if they were preempting that. Already great shots from Zayas down the bottom left-hand side onto Evex, who almost goes down there. Pearl's so underrated here. Definitely for me, that gadget as well is so piercing and can break the mid. I prefer it to the Brock for that very reason, but Tribe now losing control, and we need to see what this Bonnie pick is still all about.
Zeus opening up that map entirely. Brock will add in a little extra to that little strip of grass right there. A very good one to just see when they initially go through, but obviously with a huge break on the left, doesn't do too much for them. This is going to be a fog closing in soon. RBM at 400 HP of Vex. Now diving in. Luffy in trouble. There goes one. RBM now having to fight alone on this right-hand side. Rocket Rain going down. Not enough. The torpedo connects. RBM hovering on the line. Finally falls. And Zeus in a 2v1 situation is a big ask from this guy. Has a shield up. A Vex with plenty of health points to work with and will fade away in the fog. It's Elevate taking round 1.
And what started off so well for Tribe diminished by the end of that round. They're going to have to dig a bit deeper. Luffy again, still struggling, and a rocket fuel there from Diego Gamer to break open that bush. RBM pushing forwards for his squad, has now the hyper charge. Got to really utilize this and just start to get something on the board. I mean, it's just crumbling so quickly away from Tribe now. Quite disappointing to see, but they are a squad that can bring this around and bring back order. This is a comp that can work, but again, this Bonnie reservation, I'm not seeing where it really fits yet, and Luffy's got to really, prove it to me.
The Vex flashing that super. It's a dangerous man, especially as this fog starts to close in. Hypnosis is a lethal weapon. Now a hypercharge top right-hand side. Vex has spotted his prey. Diverts. Jumps towards RBM. It's a takedown, though. 2v2 situation. Vegeta hypercharge. Running away as fast as he can to the backline. Zeus peppering him on the left side. Diego Gamer consumed by the green smoke, and RBM will clean house. Nicely played by Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, better. Not too clean, but a result is a result. Can they turn it into a game, though? Good aggression early on from Elevate. Luffy's now got jump. This is really quite a key moment here. And can this Bonnie bring out the goods? Can we see what this draft was all about and why they valued it so highly here? FX jumping away. RBM does need to heal here, but in a good spot to do just that. Let's see. Zayas from the left-hand side is in a fantastic position. Is it going to be this gadget? The slow from RBM followed up by the Bonnie potentially here. FX though is going to be in a good spot to be able to defend this as well with the Gus shield potentially here. Elevate aren't really too worried about this position.
RBM tucked behind that wall. Low HP now though. Vegeta just diving in. A jump from Luffy into him immediately. A trade from RBM. Vex diving in with Hypnosis. Grabs them both. It's a takedown here. Elevate take both members of Tribe Gaming and will extend to a match point. Their first one of the entire year in the grand finals.
This is what it's all been building up to. I knew that there was going to be a shift in the wind, but I didn't expect it to be this month, to be honest. But my, oh my, Elevate are earning it. They've got their stripes. Can they just secure it and be the June monthly final victors? That is now the question. No time for choking. Just get your heads down, get the job done.
Nice hop from a Vex there. Protects himself, will fall to these back lines in the spawn side. Vegeta working himself forward, knew he had a bubble to work with, so gets a little more aggressive, and it's costly for Tribe Gaming. They lose a member here early, and now in a 3v2 situation with the Vex just building up a super, this is looking more and more bleak.
And again, this Bonnie's doing nothing. I hate to bang on about it, but it really is just doing nothing so far. In a 3 versus 2, I've got no confidence that it's going to be a brawler that can really helping hand this. it's pretty much still down to Zest, and I think that Evex as well going to hold on to that Hypnotize for the next following round. All this utility of which Elevate are earning here is going to be held on to. Evex going to be jumping behind this barrel now. The shield popped out by Vegeta. Got a little bit close for comfort, but again, the pickup is so clean. 1 round away is what it will take for Elevate to be the monthly final champions for the first time this year. Can they do it?
Zeus with an early wall break. Diego Gamer contributes to the cause on that left-hand end. Luffy working the right-hand side. And RBM, just a one-man tank up the middle of this map. Vex has a super available, and they're slowly moving forward. Now a hypercharge available for Vegeta. Vex making his move, jumps in. Luffy in trouble, being walked on a leash right now. And Vegeta strikes next. Vex working this right-hand side will dive away. RBM low HP. Gadget not making a connection there. And Tribe will have to regroup.
It's a huge ask, though, isn't it? 3 versus 2. And Elevate know how close they are. RBM is about to fall. You might have to use super here to get the heals back off. He's in a really tough spot right in this corner, and he goes down. It's all down to Zeus, and he's going to go into the gas. Elevate have already gone and done it. Your monthly final champions for June in a big 3-0. What a statement. A huge result for this squad. In double point season, no less. Unreal.
The reign of terror finally over for North America. Including last season, this Tribe Gaming roster had won 4 in a row, 3 this year, had yet to go to a set 5 in a grand finals, and Elevate just put them to rest in a 3-0 fashion. What a massive shift for this region.
Just keep in mind here as well, 4% of the viewers voted for them to win this match. They certainly surprised us all. Finally, Elevate rise to the top this month after 3 straight silver medals behind Tribe. An incredible upset today, Art.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say that I saw it coming, but it felt like the right time for Elevate to get it on the board. And you know, when you looked at how well they were performing it's been a gradual process. I think Brawl Cup gave them a really nice lift. Okay, it wasn't the best of results for them, but I think that experience and that, you know, gave them a big lift coming into today. And I mean, just wonderful drafts. I mean, Tribe though, gotta say, did not look like themselves. Some very questionable picks. We cannot let Luffy get away with that 0 and 81 DPS on that Bonnie pick, which I still have no idea why. It's not on any of my notes. I've never seen it there. It's a first pick brawler in Heist. That is it. I'm still got so many questions of that set.
Would love to know what was going on in their heads for that Bonnie selection as well. It genuinely something I haven't really seen in scrims, not just for North America or Tribe, just genuinely anywhere. So would love to see how others kind of react to that, especially in the pro scene. Let us know on Twitter and definitely in the comments, because genuinely clueless on that one. Diego Gamer for MVP though. That's got to be special. You know, especially with the issues for making it to Brawl Cup and things like that, to bounce back, to rejoin his team and get their first grand finals victory and have it as an MVP. Just something awesome. Just a little human element there that you'll love to see.
What a day. What a day for Elevate. I mean, they're going to be partying hard tonight. You know it. I mean, so many incredible moments. And I mean, for me, a very, very valid MVP, no doubt about it. But I mean, I will always have a soft spot for Evex. I mean, on these aggressive brawlers, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. That Mortis pick was one of the times where it didn't. But certainly some incredible Lily plays out from him today. But a team effort, no doubt about it. Vegeta was the rock for me from Elevate here today. Everyone did their beat. There's no denying that.
Elevate finally breaks Tribe Gaming streak and claimed their first monthly finals victory. It's a beautiful twist, something that we did not foresee and something I'm super happy about, despite us all predicting the other way. Yeah, it's just nice to have the story rewritten. We already were talking about how the script was just following the same kind of plot every single time. 3-1, 3-1, 3-0, and now finally it's a 3-0 again, but this time for the other side. I'm super excited to also have them later on here on stream. We're just preparing the interview right now. Kenny, do you think they're going to be even able to speak after that?
I'm sure they're really excited, and reasonably so. I mean, this is a big change of pace for the region. Tribe Gaming have been something special for multiple months, and credit to where credit is due, because they've been unstoppable until this moment. This is the first kind of obstacle in the road for them.
And we get the chance, and it's a huge honor to talk to none other than Diego Gamer back for his team in Elevate. For a very long time we didn't see you, Diego. So happy to have you here.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Welcome to the stream. Well, the most burning question probably, you've been second to Tribe all year, and today you didn't just beat them, you swept them 3-0. What was different this time?
All the team feels so confident and we can beat Tribe this time. Every one of us tried too hard, we ran too hard, and we all feel confident. That's the thing I think switch a lot. We all get confidence for beat Tribe this time. So we played with the comfort picks and tried our best.
Diego, I've got to ask, this year has been just phenomenal for you guys. I mean, you just really excelled, and it's been a pleasure to watch your progress go through the monthly finals. But, what has been the key to your success? What do you think makes you separate from the rest of the competition? And, what can explain the reasons why you are just being able to elevate, no pun intended, into the top of this region?
We started the year feeling so confident on get the grand finals. We saw Tribe like a unbeatable opponent the 3 months ago. So this time we tried to sweep this. We all got tired to lose the finals 3 times in a row. So we ran a lot and we tried the final map after all, yeah. Because we never screamed the finals map. So this time we already screamed and we try our best to beat the champion. In this moment, Tribe, and then we are the champions.
Awesome to see that hard work paying off. You'll have had a little intermingling in terms of teammates that you've worked alongside. Tell me what it's been like to have Patchy kind of join the fold with you all from time to time. Have you learned anything from him? Obviously, he's a very experienced player, a great one in NA past that's trying to jump back in with you all. What's it like, and what have you learned from him?
Patchy joined the team and gave us a lot of confidence. He's a experienced player a lot years ago, and he gave us comms and coach us basically. He coached us for get the victory this time. He helped us with get them better mental, on get better drafts, on get a better team after all. Try your best ever and ever. So I think Patchy was a really, really big difference, and I love you, Patchy.
We all do.
Diego, maybe also give us a really quick outlook on the future. Was this just a one-time upset, or are you going to rise to the top also in the leaderboard now?
I think we can break this win again. I think we can effort and work harder again, and we can get a victory again. This is double points, and we are gonna do our best for beyond World Championship.
That's the confidence we like to hear. Thank you so much for being with us right now, and have a nice celebration.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, we already talked about the leaderboard. It's still gonna look a little bit the same. It just got a lot tighter though. For that, we also need our fourth and very beloved member. It's Ready Set. Welcome back to you. Any words on that final? It was a 3-0 sweep once again. Ready? You just never get long breaks today.
Look, just put me in if you want to see a 2-3 or a 3-2. Set 5 only arrives when I am there. Nonetheless, though, I got to sit back and watch history be made. That is incredible. I hope those guys are so proud of themselves. Elevate, they may be the guys with the mountain logo, but they need to now search for some new mountains to summit here. They've taken down the best in North America, putting themselves in that position, and even with the postseason 2 monthly finals away, I'm sure they've got some eager sights set over there.
Coming out of Brawl Cup, we now have a double point season, and this just caused a huge upset in NA here, Ark.
Wow, I mean, look at that. So little in it. Just 16 points now separate Tribe Gaming from Elevate. And that lead has just been launched even further forwards now as Space Station Gaming going out in the semifinals here today. Still, though, in that World Finals spot. Pioneers, they're in 160 points. Again, 16 points separating those two teams for top 4 as well. So at STMN, I still feel like they're not done yet. I feel like that was a very, very close near miss, really, for them today. I mean, that reverse sweep, I mean, it was unfortunate, but I think next month they've still got some more to show.
I think it's safe to say that now with the June monthly finals concluded, we had one of the biggest upsets this month, huge surprises. What are your takeaways of today? We're going to go down the line here once again. Arch, takeaways?
I think for me, the competition is just blown wide open. I think that, you know, from the first split to now, forget the first split. We are now in different territory, and that just, it's been demonstrated here today in North America for sure.
I think it's going to be interesting to see how teams react to Tribe Gaming going down, finally seeing some Titans bleed, and I think it gives hope to a lot of others. I think NA is hungry. I think especially after Brawl Cup, I think everybody is tired of being the laughingstock of the world. I think it's going to drive this middle of the pack, the SSGs, the KCPs, these old guard members to keep going forward. The new guard still has it for now, but I'm looking forward to seeing what those teams can do in the future.
Similar here, I think there's some new examples to follow in the North American region. You have this firmly placed #1 in the region. It's not just Tribe anymore. I mean, this is very much an Elevate story. They're fixed at #1, and I'm curious whether to see the old guard, as you called it, Kenny, are going to be looking to that as an example and, you know, get the ego out of the way, say, look, we'll do what these 17-year-olds are doing if it's what it takes to win.
Coming into the show today, I said every setback is a setup for a comeback, and Elevate just turned that second place into a launch pad now. North America's leaderboard just got a little tighter, and the road to LCQ and World Finals got a lot more interesting, at least to me. We're back next month for the next chapter in the summer split. Until then, GG's, thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon again.
On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.